Leffenhard stood on the stone balcony of his residence in the capital of Riffenheim. He looked gloomily at the smoking ruins left after the brutal battle. 2 million brave warriors fell in a senseless battle at the walls of the capital and were defeated by an evil demon whose monstrous power knew no mercy. 200,000 lives were taken by long-range magic and summoned monsters, and another 300,000 warriors were seriously wounded. The hero clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked and vowed to end the Demon King, even if he had already filled their world with evil. The courtiers flatteringly praised the wisdom of His Majesty, and the ancient clock on the main tower showed 13 hours, 36 minutes. The commander pointed his gleaming sword at the heart of the Gairak Palace and loudly called for the overthrow of the tyranny of the Western Abyss that had oppressed them for centuries. Alex von Hollein stood in the front ranks of the army, ready to rush into battle at the first order of his commander. Cyrus regretted the wasted effort and scoffed at attempts to label Antares an evil empire. The magician quietly repeated that the sun shines equally for everyone, regardless of titles and wealth. Teslan admitted with irony that the monsters came from the underworld only to find a reason to defend themselves. The hero explained with a slight smile that he had in fact simply taught the monsters human combat tactics. Leffenhart reminded them that they had been oppressed their entire lives, and he had simply given them a way to resist this injustice. The magician asked in surprise if his interlocutors had already defeated all 4 heavenly kings. The hero proudly confirmed that the dirty orcs were no match for his holy sword, and the great orc Tashid was defeated. The warrior claimed that the 4 heavenly kings were simply vile trolls who got what they deserved. The hero was deeply shocked by the death of Garut Atlik and understood the rudeness of such an attitude towards the trolls. Saint Flynn mourned the death of even Mashemlina on this difficult and dangerous path. The hero wondered since when the god of gnomes began to be considered the god of darkness because of someone else's arrogance. Jade Archlight was diligently preparing the next spell for the final battle with the enemy. Sphinx Toha and the rest of the fallen demanded revenge for their inglorious and cruel death. The crowd screamed for death and accused the dark elf of betrayal and going over to the side of darkness. The hero reminded that the elf's skin had darkened only because people had cut down all the trees. The character was outraged by accusations of dark skin and defended the honor of the highest slaughter. The magician promised to avenge the fallen with his sword, but the enemy only mocked him. Leffenhart asked calmly who would avenge the rest of the fallen warriors. The hero accused Leffenhart of the fact that the monsters would never have gone over to the evil side without his powers of darkness. The great magician realized that he was not being listened to at all in this crazy world. The character noted that any non-human species immediately becomes a servant of darkness for people. The hero made a fateful decision and realized that there was no other choice left. He solemnly declared that from now on, he would become the demon king that they wanted him to be. The most ordinary great magician made fun of the combination of such contradictory words. The hero noticed that people do not want to recognize other races as equals. They consider elves only servants, and dwarves simply labor for the mines. Orcs are nothing more than heavy draft animals for people, and trolls are used for potions. They are all weak-willed slaves and have no voice or will of their own. The magician admitted that he was deeply impressed when he discovered their culture. He got to know them better, and this changed his worldview forever. The hero discovered the magic of spirits and trolls and combined their knowledge. He became the first to reach the 10th circle of magic and expanded his horizons. Leffenhart could not bear to see the suffering of the oppressed and began to help them. Leffenhart said that his territory was expanding, and it was becoming more and more difficult to deceive people. Enemy attacks continued unabated, destroying structures, plundering lands, and forcing people to flee further and further. They grew in number until they became the Antares Empire. The great magician founded Antares, although he did not hate people, but simply believed in the equality of races. None of them intended to oppress people in return, but things turned out differently. The character reflected that if human laws allowed murder, he would abolish them and create new ones. The magician was sure that the heroes received titles for their successes, but they lacked skill. Simply put, the enemy is capable of a lot of things, but overall is quite weak. Most book heroes are lucky enough to survive to the end, but in reality, it's better to hit one point. This man is known for his physical strength, but Teslan turned out to be different. After all, he is one of those who strikes at one point and does not retreat. The hero had a premonition that it would be difficult to defeat such a powerful opponent. The Demon King heard cries that victory would be theirs. The enemy blocked the blow with magic and mocked the weakness of the attack. The character suffered a broken spine and understood that at this rate he would simply die. The hero needed to kill the enemy, but there was no chance of winning in his current state. The magician resigned himself and replied that since the enemy wanted a battle, he was happy for him. Leffenhart believed that everyone was now free from the evil spell. He was about to give up, but he couldn't do it because of his pride. The enemy seriously thought that living a life of slavery was the natural order of things for them. The main character did not accept it and was simply infuriated by what was happening. The Eye of Space and Time, found in ancient ruins, turned out to be an extremely powerful artifact. The great magician decided to use a regression spell to turn back time. It had to turn back time and disrupt divine providence, and it had nothing to lose. The character challenged the king of martial arts and challenged him to try and stop him. Levenhart could not afford to die in this battle. He clearly realized that this crazy decision could cost him everything, but there was simply no other way out in the current situation. The magician felt strange sounds, warmth, and a feeling of comfort and realized that he was still alive. The hero was surprised that he actually managed to use the spell, which he had not even half deciphered. He knew he was a genius, but he didn't think it would work in reality. It seemed that a jump in time had indeed occurred, but the magician did not recall such a place in his past. I wonder how old he is now in this new time. The guy scratched the back of his head, thinking about it. The hero looked at his new body with surprise and thought that most of the guys would have died of envy at the sight of such a figure. The character was perplexed as to who was now in front of him. The magician saw a familiar face and uttered a single word in amazement. Levenhart looked at the calluses on his hands and wondered where so many traces of hard work came from. The great magician believed that a magician only needed magic and did not understand what those six-pack abs were for. The hero recalled the times of his youth, when Beauty's legs buckled at the sight of his body, and later he became even cooler. The character felt his new face and wondered where his chiseled features had gone, as he now looked more like a statue. The magician wondered what had happened and whether he had really screwed up the spell of movement in time and space. Levenhart looked at the thick red eyebrows and suspected that he was not in the past, but had exchanged souls between two bodies. The hero studied the stubborn gaze and pursed lips that were vaguely familiar to him. Suddenly someone said Teslan's name and said that the sun was already high in the sky and the new day promised to be difficult. Levenhart heard a voice and knew it was time for him to go to training. The hero realized that another great day awaited him today, which was confirmed by the man who entered. The character asked the stranger in confusion who he was and looked at him as if he was seeing him for the first time. Levenhart honestly admitted that he really didn't know who was in front of him, but the mentor didn't believe in amnesia. The man thought that Teslan had only had to do it once to understand that such an excuse wouldn't work. The character heard the order to go train and was horrified by these words. The magician realized that this man was Teslan's mentor and the continent's strongest warrior of all time. Levenhart recognized the king of martial arts, Gerard Crom Protaz, and was amazed by the scale of his personality. The hero apologized and asked to hear him out first, but the guy had already been tied up and tied to a tree. The character started talking too much, and the mentor ordered him to shut up. The magician tried to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. He heard the command to begin training and prepared for the worst. The hero continued to make incoherent sounds from fear. He looked around and asked himself what the hell was going on here. The magician realized that he would die in this body, remembering his past life with tears. The mentor noticed that his hands felt strange today and seemed to have become softer than they were. Then he wondered if it really was amnesia, but their fighting clan didn't know memory lapses. The man recalled their training credo of perseverance and hard work, and also that short-term memory loss was common among them. The mentor decided that, since the matter was trivial, the solution was simple: give him a good scolding, and maybe he'll get better. The hero cried out for help and realized that only weaklings needed to use weapons. The character was outraged that people were being called weak for using equipment. The magician heard that it was shameful not to be able to overcome one's weaknesses. Levenhart heard such nonsense for the first time in his life and was amazed by his mentor. The hero compared people to steel and declared that the more you hit them, the more they become hardened. The character shouted in a rage at where the man was like steel and called the mentor a cretin. The magician received the order to become steel and realized that there are no limits to physical development. Levenhart screamed in pain and realized that not everyone could become stronger through training. The character finally heard the command to go and rest and breathed a sigh of relief. The magician was surprised that he did not die despite so many blows and thanked himself for his strong body. The magician noticed the petals and leaves of the geranium and realized that it was a healing potion, and one bottle cost 10 silver. Levenhart knew that queens bathed in milk for their skin, but that was nothing compared to a whole bath of the potion. The hero asked why a healing bath was needed after training, and the character explained that steel always needed to be cooled after forging. The mage explained that after working on his entire musculoskeletal system, he recovers quickly using the power of his aura and healing potions. The hero admitted that the method worked because he personally fought Teslan and knows how strong his body is. The character realized that Teslan had been going through similar training since childhood. The magician realized that he was now absolutely certain that he was in the past. Levenhart wondered what it was like to be young now, and whether a young Levenhart even existed in this time. The character put forward the first hypothesis that the Levenhart from the future and he inside the Teslan coexist with the now young Levenhart. The magician formulated a second hypothesis that the king of martial arts Teslan was currently in the body of the young Levenhart. This terrifying thought made him freeze in place because if two identical souls met, the consequences could be catastrophic. The hero heard a strange cry and did not understand what they wanted from him. There was a huge plate of meat in front of him. After he heard permission to eat, the guy quickly started gobbling everything up in a hurry. The character was ordered to run and stretch after a heavy meal. The magician heard the question whether he was tired and fearfully answered negatively, but the mentor suggested continuing. Leffenhard cursed everything around him and asked how long this merciless mess would continue. The hero realized that he had been reincarnated as Teslan from the past. The character wondered how this would affect the future and what would happen if he met himself. The magician knew that the uniqueness of the soul is an immutable rule of the world, and in case of failure, his soul may cease to exist. Leffenhard remembered that young Leffenhard was studying at the Delphia Magic Tower, and there was no way they could collide. The hero assumed that if Teslan was now in his body, then he would definitely come for his soul. The character understood that Teslan's strength lay in his trained body, and with his frail body he could do little. The magician knew that the unbreakable rocking chair required the participation of a mentor, and that he could not cope with it alone. Leffenhard admitted that, given Teslan's experience, he might find a way, but in any case, escape was the priority right now. The magician saw his mentor and cried out in fear, not understanding how he had ended up next to him. Leffenhard was surprised how this creepy old man ended up here. The hero heard that he had been suspiciously quiet for the last 2 months. The character desperately screamed that he was not Teslan, but his name was Leffenhard, and he was a magician. The magician heard that last time he claimed to have come from another world and talked about gods and dragons. Leffenhard remembered that there was also a story about a great master from the Huang Empire and a place called Murim. The hero admitted that he had failed today, but that he would definitely achieve his goal tomorrow. The mentor listed all these fables with a sly squint, as if testing how far his stubborn student's invention would go. The character heard that it was time to sleep and cursed the old man silently. The magician declared that he would not allow himself to be locked here forever. The old man chuckled contentedly and patted the student on the shoulder, making it clear that the conversation was over and it was time to end this pointless argument. Leffenhard was advised to be patient a little longer and that everything would pay off. The hero resigned himself to the idea that it was simply impossible to escape from this eccentric. The character learned that the unbreakable rocker has over 130 ways to prevent escape. The magician realized that even if he was lucky enough to get out, this old man would turn the earth upside down to find him. Leffenhard decided that it would be better to officially obtain permission to leave these mountains. The hero realized that he had spent 2 years in this wonderful prison, and the character heard that he had finally awakened his aura. The magician was surprised that Cyrus, the acknowledged saint of the sword, managed to do this only in his 30s. Leffenhard was proud that he had accomplished this before he was even 20 years old. The hero realized that developing self-preservation instincts in parallel with physical strength increases the will to live. The magician asked if they would move on to normal martial arts and descend from the mountain. Leffenhard asked what his mentor had planned next and was told that the next step would be sparring with his mentor. The character screamed in fear and realized that 3 more years had passed. The magician found himself in the kingdom of Vasily, in the southern lands, among the Larchid Mountains. Leffenhard heard the sound of the horn of distress and prepared for the test. He swallowed hard, realizing that sparring with this crazy old man always ended in broken bones. The thought that he would be beaten half to death again caused a cold horror in his soul, but there was nowhere to retreat. These 3 years flew by in a flash, full of pain, sweat, and tears, but it was they that hardened his body and spirit to the limit. The hero wondered if the 3rd stage was really his limit. He felt that he was not doing enough to progress. The magician learned that an explosive strike concentrates all the force in one point of the body. Leffenhard realized that the concentrated aura had the shape of a horn, hence the name. The hero decided that he needed to somehow advance to the 4th stage. He knew that the final stage of the Horn of Disaster was the 9th. Leffenhard admitted that in the past, he would have certainly taken the opportunity to escape. The hero decided that he needed to complete his endurance training and not get distracted. The character concentrated on the air bullet technique and prepared to strike. The mage tried to use air bullet, but his body clearly resisted the new skill. The character felt a strange energy that did not come from a person. The magician noticed an orc in the distance and was surprised by his presence here. Leffenhard was asked to pretend he had not seen the orc and was promised that he would not be harmed if he remained silent about the meeting. The hero saw that the orc was not hostile and was trying to negotiate peacefully. The character asked the young orc who was chasing him, and he was surprised by his knowledge of the great language. The magician called this sudden meeting with the orc truly fateful and truly significant for both of them, feeling the hand of fate itself in it. Leffenhard confirmed that a hunt was indeed being organized for the young orc. The hero was surprised to hear that knowledge of the great orc language automatically made him a brother in spirit to this warrior. The character sincerely admired the orc's expressive and fiery speech and assumed that someone of noble blood stood before him. The magician promised to reliably hide the fugitive from his pursuers with his magic so that they would not be able to find him. Leffenhard was genuinely surprised to hear that he was being called a savior and also a magician, which was unexpected for him. The hero wondered if this sounded strange, given his current powerful and muscular warrior body. Leffenhard heard the persistent question about the small orc and the generous gold coin offered as a reward for information. The hero firmly replied that he would not take anything, but would simply extract the necessary information from his pursuers. The character noticed fresh orc tracks on the ground and realized with alarm that the enemy was somewhere very close. The mage realized with annoyance that his basic magic had not even erased the obvious traces left by the fugitive. The newcomer quickly squatted down and ran his fingers along the ground, examining the depth and direction of the prints. Leffenhard firmly stated that this was his home, and he would not let them in without a serious reason. The hero heard menacing threats from a dozen armed mercenaries, but was not at all afraid of their pressure. The character thought with a slight grin that these people clearly took him for an ordinary boastful muscleman, without knowing the truth. The magician reminded himself that his fists were dangerous weapons, and just one well-aimed blow could take a person's life. Leffenhard clearly remembered his teacher's advice to always show mercy to the weak and defenseless. The hero knew for sure that for someone whose strength lies in his fists, weapons will definitely help him in this matter for protection. The character tried to calm his angry enemies, assuring them that at least they wouldn't die on the spot from his blow. The mage patiently explained that the unbreakable rocker focused primarily on the art of bare-handed combat. Leffenhard heard loud jeers and a bold challenge from the mercenaries, who clearly underestimated his strength. The hero repelled all their aggressive attacks with incredible ease and confidently continued to fight alone against many. The character loudly called on his enemies to attack in unison and simultaneously, but they were unable to defeat him. The magician knew that the teaching allowed the use of weapons only for the training of students, and not for real combat. Leffenhard carefully noted that the mercenaries specialized exclusively in attacking the body and had no defensive moves. The hero felt with surprise that the sharp blade did not penetrate his powerful flesh at all. The character was sincerely glad that his school's technique was not aimed at killing the enemy, but only at neutralizing them. The magician realized that since these people wouldn't die from his blows, there was nothing to worry about. Leffenhard enjoyed this warm-up, and even regretted that it was all over so quickly. The hero wondered whether he himself should acquire students to pass on his knowledge. The magician heard sincere and warm gratitude from the rescued orc, who was touched by his act. Leffenhard took this oath and promised not to forget it until the end of his days. The hero received a firm promise to repay the kindness and become his life mentor in the future. Leffenhard was going to call himself Teslan, but changed his mind in time and introduced himself by his real name so as not to lie. The hero called himself Leffenhard Vald Antares and forever remembered this important moment in his life. The character heard that the orc would definitely remember this name and asked with interest about his ultimate goal. The magician replied that the continent was huge and there would definitely be a safe and secure place for him to live. Leffenhard firmly declared that he would rather die as a free wanderer than become someone's miserable slave. The hero pointed the way south of the Brocade Mountains to a nameless wasteland that the orcs call the Land of Severe Trials. Leffenhard came to his senses and asked curiously what the name of his new orc friend was. The hero introduced himself as the son of a mole and the heir to Lat's axe, proud of his origin. The character gave his name, Tashid, and was already preparing to leave for the mountains. The magician was genuinely surprised and asked again about the name he had heard to make sure it was correct. Leffenhard recognized him as one of the 4 heavenly kings, the great and legendary warrior Tashid. The hero remembered that Tashid was the head of the Blue Bear tribe and later led all the orcs on the continent. Leffenhard felt that fate itself was definitely involved in this meeting. The magician sincerely hoped that they would meet again someday in this vast world. Leffenhard called the orc his friend and an important part of his new family. A whole 6 months have passed since that strange and fateful meeting with Tashid. The hero heard the familiar shout of his mentor and immediately prepared for another grueling training session. The character became anxious and frightened by the new difficult exercise he had to perform. The magician shouted loudly that this was too much for his abilities. Leffenhard received deserved praise for a whirlwind strike that was beyond praise. The hero recalled how, after yet another scolding, he whined about the fact that he was Leffenhard and not Teslan. Leffenhard was surprised by his mentor's question about why he was still so small. The hero was indignant because he was almost 2 meters tall, which is not so small. The hive of the unbreakable rocker should exceed 2 meters. Leffenhard wondered if he had been following the breathing technique correctly in his training. The hero realized that the Teslan from the past was about 2.3 of a meter tall. The character decided that physique was not that important for a true warrior. The magician categorically refused to become taller and not fit into doorways. Leffenhard heard that he was quite strong even in such a small body. The hero prepared to show what he was truly capable of. The character concentrated and forcefully used the Horn of Calamity. The mage reached the 4th stage of the Horn of Disaster, and the mentor was sincerely happy with his success, as this was an important milestone in his training. Leffenhardt heard the mentor's loud laughter and his words of praise about superiority, which sounded like the highest praise. The hero realized that now it would definitely not be easy for even an experienced fighter to defeat him, and this gave him strength. The character proudly declared that he had reached the 4th stage, and his voice sounded confident and firm. The magician realized that it was time to go into the outside world and put his skills into practice. Leffenhardt was surprised that his coach was letting him go after so many years of grueling training. The hero heard warm words about how he had worked hard and deserved his freedom. The hero remembered that 60 years ago, Mentor Rastal told him 3 important things as he left. The character prepared to listen attentively to the first instruction about honest and noble deeds. The magician was surprised because the mentor said that he was not at all against villainy as such. Leffenhardt heard that if he wanted to be a villain, he had to be worthy and do it with style. The hero remembered another instruction about speaking out on the side of the unjustly offended and oppressed. Leffenhardt learned the 3rd and most important instruction about passing on the teachings to future generations. The hero firmly promised to find a worthy student and pass on to him the great techniques of the unbreakable rocking chair. The character warned that finding a talented student is not easy, but such an opportunity cannot be missed. The magician received 30 silver coins for the journey and good clothes for the rest of the journey. Leffenhardt was surprised by the modest sum, thinking about the luxurious estate in the capital that he could have. The hero realized that this was half of a commoner's annual salary and gratefully accepted this generous gift. The character learned of a mysterious gift in the Settler Mountains and carefully studied the mark on the map. The magician promised he'd definitely drop by there if he found himself nearby during his travels. Leffenhardt could not believe that he would actually leave these harsh mountains after long years of imprisonment. The hero let out a loud battle cry and said goodbye forever to the mountains where he had trained. The character received wise advice to walk confidently and not to be sad about parting with the teacher. The magician heard a firm command to carry steely determination in his heart without the slightest hesitation. The character noticed a loud argument between the village elder and the arrogant knights about payment for services. The magician heard that the headman was obliged to tell the truth, even if it concerned arrogant aristocrats. The man asked the worried village elder directly what was wrong. The hero saw the headman humbly asking for payment for the food provided to the knights and their servants. The character heard angry accusations of the peasants' self-interest and received only 1 ducat. The boy realized that the village headman had never seen such a large coin in his entire life. Leffenhardt learned that the ducat was an outdated monetary unit and was clearly not enough to pay. The boy asked what was the matter with Sir Edvar, who was standing next to the knights. The character heard the calm answer of young Master Stefan, not to worry about it. He contemptuously called the peasants pathetic serfs who did not deserve respect. The guy tenderly asked why his companion continued to caress him. The girl honestly admitted that she just wants it and gets real pleasure. The magician asked curiously what was so attractive about his frail and unattractive body. Leffenhardt heard that his features were like the sharp and chiseled outlines of a glorious blade. The hero noticed that this is how he looked in his youth, but now he is the spitting image of a stone golem. The character looked at his current powerful body and admitted that it had become taller. The magician remembered that Cyrus was now about 70 years old, which in human years was 17 years old. Leffenhardt was in Kroma, a small town south of the kingdom of Vasily. The hero knew that Cyrus would be sold at the Chatan slave auction next year for a lot of money. The character wondered what to do and whether it was worth destroying this cruel auction. Meanwhile, the character asked Todd if he had found out where the ancient ruins were. He replied that it was necessary to wait a little longer. The guy found out that Todd was 35 years old and he was a magician from the Delphic Tower. The subordinate confirmed that these were the ruins that Todd had spoken of earlier. The hero discovered that the famous swordsman Sir Claude von Leotars Altian was buried there. The character studied the detailed map and realized that the journey would take 3 days to reach the Khatan Mountains. The magician noted that his endurance was incredible, and he didn't even catch a cold in such a body. Leffenhardt used the artificial return technique to bring back memories of the ancient ruins. The hero remembered that in a past life, he met the magician Todd in the Delphic Tower. The character knew that he himself had also been in these ruins and found valuable treasures there. The magician sold them for more than 2,000 gold pieces and considered it a very profitable venture. Leffenhardt reached the village of Kata and saw familiar places from his memories. The character overheard a disturbing conversation among local residents about Death Valley and the guide. The magician realized that the residents were afraid to refuse the knight's dangerous offer. Leffenhardt saw how one of the local daredevils volunteered to be a guide on the dangerous journey. The hero heard that this man knew the mountains better than anyone else in the village. The character noticed that the guide did not want to go, but did so for the sake of the other villagers. The magician heard a loud cry of surprise and saw a stranger appear out of nowhere. Leffenhardt introduced himself as a random passerby who overheard their conversation by pure chance. The magician learned that Death Valley is essentially an ancient dungeon with many traps. Leffenhart recalled the sad story of the knight Claude from the noble family of Altion. The hero knew that at the age of 45, Claude was able to awaken his aura. The character realized that fame often breeds arrogance and led to Claude's death. The magician learned that the demonic sword Altion remained there along with the dead knight. The hero guessed that Stefan von Rapanto Altion is the grandson of the legendary Claude. The hero heard pleasant words from Lelsia and noticed that they had an elf slave. The character realized that in the squad there was only one saint named Simon who healed the wounded. The magician wondered if this young saint knew how to use the blessing properly. Leffenhart doubted that this guy was definitely a man and not a woman. The hero couldn't believe that Todd, whom he considered a cool guy, could be gay. The character heard from Todd that he made a wise choice in this situation. The magician replied that showing the way was a trifle, but the villagers were so afraid of this matter. Leffenhart asked what could be scary when there were imperial knights nearby. The hero noticed that there was not a single knight in the world who was not cocky with pride. The character realized that chivalry corrupts people and makes them arrogant and cruel. The magician heard a loud alarm and immediately prepared for a surprise attack. Leffenhart saw the monsters attack and heard the battle cry of the knights calling them to fight. The hero watched as the knight Altion ordered a chain of fire to attack the enemy. The character saw Saint Simon calling down a blessing on the warriors before the battle. The magician appreciated Stefan's actions and admitted that he turned out to be better than he initially thought. Leffenhart noted that from a magician's point of view they were not bad, but from a martial arts point of view, they were rather pathetic. The hero compared them to teacher Gerard, who never boasted without good reason. The character continued to watch the battle closely and assess the strengths of his opponents. The magician realized that no one was paying attention to him in this turmoil and chaos. This thought both pleased and saddened him, because in silence he could calmly consider his next step. He stepped back a little, watching the chaotic flickering of figures. Deep down, he knew his power could be useful here and now, but he didn't want to draw unnecessary attention to himself. The hero knew from Todd's story that the guide had died right at this spot. The character saw the expedition captain from the Alchian clan named Stefan. The magician heard desperate cries for help and saw a warrior falling to the ground. Leffenhart realized that Stefan didn't particularly care about his subordinates and their fate. The hero decided that since the guide died because of him, he was clearly a bad person. The character warned everyone about the danger and urged them to hide behind the thick trees. Leffenhart admitted that he wasn't even tickled by the monster's furious attacks. The hero was surprised that there were still tears left in him after all these hellish training sessions. The character asked if all the magicians and the saint were safe and sound. The magician heard an affirmative answer and was indignant that they hadn't even been asked about them. Leffenhart heard loud praises in honor of the valiant knight Altion. The hero saw how the saint blessed all the warriors for a long-awaited rest. The character decided to take advantage of the moment and talk to Todd alone. The magician thanked Todd for saving him and asked about the magical tower of Delphius. Leffenhart said with a twinkle in his eye that he had a close friend named Leffenhart in the Delphia magic tower, and it was the absolute truth. The hero asked with genuine curiosity if Todd knew this man named Leffenhart, hoping to hear something important about himself. The character couldn't hide his surprise that the fragile child had such large and influential friends. The magician began to ask with lively interest about the affairs of young Leffenhart and his success in his studies. The character noticed with a nostalgic smile that the young Leffenhart's sharp and beautiful nose remained the same as before. The magician described with delight his eyes, shining like precious stones, and his skin as incredibly soft to the touch. The girl asked with genuine concern whether the hero had been wounded in that brutal battle. The hero cheerfully replied that he was completely fine and asked to better examine the wounded orcs who needed help. The magician was perplexed to hear that everything was perfectly fine with these foreheads, and there was no point in wasting precious energy on them. Leffenhart noted with bitterness that although they are treated, the attitude towards them is more like love for pets. The hero sincerely and wholeheartedly thanked the saint for his selfless care for his wounded comrades. The magician clearly indicated the exact direction of the path and warned about a body of water that would be encountered along this route. The character was surprised to see that several hours had already passed on their dangerous journey through the mountains. The mage noticed sudden attacks by basilisks, dark wolves, and more than 20 ferocious ogres. Leffenhart wondered in bewilderment why so many different creatures nested on this small mountain. Stefan saw the gloomy place where Sir Claude had died and was greatly surprised by the huge number of monsters around. The character asked doubtfully if these were really the ancient ruins they had talked about so much. The magician firmly and without hesitation confirmed that these were the ancient ruins of Palton that they had been looking for so long. The hero saw the majestic stone entrance to the ruins and prepared for a dangerous exploration of the inner halls. The character boldly suggested going inside, turning to the young master Stefan, who was standing nearby. The magician calmly said that he would wait outside while everyone else prepared for the expedition. Leffenhart was relieved to hear that his work was finished and he was now free to go wherever he wanted. The hero wished the squad good luck and was left alone with his disturbing thoughts. The character decided to go about his personal business in the ancient ruins of Panton without being distracted by others. The magician knew that this place had once been a strategic point in the distant Silver Age. Leffenhart recalled with nostalgia that the technologies of that time are now very valuable and extremely rare. The hero had not been to these ruins for a long time and fondly remembered the happy moments spent here with Ceres. The character heard the quiet whisper of the sylphs and immediately realized that there was a secret passage nearby. The character knew for sure that the key to the entrance was the balance of the water and earth seals, which needed to be activated. The magician realized with annoyance that he had a cheat sheet with hints, but he was catastrophically short of mana. Leffenhart opened the passage with great difficulty and sighed with great relief at his success. The hero decided to take off his jacket, which cost 10 silver coins, so as not to ruin it. The character prepared to test the physical capabilities of this powerful and trained body. The magician heard loud screams and was very surprised by their unexpected source nearby. Leffenhart realized that the screams were coming from the very place where Altien's squad had gone to scout out the area. The hero remembered that a secret passage connected the third floor with a deep basement under the ruins. The character realized that if he opened it, an extremely ugly and dangerous situation would arise. The magician clearly remembered that this was a military structure with many deadly traps inside. Leffenhart knew that activating the devices with mana would inevitably trigger these deadly traps. The hero realized that Altien's squad was now somewhere out there in great danger. The character assumed that they had fallen into a trap and had fallen straight into the basement. The magician realized that this was a catastrophic setback for all participants of the expedition without exception. Leffenhart heard Sir Thomas's desperate cry and immediately realized that things were very bad. The hero asked excitedly what exactly was happening to the squad below. The hero saw Saint Simon call down healing light on the wounded soul of one of the warriors. The character sincerely and heartily thanked the saint for his miraculous salvation. The magician modestly replied that he was always welcome and that it was only thanks to the saint that he himself was able to survive. Leffenhart nearly died when the floor suddenly gave way right under his feet. The hero warmly thanked the wizard for the magical protection that saved everyone from certain death. The character realized that although they had escaped damage from the fall, unknown dangers lay ahead. The girl loudly called upon the great Philemons to crush the entrusted creature with a pillar of light. She again turned to the deity with a sincere prayer for help and protection. The mage asked to give the knights unwavering courage in this brutal battle. Leffenhart noted ironically that the vaunted courage of the Altien knights turned out to be a waste of muscle. The heroine continued to pray fervently to the great Philarnes for protection and victory over evil. The character asked to send down an immense wave of courage on all the warriors. The magician was surprised at how much holy power Saint Simon had poured into them in such a short time. The guy noticed that the knights began to act as if they were on drugs. The hero loudly called upon the knights of Altien to show their power to the summoned creatures. The character cast a powerful spell and called upon the power of the earth itself. The magician saw a powerful crushing blow and heard a loud cry of pain. The guy noticed that the elf was very useful in this brutal battle. The hero heard the gentleman's question and praised Alesnia for her good work. The character was genuinely glad that everything went exactly as expected. The magician admired the brave knight and contemptuously called the creatures insignificant. The character heard that the great Sir Claude himself fell here in his time. The hero loudly called on everyone not to disgrace the title of the Knights of Altien in this battle. The character heard desperate cries of despair and loud curses all around. The magician realized that he simply could not die so ingloriously and stupidly. He absolutely did not want to lose shamefully in the face of the enemy. The hero reminded everyone that he was the last descendant of the great Altien family. The character proudly declared that he was the only one who held the title of the Unwavering. The magician saw a powerful crushing blow and the enemy falling to the ground. The hero froze for a moment, realizing that this title obligated him to great achievements and impeccable honor. Pride in his blood flared up in his soul, but along with it came a heavy burden of responsibility to his fallen ancestors. He gritted his teeth and decided that at any cost he would justify the trust of his family and prove his strength in this battle. Leffenhart was very surprised that one blow was enough to send his opponent flying to the side. The hero realized it was no wonder that he almost died from one blow from Teslan. The hero decided that it would be better to move these wounded guys to a safe place. Those standing in front of him were surprised and asked who this mysterious guy was in front of him. The magician sternly warned them not to stand in his way. The guy woke up and was relieved to see that all his comrades were alive and well. The character asked with concern if they had woken up after the brutal battle. The magician tried to explain in detail what had just happened in this fight. Leffenhart heard a question about whether he was a martial artist. The hero introduced himself and called himself Riffin so as not to reveal his truth. The character wondered why he had never heard this name before. The magician asked him where he was from, but he replied that he himself did not know for sure. Levenhart realized that he was taken for a commoner without support or connections. The hero heard that he simply finished off those whom the knights almost finished off. The character thanked them for their help, but noted that they were of little use. The interlocutor was outraged by such insolence and asked where the respect for the Altian family was. The servant asked him to calm down and said that common people simply did not know manners. The hero replied that he had simply picked up various wisdoms here and there. The character mentioned Master Gerard and his great fame in the world and said that he would not want the master to know about his every move. The hero continued speaking simply. The guy assumed that he simply did not understand how arrogant his words sounded. Levenhart was surprised by the strange guy and his mysterious expression. The hero noticed that his expressions were characteristic of an adult and wise person. The character suggested that he might be a member of a royal family from foreign lands. The girl asked him his height, and he replied that he was about 192 centimeters. Levenhart didn't know his exact weight because he hadn't weighed himself for a long time. He was then asked about his training methods, and he replied that he endured beatings and carried heavy weights. The girl wondered why he was so friendly and open to communication. Then I realized that he lost his parents early and grew up in an orphanage. She assumed that he was often reproached for his pretty face and frail body. The heroine understood why he was devouring her with his gaze with such greed and admiration. The character decided to go look for a way out of this confusing labyrinth. The girl volunteered to go with the hero so as not to get lost in the dark. Levenhart asked what if someone was injured and he wasn't around. Stefan agreed that Lelzia should stay and help her wounded comrades. The character made a firm decision to go with Ryfan on a dangerous journey. The magician agreed to do as he wished and did not argue over trifles. Levenhart acknowledged the fact that the villager had helped him in a difficult moment. The hero noticed how freely and confidently he commanded the knights and threatened to demonstrate his strength and put the insolent man in his place. The boy was impatiently waiting for the demons to finally appear and join the battle. Levenhart had almost reached his goal and was fully focused on the task. The hero removed all the obstacles and decided to look at the treasures in the ruins. The hero assessed the find and said with satisfaction that it was excellent. He had found 50 gold coins from the Silver Age and continued searching further. The magician finally found the bottomless bag among other treasures and explained that the bag allows one to carry 10 times more items. The hero listed the heavenly brazier, the blade of return, and the magical sapphire. The character was delighted to find a whole heap of expensive and valuable loot, after which the companion woke up and asked in surprise what had happened. Levenhart explained that he was hit directly in the back of the head and immediately passed out. The hero cursed this day when everything goes wrong and not according to plan. The character thanked him for his help, but was told that he was not worth the thanks. The magician realized that while he was digging up the artifacts, he had to hit Stefan 3 more times. Levenhart asked if he had hit him again by mistake. The hero noted that Stefan would have been in chocolate for the rest of his life anyway. Lelzia asked Ryfan if he was by any chance a prince from some country. The character replied that he was an ordinary citizen and had no titles, but she countered that ordinary citizens were so rarely outstanding individuals. Levenhart realized that he was too naturally condescending. The hero realized that he was self-confident and could even boss Sir Stefan around. The hero saw something strange and was surprised by its unexpected presence. The character frowned in bewilderment and did not remember ever having encountered this strange creature before in his wanderings. The magician was genuinely surprised that this seemingly ordinary place was emitting such a strong and oppressive fear. Levenhart suddenly realized that no one had cared about him or his fate until now. The hero insistently suggested going back, since they clearly couldn't cope with this powerful monster. The character saw with horror the demonic sword Altian in the hands of this terrible and bloodthirsty creature. The magician asked anxiously if the gentleman really intended to fight this fallen man. Levenhart calmly replied that this was obvious and did not require much explanation. The hero heard a dire warning of danger and urgent advice to return to the estate. The character became indignant and said bitterly that he did not see how the sword of a great knight could be desecrated. The magician firmly declared that he had no right to retreat and would take this sword at any imaginable cost. Levenhart made a solemn vow to do so, even if the sword fell into the hands of the Grim Reaper himself. The hero loudly called upon all his brothers in arms to fight a decisive and merciless battle. The hero learned that inside the spatial rift there is a system for automatically correcting all flaws. The character realized that in the event of serious system failures, a protection system is activated that absorbs supernatural monsters. The magician explained in detail that the entities guarding the dungeons live their lives peacefully until the system kidnaps them. Levenhart added that the creature absorbed by the system becomes significantly more formidable and dangerous. The hero realized that in front of them was the same demon who had once defeated Claude himself, who possessed the aura. The character noticed that this monster was restricting the movements of its enemies with enormous force. The magician asked doubtfully if they really intended to fight this creature without the slightest chance of winning. Leffenhart replied that he was grateful for the help, but contemptuously called the advisor a barbarian. The hero firmly stated that there are things in this world worth risking one's life for. Leffenhart watched as Lelsia solemnly called upon the blessing for this sacred battle. The character passionately urged the Knights of Altion to put their lives on the line and show their true strength. The magician doubted the knights' ability to defeat the monster, as they couldn't even defeat the tagrails. The hero sadly noticed that his warnings had not worked, and everything had not gone according to plan. Leffenhart saw Lelsia display incredible talent in combat, and singled her out as number 2 in the squad. The hero heard the system announce that it was switching to standby mode. The character realized that the defense system was overloaded and the second phase of defense was now activated. The magician heard the desperate cry of the dying demon and a loud curse in response. Leffenhart saw Sir Edward fall and was greatly afraid for his life. The hero heard a joyful cry that Mr. Stefan was safe and sound. The character ran up to his wounded comrade and apologized for his delay. The mage looked at the fallen Grelbist and thought deeply about his true powers. Leffenhart asked himself if he could handle this powerful monster. The hero honestly admitted that he himself was incredibly interested in discovering the limits of his strength. The character wondered if martial arts could even help in the fight against such a demon. The magician remembered that during his time as a magician, he never took risks when the odds were slim. Leffenhart noted with enthusiasm that he was now a warrior and that he got goosebumps at the sight of a strong opponent. The hero experienced a feeling he had never experienced in his past life. The character remembered the master's advice that when in doubt, just strike first. The magician prepared for the attack and concentrated completely on his opponent. Leffenhart noticed that this body could easily dodge a normal sword, but the demonic smog scratched it. The hero heard a worried voice and reassured everyone, saying that he was completely fine. The character was surprised by the strength of the aura that he suddenly felt within himself. The magician admitted that if he had held that blow, he would have had a chance to counterattack. Leffenhart realized that the endless beatings from his mentor had made evasion a habit. The hero decided to take advantage of the opportunity and hone his technique in a real fight. The character gave a loud battle cry and launched a swift attack. The magician didn't understand anything about what was happening, but still made his first move. Lelsia looked at the main character and couldn't understand what kind of aura was emanating from him. Leffenhart concentrated his aura and delivered a crushing blow. The hero was surprised how a lowly commoner could possess such a powerful aura. The character wondered how the hell this was even possible in reality. The magician considered this wrong and deeply unfair to others. Leffenhart asked directly who this mysterious guy was. The hero wondered where this powerful demon came from and what kind of monster he was. Indignation boiled in his soul that such a powerful force had been given to someone who had not earned it by birthright. In the midst of a brutal battle with Grelbist, the protagonist was finally able to fully realize the incredible power he had developed. The character could easily read any normal enemy attacks like an open book, and his body would react to every enemy move. The magician was surprised to notice that the guardians of the ancient ruins did not fall even after the most serious injuries, continuing to fight stubbornly. Leffenhart realized that the ruins themselves were pumping inexhaustible mana into them, endlessly healing and restoring their strength for another attack. The hero mentally noted the time and realized that the battle was dragging on, and it was time to move on to more decisive action. The character took a breath and concentrated, preparing for the next phase of the fight with this unkillable monster. The magician decided to practice a grab to bring the enemy to the ground and deprive him of his height advantage. Leffenhart began practicing aerial combat and a series of crushing blows to find the guard's weak spot. The hero realized with satisfaction that this guard had become for him simply the best training bag, which did not complain and did not run away. The character realized that he had gotten a little carried away with this dangerous game, and if he wanted to end the fight quickly, he should use the Horn of Disaster. The magician understood that if he used this technique, everything around him would collapse, and they would be buried alive under the rubble. Leffenhart was annoyed by this restriction, because too much hassle was associated with this cursed place. The hero heard the proposal to use Avalzia as a weapon, covering it with an aura and the priest's blessing. The character admitted that he had no idea how to coat a sword with aura, since he only knew how to envelop his own body with it. The magician was at a loss and exclaimed that it was pointless, since he did not know how to do what was asked of him. Leffenhart heard a cry that this was the teaching of their fighting clan, and that every fighter should be familiar with it. The hero turned around and asked irritably what else was needed from him this time. The character heard a question about the high resilience of his body, and confirmed that it was quite strong and resilient. Lelsia was surprised that the spell had worked, and now he just had to beat the battered demon to death. The magician noted with a grin that such a cutie had quite a character, and shouldn't be underestimated. Leffenhart sighed wearily, and urged everyone to just get it over with quickly, without dragging out the fight. The hero concentrated and delivered a blow with the divine saw, which was supposed to break through the enemy's defense. The character added a divine knee strike, unleashing all his might on the demon. The mage finished the series with the divine fist, pouring all his fury and power into it. Levenhart watched with relief as the demon began to weaken and lose its position. The hero froze in anticipation of when the enemy would finally fall from his blows. The character asked impatiently if everything was finally over with this terrible creature. The magician urged everyone to hurry and finish off the enemy before he regained his strength. Levenhart heard his name being asked and realized that he had been recognized in this battle. The hero noted to himself that the enemy had hidden his identity well, but was now exposed. The character heard the accusation that he had trampled the knight's honor with his behavior. The magician replied that he was not at all amused to watch their desperate struggle. Levenhart explained that if he was having fun, it would mean he cared about what was going on. The hero declared that he didn't care at all about their experiences, and that he had no intention of having fun. The character heard an angry cry about how dare he turn his back on them at such a moment. The character noticed that not only had the priest healed everyone, but he had also started handing out gold left and right. The magician noted approvingly that he knew how to conduct business, and that this was a profitable investment in the reputation of the order. Levenhart heard Sir Edward suggest finding out who this mysterious Ryfin was. The hero agreed and admitted that he himself had become interested in this talented guy. The character couldn't believe that someone could be stronger than him, and the magician was glad that now he could finally meet Cirrus. Levenhart wondered why the priest was following him. The hero heard an explanation that there are priests who travel around the world and show the mercy of the goddess. The character noticed that pilgrims were dying like flies during their travels. The magician admitted that he wanted to return to the order, but wanted to try himself as a pilgrim. Levenhart heard that the priest wanted to be in the company of the strongest of men. The hero noticed that Gerard and Todd had a similar look, and hoped that they simply looked at other people's bodies differently. The hero decided that Cirrus could get hurt, and the healer would not stop her, and said that it was the priest's choice to follow him or not. The girl asked about abdominal training, and Levenhart replied that he pressed weights and got punched in the gut, and that he doesn't remember anything else. The hero thought about a drug for strengthening muscles, which was called protein. Meanwhile, the man asked how he had ever tried the instruction. Young Master Beret scolded the elf for her behavior, saying that elves must be faithful to their owners, giving themselves to them with both soul and body. The heir to the Karen Trading Association takes over, saying that the elf was too cheap to be a slave. He added that there are such ignorant elves. He looks at the slave and says that his eyes tell everything. The character heard the elf's answer that she was born with such eyes, but he stated that he didn't care how much it would cost. The elf was returned to the slave market for the third time. The character realized that the path ahead would be long and dangerous, passing through many fortresses and mountains. The hero arrived in the Principality of Chatan, an entire nation of merchants located in the very north of the continent. The character noted that this principality bordered a number of other countries and prospered thanks to the Jurin River. The magician saw the capital of Zeppelin, the heart of the principality's trade routes. The hero saw one man attack another, screaming for mercy. The character recognized Tarek, the head of the Rolofane Trading Association, who had beaten the victim. The mage heard Tarek say that 30 blows cost 30 gold. Levenhart saw the victim thank him for his intervention. The hero noticed that even after the beating, the victim calmed down after receiving the money. Lelsia realized that everything can be bought and sold here, even justice. The magician concluded that he had definitely never been to such a place before. He learned that punishment here could be avoided if you had money. Lelsium asked with displeasure what business they could have in such a city. The character replied that he wanted to buy an elf, which surprised the girl. The magician realized that he had been misunderstood and tried to justify himself, but decided that he didn't care what they thought of him. The hero reminded her that she was one of them and should understand what he was talking about. The girl agreed that her interlocutor was right in his assumptions. The magician heard Tarek accuse the merchants of extorting money. Beret met Tarek and they exchanged greetings, Tarek asking about the slave girl that Beret had recently bought. The character regretted that he had not been able to pass by this meeting. He learned that the slave was disobedient and was returned back. Tarek began to laugh at Beret's inability to tame the slave. Many people returned the elf immediately after purchasing it, that's why it's so cheap. The character became interested in whether he could tame the girl and decided to visit Elfenheim. The magician saw a strange guy training to the point of exhaustion. He asked what he was doing and heard that he was training. The hero noticed that the guy was skinny and was surprised why his muscles weren't growing. The character warned him not to push himself too hard, and he replied that everything would be fine and he would be able to move. Levenhart saw the boy use healing magic right during training. The hero understood why he wasn't gaining muscle mass. The character realized that healing magic was like turning back time. The magician explained that muscles grow from micro-damage and regeneration, and understood that healing returns muscles to their original state. The hero shouted that the guy was just wasting his time training. The character noted with regret that he had wasted 5 whole years of his life. The hero decided that he now had enough money, and he went to the slave market to find Ceres. The magician learned that a wide variety of slaves were being sold at this auction, from orcs to elves. Levenhart realized that the most popular were the elves, who were valued much higher than other races. The hero noted that elves are valued more highly because of their beauty, and their prices are corresponding. The character saw that the elf was worth about 300 gold, and the elf child was already worth about 100. The mage noticed that male elves were selling for next to nothing due to the high suicide rate among them. The guy admitted that he had never been to the elven slave market, but he thought that they were treated better than orcs. The hero wondered what a slave contract was, and whether the slaves themselves liked it. The character asked if they didn't live better under the care of civilized people, forgetting about hunger. The magician realized that this is exactly how the average person thinks about this issue. At that moment, a servant entered and apologized to the hero for keeping him waiting. Levenhard saw the world-famous slave girls of Elfenheim presented before him. The hero noticed that this was too much for the young lady and asked for forgiveness for his thoughts. The character wondered why they would take the girl to such a terrible place. The magician was surprised how the forest fairies, heirs of the great spirits, could fall so low. Levenhart asked if there were any dark-skinned elves, and the seller described his taste as unique. The hero tried to justify himself by saying that this was not what he meant when he spoke about the harm of slavery. The character learned that they had one dark-skinned slave, and the seller agreed to show her. The magician heard that the elves were receiving proper education and special training. The character said that he didn't need any explanations, and ordered them to take him to that elf, and demanded to show him number 148. Levenhart saw that here, still immature candidates were being trained to become assassins. The hero finally saw the product that interested him so much at this market. The character said Cirrus's name with bated breath when he saw her among the other slaves. The hero accidentally mixed the reagents, and the other one screamed in horror that they couldn't mix them because there would be an explosion. The character saw the mixture actually explode and was surprised as to why this happened. The magician, perplexed, asked who would mix the report flowers with the stone seeds, since this was an obvious mistake. He apologized and said that he was simply distracted by something else while working. The hero heard that he had said the same thing yesterday, and it had once again ended in an explosion. The character wondered why this man was so sweet at such a mature age, and it made him smile. The magician said that he had come to greet him one last time, and it sounded like a farewell. The guy noticed that his companions had such expressions on their faces as if they were seeing someone for the first time on the edge of the grave. The hero remembered that 2 million soldiers had gathered from all over the continent to crush the Demon King. The character wondered how they would deal with the consequences, given that their countries were completely dysfunctional. The magician noted that people do not even allow the thought of other races' right to exist. He explained that his companions would only be able to leave if he stayed, and he apologized. The hero heard that this was not a guarantee, but a prophecy, and for him it was the same thing. The character remembered the instruction to keep the elf close by while the orc made his way through the abyss. He was surprised that, while destroying some shrine, the dwarves suddenly proclaimed him a savior. The hero told Cirrus that it was time for her to go too, and she replied that she would wait for him. The character promised that no one knew what fate had in store for him and hoped for the best. The character sheepishly noted that the seller was embarrassed to show Cirrus to customers because of her defects. The magician found out that she was completely unteachable and had already been returned 3 times in a row. Levenhart realized that it was so difficult to sell that it was used to train other elves in real combat. The hero confirmed that he was still interested in purchasing, despite all the warnings. The character suspected that the seller wanted to inflate the price because of his perverted tastes. The magician was surprised that the price of 300 gold was very cheap for such a product. Levenhart heard that the seller was unsure whether to sell the defective item at all. The hero noticed with horror the many scars on Cirrus's body and how much she had suffered. Levenhart threw his jacket over her because it was quite cold outside. The hero asked if she had a name and heard a negative answer. The character suggested calling her Ceres, and she agreed with the name. The magician said that her full name was now Ceres Valencia, and she remembered it. The hero anxiously asked if the seller was talking about number 148. The character heard that it had already been purchased about an hour ago, and this amazed him. The man suggested that Beret might have bought the elf back to thwart his plans. Levenhart learned that the buyer was a young man whom the seller had not seen before. The hero asked his name, but the seller did not ask because he was paying in cash. Levenhart asked for a description of the buyer, and the seller said he was a young man of strong build. The hero decided to do without equipment for now and promised to buy better equipment a little later. The hero asked Cirrus if she was hungry and heard that she would follow his will. The character said she didn't have to call him Lord, but she asked if he would take her back. The magician hastened to assure that this was not what he meant, and his words sounded different. Levenhart noticed how Cirrus was surprised by his care, because he first wrapped her in a cloak and then bought her good clothes. The hero realized that she looked at him as an ordinary human girl, and not as a slave. The character explained that she could treat him as a travel companion rather than a master. The magician asked her not to call him sir, but to address him by his first name, and this made her smile. The magician learned that the restaurant Mercy Redanti was the most popular in Zeppelin. Leffenhart noted that they used the name of the goddess Redanti, patroness of a bountiful harvest. The hero joked that communion should mean free food, and this brought a smile. The character noted that the Philinense cult also makes money from beauty services. The magician noted that this does not contradict the canons of religion, since she is the goddess of love and beauty. Leffenhart heard that one service at the Temple of Philinense costs a mountain of gold. The hero wondered why Cirrus didn't like this place, and wondered about her feelings. The hero noticed her picking up a rapier, and asked if she preferred a saber. The guy was surprised how he knew her preferences, and this caused surprise. The magician remembered that martial arts masters can identify a person's weapon by his hands. Leffenhart never thought he would ever have the mithril-based weapon he dreamed of. The character heard a quiet request to speak for a few words, and this caught his attention. The hero asked what was the matter when the intermediary approached him with some proposal. The character heard that a famous aristocrat wanted to get this elf, and this made him wary. The magician asked what was the matter, and his voice sounded calm and confident, and he learned that the aristocrat was ready to offer a reasonable price for this slave. The hero heard an offer to replace it with another, higher quality one, but refused. The character firmly stated that he was not interested in this replacement, and this sounded like a refusal. He insisted that his master was offering a reasonable price, and he would not understand refusal. Leffenhart repeated that he was not interested, and that was the final verdict. The hero heard that his interlocutor left him no choice, and it sounded like a threat. The character noticed that the intermediary was talking about being attracted to the elf, and this angered him. The hero decided to wait for the right opportunity to kidnap this elf. The character suggested saying she was dead and offering double the price for her. The magician noted that the elf was being sold for a pittance, and it would not be expensive. The man agreed that the plan sounded tempting and allowed Sir Lantas to come along. The character calculated that he had 2,000 gold pieces left, and it turned out to be more money than he thought. The magician realized that this was very little for his plan to found a new empire. Leffenhart wondered if he should try investing instead of carrying all this weight around for nothing. The hero remembered that in the near future, the kingdom of Crovens would be struck by famine. The magician realized that already next spring, famine would raise a wave of deaths and terrible scenes. Leffenhart decided that investing in grain now was a wise choice for him. The hero listed 3 trading associations, Rolefane, Caron, and Taoban, that came to mind. The head of Taobang is outraged by the actions of Rolefine, who sells millet at half price. The character realized that Rolefane still remains the second largest trading union on the continent. The head of Taobang is concerned about losing partners due to dumping. A visitor came to him with an investment proposal. The character heard that the sum of 1,500 gold coins made the headman change his mind. The mage stated that he wanted to invest this money in grain for the kingdom of Crovens. Leffenhart asked that the warehouses be filled for the barley harvest next spring. The hero heard the chief's surprise because no one was buying grain in Crovans. The character replied that even an orc would wash himself as soon as he got used to soap. The magician said that it would be his problem, and the boss would profit no matter the outcome. Leffenhart heard that the boss did not dare to offer a client a case that was obviously doomed to failure. The hero threatened to leave for another trade union if he did not agree. The character saw the boss stop him and admit that the business was going through hard times. The magician realized that, with his investment, they could easily survive the difficulties and even succeed. Leffenhart stood by his decision, declaring that it was his money and he would decide where to invest it. Leffenhart decided to take the opportunity to find out what had happened to him in the past. The hero plunged into memories and saw how the High Elves were originally the guardians of the forest. The character remembered that they lived in eternal grace under the protection of the World Tree of Elfenheim. The magician realized that every living creature was their friend, and the trees provided them with food. Leffenhart remembered how humans had oppressed the elves, putting them in a miserable position, but one day, an evil force would show them the way to paradise. The hero realized that the elves are the heirs of the Great Fairy, and their strength lies in this. The character recalled how his mother told her beloved daughter to never forget about pride. The magician heard that the girl would soon go to a better place because she was pretty. The guy asked, admiring how she moved so dexterously, and the answer was that you just need to try your best and not be lazy. The hero compared this with the Ruthenian instructions and wondered if all warriors were like this. The character saw her training and realized that this was the path to strength. He noticed that the technique was polished and precise, like that of a true master. Strangers approached the girl and said that she would go with them. One of the strangers added that they would take her to the real master, and this caused alarm. The strangers again said that they would take Cirrus to the real master. The character loudly asked who they were and by what right did they interfere in his affairs. The boy saw how the attackers took the necessary measures to ensure that no one would come to their aid. The man was indignant, since he had already said that the elf was not for sale, and he demanded an explanation for this coercion. The hero noticed how one of the attackers was surprised by his loud voice and called him a snot. The character was amazed to see Cirrus display incredible strength in combat with her enemies. The magician heard the priest call upon divine power to crush the wicked with his staff. The guy thought that if the pilgrim died, no one would even blink an eye, and this made him wary. The hero was outraged by what this freak was saying and felt anger inside himself. The character heard a voice that said that everything was fine and it was not a problem. The boy saw with fear how Cirrus turned to him and said that it was time to get to work. The boy breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Cirrus's voice, but his heart was still pounding wildly from the stress he had experienced. He couldn't believe she was talking about work so calmly, as if they hadn't been in mortal danger just a moment ago. The rival approached an orc named Talcata, and he complied. The hero realized that the orc warrior Talcata works for his masters and follows orders. The character heard Talcata's order to catch the elf, and this alarmed him. The orc apologized to Cirrus and said that this was her fate. The orc's vocal apparatus does not allow them to fully reproduce human speech. The hero noticed that Cirrus was much stronger than these people, and she defended herself successfully. The character asked if he could handle this situation and protect her. Talcata heard the order not to damage the goods, and this spoke volumes about Cirrus's value. The heroine felt that she was facing a strong opponent and assessed his strength. The character realized that he shouldn't have left the saber in the room, and now he is unarmed. The owner had already started scolding Talcata for digging around and not being able to cope. It was clear that the orc couldn't cope even with such a girl, and this surprised him. Talcata realized that he would not be given food again today because of this failure. Then he saw how Cirrus didn't dodge the blows, and it was strange, and he noticed how he almost killed her but changed the trajectory of the blow in time. The boy asked if Cirrus could block thrown blades, and she answered in the affirmative. The hero said that he believed in her, and this gave her strength in battle. The character heard an angry shout about her being a bitch, and it was an insult. The magician noticed how the enemy ordered her to stand still, but she did not obey. The heroine saw how Saint Philarnes called upon divine power to fight his enemies. The hero realized that although divine power was meant to fight demons, it would only help buy time. The character urged everyone to run quickly, taking advantage of the moment, and they moved forward. The mage noticed how confused the enemies were, that they had fled. The boy heard Talcata wondering why they had missed the elf. The hero realized that such a devastation had been caused because of one elf, and it was a shame. The character heard how Cirrus was stronger than he thought, and it impressed him. Even with Talcata, they couldn't catch the girl, and that was a defeat. The man realized that the slave was fighting on equal terms with the experienced orc warrior. The hero heard that it was now his turn, and he was ready to fight. The character asked where she had gone and looked around for Cirrus. The hero strained all his senses, trying to catch even the slightest trace of Cirrus among the noise and bustle of the shopping district. The character understood that every second of delay could cost them their freedom, and possibly their very lives. The man noticed movement in the shadow of a neighboring building and decided to check out the suspicious spot. He took a few quick steps in that direction, hoping that his instincts were not failing him at this crucial moment. The hero suggested returning to the room for equipment, but Cirrus objected that they were already waiting there. The character noted that she thought they could handle 1 or 2 enemies, but it was better than running around with a single blade. The magician was surprised at how quickly his opinion of Leafenhart changed, because at first he seemed like a naive child to him. The guy said they didn't have time to change and ordered them to grab whatever they could and run. The hero heard the priest call on Fialans to erase their traces and protect them from danger. The character again turned to the deity with a request to grant them a second wind to escape. The magician learned that Pantas was a swordsman who had achieved heights in fencing and mastered the aura. The hero was surprised that the child was able to erase traces of his presence, like a high-ranking priest. The character noticed that their fresh tracks were still discovered by their pursuers. Sir Lantis was heard asking if they had found them and if they had escaped again. The man realized that they couldn't have gone far and ordered the dogs to be released to search. The heroine asked if it wouldn't be better to disappear into the crowd to avoid pursuit. The character replied that one should avoid people as much as possible because no one would help runaway slaves. He realized that even the Holy Order would not support them, and now he understood why the pilgrims were dying like flies. Then he thought that if he gave in now and went back, he would be in her power again. The hero swore that he would never return with such a miserable body, and this was his principle. The guy remarked that if Mr. Rifen were here, everything would have been resolved already. The character noted that love has the power to forge destiny from chance and transform encounters into purpose. The magician said that a man meets a woman and says that their meeting is like a miracle among countless people. The character noted that this spell was intended to find suitable matches, although today, that was not entirely appropriate. The mage told Cirrus that she was so strong, and he had seen the elf assassin Lelsia, but Cirrus seemed much stronger. The hero was surprised that he seemed to be talking not to a slave, but to an ordinary person. The character asked if they were still there and heard that the thread broke here. The magician realized that this was not Mr. Leafenhart, and they had made a mistake in their search. They were caught, and a stranger said they were caught. The hero noticed that, thanks to them, he had warmed up well before the fight, and his eyes were already shining with excitement. The character warned that he did not advise trying to hit again, otherwise it would be worse. The magician realized that if they ran now, they would only expose their backs, and there was only one way out to defeat the enemy. The man saw Cirrus strike, and it wasn't a rookie skill. The hero said that she was quite talented and had put a lot of effort into achieving such success. The character was surprised at who this opponent was, and realized that he was famous in the world of knights. The magician wondered why such a powerful man would get involved in dirty deeds. The enemy heard the priest call upon the courage of the lion and the strength of the giants for Ceres. The hero noticed that so many sacred conclusions at once meant the level of a bishop, and not just a priest. The magician told Ceres to show him her power, and she changed beyond recognition with the priest's blessing. The character realized with amazement that before him stood not just an ordinary priest, whose power exceeded all his previous ideas. Suddenly, the boys heard their opponent say that they had gotten too carried away while he was playing with them. The hero realized that the enemy possessed an aura, and this was a serious discovery for everyone. The hero was surprised to notice that the slave had forced him to use his aura, which was an unexpected turn of events. The character asked in confusion what the swordsman with the aura was doing here, and this made him feel uneasy. The magician noted that such warriors could live in luxury anywhere, but they were used to capture a slave. The boy saw Sir Lantas appear and realized that he was a famous knight from the Taken Kingdom. The hero learned that Lantas was the heir of a noble family and awakened the aura after 30 years. The character remembered that the entire kingdom rejoiced at the appearance of the new ruler of the aura, but he had a terrible fetish. The magician realized that this fetish began with elven slaves and even spread to royalty. I also learned that after this secret was revealed, Lantas became the greatest disgrace of the Taken Kingdom. The hero said that Lantas hid in the Principality of Chatan and continued his dirty deeds. The character was outraged that the owner of the aura was engaged in such dirty deeds and that it was a shame. The magician heard that Lantas was simply working for his salary and enjoyed playing tag. The man standing nearby realized that for the Rolfane trade union, his dishonor was nothing compared to the benefit. The hero learned that Lantas is good at any dirty work and added that one hand washes the other. The magician realized that in 10 years, Rolfane had become the second largest in the Chatan Principality, thanks to Lantas. Lantas suppressed the priest's divine power so that he could not help. The hero heard his companion ask him not to harm the elf, otherwise Tarek would be displeased. The magician noticed that Lantas said that this young priest also looked handsome. Leffenhart heard his companion say to take the priest with him, and this caused alarm. The hero shouted that he was actually a guy, and this surprised everyone present. The man heard the priest scream for him not to be touched, but it was too late. The hero noticed with surprise that the guy should have torn tendons, but he got up without treatment. The character called him the most beautiful, fragile, and trembling zombie in the world. The mage heard Lantas threaten to cut off his little legs, and it was cruel. Leffenhard finally found them and angrily told them they were scoundrels. The hero exclaimed Riffin's name with relief, and he asked how they dared to covet Cirrus. The character was ready to protect her at any cost from these dirty criminals. The hero heard the question with surprise and did not understand what was happening around him. The character realized that in front of him was not just a young guy with a good physique, but someone much more serious. The man felt a very strong aura coming from Leffenhart, and it amazed him. Leffenhart learned that this was the current owner of the slave, and his companion was surprised because he considered him an ordinary brat. The hero noticed that all his senses were going crazy from the mere presence of Leffenhart, and this was unusual. The character realized that his inability to calculate the enemy's level only meant that the enemy also possessed an aura. The magician thanked him for protecting Cirrus, and it was sincere. The enemy was surprised how such a young man could control an aura, because appearances are deceiving. The hero said that he had not met people as strong as Leffenhart for a long time, and this was true. The character called for not making chivalrous speeches, being a dirty, perverted old man, and that was impudent. Leffenhart heard the screams and realized that it was time to do something about this situation. Ceres was surprised that Mr. Leffenhart really had an aura, and this was a revelation. The opponent realized that this was not the level of a person who had just awakened his aura. The hero noticed that the enemy was too skillful in controlling his aura, and this was alarming. The character suggested that he could have opened his aura in his teens and retained his childish appearance until his 40s. The magician didn't understand why he was so strong if he was a pervert who had his hands on Ceres. Leffenhart decided that he needed to punch the person who claimed that martial arts build good character. The hero saw himself deflecting the sword with one swing of his hand, and it was impressive. The character asked if he was a student of the king of martial arts Gerard, and it was a logical assumption. Then he decided to add, asking why he was so concerned about this slave when he was so strong. Leffenhart called for his words to be repeated, and it sounded like a challenge. The hero said that those who are called slaves have feelings and will, and this was important. The character asked if he wanted to speak to them as equals, which sounded revolutionary. The magician wondered why they became like this, and looked for the answer in his soul. Leffenhart noted that he had little idea what he was trying to prove. The hero realized that it was the same reaction as always, and it was predictable. The character noted an unshakable belief that any creature other than humans is second class. The magician realized that this idea was too ingrained in the minds of humanity. Leffenhart noticed that people see other species crying and laughing, but refuse to acknowledge their feelings. The hero asked how people were better if they allowed themselves to humiliate them. The character said that it is natural that humans, being the pinnacle of evolution, make them slaves. Leffenhart asked why the descendants of great spirits should bear such a heavy cross. The hero noted that if people were not at the helm, they themselves could become slaves. The character remembered how the people enthusiastically celebrated their victory when they enslaved the orcs. The magician noticed that when the gnomes were deprived of their will, they also had fun and laughed. Leffenhart noted that when they subjugated the elves, they enjoyed triumph. The hero said that such is human nature, and if you allow slavery to exist, be prepared to become a slave yourself. The character was indignant, wondering if he had gone crazy, and this was his reaction to his words. The magician asked if he seriously thought he wanted to enslave people. Leffenhart firmly stated that no series was a slave. This was his principle. The hero realized that as long as the system of slavery flourished on the continent, even weak people were part of it. The hero realized that this is where serfdom and unjust ideology originated. The character realized that defending an unjust ideology will always backfire, and only a fool does not understand this. The magician noted that if this vicious circle is not broken, nothing will change for the better. Leffenhart decided that if he didn't try to change the false perceptions, one day, everyone would live in fear. The hero firmly stated that this needed to be fixed, and he would put an end to it at any cost. The character heard his opponent laugh hoarsely, and realized that he would not give up without a fight. The magician promised to change this world, no matter what, and this was his firm decision. Leffenhart said he wanted no one to call Cirrus a slave again, and that became his goal. The hero swore that for her sake, he would change this damn world and make it fair. The character noticed with surprise that the enemy seemed to have gone mad with his beliefs. The hero firmly declared that Cirrus was not a slave, and his voice sounded like a sentence for everyone present. The character was surprised that Leffenhart wasn't just another crazy bastard, and wondered if elves really weren't slaves. The magician asked if he had ever tried talking to them, and that was an important question. Leffenhart reiterated that if one were to accept the existence of slavery, one must be prepared to become a slave oneself one day. The hero wondered why they became like this, and looked for the answer in the depths of his soul. The character wondered if it hadn't even occurred to him that they themselves could become slaves. The magician remarked that one must be obsessed with role-playing games to spout such nonsense. Leffenhart heard his opponent groan something unintelligible. The hero again asked why the descendants of great spirits should bear such a heavy cross. The character repeated that they are the descendants of great spirits, and this is their strength and pride. The magician heard the plea for mercy, but was adamant in his decision and asked why on earth he should spare such a perverted degenerate. Leffenhart asked if everyone was okay, and if anyone was injured, the guy replied that he had already treated everyone, as expected from a walking first aid kit. The girl asked if he was okay now, after everything that had happened. The magician was surprised that Ceres spoke to him, although there was still a chill in her voice. Leffenhart noticed that these bastards were running away, and something had to be done. The hero threatened them that he would arrange an unforgettable evening if they tried to escape. The character asked who gave them the order, and demanded an answer. The magician said they would not split, which was expected. Leffenhart remarked that they were lucky that he was merciful, but they were still afraid. The hero asked again who was behind all this, and demanded the truth. The character heard that it was Tarek, the head of the Ronaleffen Trading Association. The magician realized that Tarek lived on the outskirts of Zeppelin, and he needed to leave the city. Leffenhart recognized the one who had bullied Ceres for 10 years in his past life. The hero said that he wanted to kill that bastard more than anything when he saved her. The character noticed that when he came for his soul, he was already lying dead in bed. The magician asked if they would follow him, and warned that even they should not do so. Leffenhart learned that Tarek owned the second largest trading association in the Principality of Chatan. At this time, the guy noticed that they were taking a long time to deliver the elf, and this made him wary. The character was surprised that Roman was rummaging around there, and asked about Lantis's toys. Then he looked at the girls who were shaking with fear, but quickly forgot about them. The man noticed that he was imagining things, or that there was some noise outside that was causing him anxiety. The character noticed that another public rally was being held outside, and this aroused his curiosity. The hero breathed a sigh of relief and thought about how difficult it was not to kill his enemies. The priest called on Philinens to look after the young slave and erase the painful memories. Leffenhart wondered if this was the kind of spell usually used to heal a broken heart. Avalcia noticed that there were few fun moments in battles, and that memory erasing skills were very useful. The orc Talcata stood up to defend his master, despite all the persuasion, but the hero noticed that the orc had the blood of a warrior in him, and he was true to his duty. The character asked why he would even raise his sword for someone who wasn't worth it. The magician replied that he was a warrior and had obligations that he must fulfill. Leafenhard heard that if he was swept away or broken, he would not be able to call himself a warrior. The hero said that the orc lives in slavery, and this was the bitter truth. He noted that that man was not even his life mentor. Leafenhard saw Cirrus confidently say that she would take care of this orc. The hero asked if she could handle it, and she replied that she had the necessary weapons. The character noticed how the orc said that the weak elf had become stronger, and this was an admission. The magician ordered Cillian to cover them and warned them what to do in case of danger. Leafenhard heard the enemy say that he was going to ignore him and go straight to Tarek. The hero noticed that by focusing all his attention on him, he was showing disrespect to his elf opponent. The character heard the orc say that orcs are orcs, and it was simply a statement of fact. The magician smelled drugs and became wary, realizing that this could be a trap. Leafenhard asked in disgust who this freak was and prepared for battle. The hero heard a cry that everyone there heard, and it made him smile. The character said he'd seen some pretty bad shit in his life, but he definitely wouldn't get away with something like this. The hero angrily asked who this man was and shouted that everyone around him had fallen asleep. The character wondered why there were so many people in this world who shouldn't be left alive. The mage heard Tarek calling for Talcata and realized that something had gone wrong. Leafenhard asked what he wanted, and Tarek suggested that he needed money or a place in the market. The hero realized that Tarek thought this was the work of the Taoban trade union, and it was funny. The character heard Tarek offer to double the amount he was promised, and it was pathetic. The magician remembered that Cirrus had endured this misery for 10 whole years, and it was unbearable. Leafenhard heard the offer to draw up a contract and the promise not to take revenge, but he did not believe it. The hero decided that he had failed last time, but this time he would do everything right. The character struck and heard Tarek scream in pain, asking why he was doing this to him. The magician asked with disgust how this creeping freak dared to do such things to Ceres. Leafenhard heard Tarek ask who this Ceres was, and it made him angry. The hero said that he defiled her with these hands and kicked her, and it was unbearable. The character noted that he didn't even want to think about what else he had done with her over the years. The magician said that what was happening might seem unfair, but now he would understand how his victims felt. The hero noticed that Tarek lived a righteous life, and this made him smile. The character said that this was very cruel, and those bastards deserved worse. The magician agreed with this and asked Cillian if he was used to such sights. Cillian saw how Cirrus took care of Talcata, and she was indeed strong. The hero noted that if it weren't for Cillian's healing, she wouldn't be standing here. The character was relieved to see that Talcata was not dead, and his breathing became weaker. The magician heard Tarek recognize Cirrus as the slave he had acquired. Leafenhard asked if he killed children, which was the accusation. Ceres decided it was the least she could do, and was ready to act. The magician saw Tarek scream that she was going to kill him for the slave, and asked if her head was okay. Leafenhard ordered that they should not dare touch her with their dirty paws. The hero counted how many slaves there were in this place, and it was a terrifying number. The character thanked Talcata for her help, and he replied that his master was now her master. The mage noticed that the gender ratio was strange, and orc women were not in demand. The boy asked if he had tried talking to them, and wondered why they had to be slaves at all. This simple question made everyone present freeze, because none of them had ever perceived slaves as individuals. No one thought they were capable of dialogue, and now this thought has turned their usual worldview upside down. The hero apologized for the delay and showed the slave contracts and the seal of the head of the Rolfane Union. The character said he found them in the safe when he broke through the wall of the office. The magician heard that this was barbarism, and it was a phrase he had not heard for 50 years. The hero cursed and asked why he was so stupid and why he brought these contracts at all. The character replied that they needed them, and that was his firm conviction. The magician loudly announced to everyone that if they were not rightfully slaves, he would immediately free them. Leafenhard asked them what they would choose and offered them freedom. The hero noticed that they did not understand what he meant, and that their new master's orders were too complicated. The character realized that they didn't even know what freedom was. Everything was sad. Cillian asked if he intended to resell the slaves. Leafenhard replied that he had no intention of trading them. The magician realized that freeing these children without a home and the will to fight alone was his personal whim. The hero heard himself asked if he had really bought them all, and this was unexpected. The character said that he would find out about this a little later, and asked to secretly take care of them. The magician promised that very interesting news awaited him tomorrow morning, and said that he alone would have to establish the truth in this matter. The hero realized that if the secret was revealed, he alone would be under suspicion. The magician gave him 100 gold pieces for expenses, which should be enough for the boys. The man was surprised by the amount, and wondered if he had robbed Rolofine's mansion. The hero said that there is one place on the outskirts of Zeppelin where no one will know anything. The character asked to make sure that no one would touch them or treat them like slaves. He agreed that this was natural and noted that 100 gold pieces was even too much. The character was surprised that Leffenhard wanted full-fledged lessons for the slaves and asked why go so far. The magician explained that everything is simple. The better trained the slave, the more benefit he brings to his master. Leffenhard heard objections that slaves were incapable of absorbing such knowledge, but he had already paid. The hero noted that if everything worked out, slaves would rise in price, and this should be beneficial for everyone. The character agreed, but warned that it would be difficult, since the mentors would hardly agree to teach slaves. The magician thought about how to cope with this problem, and suggested attracting students who needed money. Leffenhard heard the question about how students could teach and replied that basic knowledge would be quite sufficient for him. The character still didn't understand how slaves could learn anything, and compared it to training a dog. Leffenhard recalled that the cream of society rejected the idea, considering it useless. The hero realized that everything stemmed from the established belief in the insignificance of all races, except the human race. The character decided to turn this faith to his advantage and use it for his own purposes. The man said the reason slaves are not trained is because it is a preventative measure against rebellions. Leffenhard noticed that most ordinary people had no idea about this, and this was a problem. The hero suggested that once the slaves began to receive an education, even Sivolt would be surprised by their understanding. The character asked Cillian if he had any money, and added that he had suddenly given all the money to Sivolt. The mage realized he hadn't accounted for shipping costs, and Cirrus considered returning the clothes. Leffenhard forbade this and noticed that Cirrus laughed for the first time since becoming a slave. This sincere, slightly timid laughter sounded like music to him, and he realized that for this moment it was worth going through all the trials. The hero saw how the next morning Zeppelin was on his ears from the news. The character learned that the head of the trading association, Rolofan Tarek, and the head of Corona Beret were found dead. The magician realized that the criminal was unknown, and the estate workers were interrogated, but they remembered nothing. Leffenhard heard witnesses talking about a giant elf, and their accounts differed. The news of the death of the two influential merchants spread quickly throughout Zeppelin, and the city was plunged into an atmosphere of fear and suspicion. The hero noticed that rumors were spreading at an incredible rate, and every resident was offering their own version of what had happened. The character understood that someone was behind this chaos, and this was only the beginning of great changes in the Principality of Chatan. The character noticed that Cillian turned out to be a much more outstanding priest than he had expected. The mage realized that if he continued at the same pace, he could become stronger than Zilin herself. Leffenhard wondered why he had never heard of him in his past life, and whether he had died young. The character said that they arrived in the Kingdom of Grime 2 weeks after leaving Chatan. The mage pointed to a place near the Settlard Mountains where the forgotten ancient ruins of Apoccione were located. The hero finally arrived at the goal and saw the door sealed with magic and said that he didn't think they could open it by force. Leffenhard admitted that he was familiar with magic, which was unexpected for the warrior. The hero was surprised that he was a warrior mage who mastered both martial arts and aura. The character noticed that this was unfair because he was trying his best, but still hadn't pumped up a single muscle. The hero was gathering mana for the spell, and his companions were surprised to notice that third circle magic required a lot of energy. The character cast a spell in the name of the ancients, and commanded the power of the seal to open what was locked. The mage commanded the gates to open, and it took him a full 13 minutes of concentration. The character found the magical bow, Nihilin, which fired arrows made of mana and could fire several bolts at once. The magician noticed that it looked like an ordinary stick, but in fact it was a branch of the Elfenheim Tree of Life. Leffenhard asked Cirrus how she liked the bow, and she replied that it was excellent stuff. The hero was surprised how he even realized that it was an artifact, and remembered that it was Cirrus's main weapon in her past life. The character said that he had heard of it before, and suggested not to be upset, since the continent was still full of unexplored ruins. The magician realized that the voice of Acution had no analogues, and only with this artifact could he replenish his powers. He hoped that he would have better luck in other ruins, but a shadow of doubt had already crept into his soul. His companions smiled encouragingly at him, although they themselves also felt disappointed by the empty hall. The hero decided that he would not stop until he found a way to regain his former power and magical greatness. Leffenhard saw the village of Gehallen and was delighted at the opportunity to taste food prepared by someone. The hero praised the food and asked if this portion was enough for them because it was very tasty. The character heard that this was all thanks to their brilliant chef, and previous guests often complained about the dishes. The magician asked who these guests were and learned that a company of knights had been here a week ago. Leffenhard learned that they wanted to explore some ruins and asked to tell him more about them. The hero heard that Viscount Kelberin had arrived with a group of researchers, all of whom were of high status. The character noticed that among them, there was even a knight dressed in gold, and he was shining from head to toe. The magician said that he was a very interesting gentleman and a nice person in himself. At this time, Viscount Kelberin thanked the Count for destroying all the monsters in the ruins. The Viscount then added that he considered it an honor to witness the Count's exploits. Jesus Tennis, who was the commander of the knightly order of the Tennis family, said that a third of the treasure belonged to the Viscount, as agreed. Viscount Kelberin exclaimed enthusiastically that this was as expected of the Golden Knight of Grime, and his voice sounded with genuine admiration. Jesus Tennis replied modestly that it was an honor for him to fight alongside the Viscount, and he did not care at all about the treasures. The Golden Knight offered the Viscount to take all the valuables he found for himself, since he had plenty of money. Kelberin noted with a smile that it would be much more useful to establish connections with Sir Jesus than to think about riches. Jesus asked what the Viscount had done with the adamant and orichalcum he had found, and was told that they would be used to make weapons. Kelberin noted with pride that this was to be expected from a family known for their mining business, and they had many talented dwarves. The Viscount introduced his daughters to the guest and said that this was the famous Golden Knight Sir Jesus Tennis. Jesus politely replied that he knew the Viscount was married, but he just wanted to introduce everyone to each other. Suddenly, someone shouted that one of the artifacts had summoned a demon and that they needed to flee. People fled in panic, begging for help, and cries for rescue echoed throughout the estate. The hero was surprised to notice that there was a summoning artifact there, and this explained the appearance of the monster. The officer ordered the civilians to be immediately removed and lined up, and the mages to take up positions in the rear. The knights were given the command to raise their shields and prepare to attack the demon. The mage called upon Azrius and asked him to heed his sincere call for help. He created a frosty wind and directed it at the enemy, ordering it to destroy all enemies. The Will of Ice spell bound the demon's legs, and the knights awaited further instructions from their commander. One of the warriors screamed in panic, asking what this madman was doing when he rushed to attack. The demon roared furiously, and no one could resist his onslaught and power. The magician ordered to leave him and continue to maintain the retreat route. Sir Jesus appeared at the scene of the battle, and his appearance brought hope to the hearts of the warriors. The Golden Knight asked with disdain whom this demon dared to call brother, for great knights of tennis are not born from a stray dog. The demon Sophiaton was a monster that knights without aura could not cope with. Jesus called on the demon to open his eyes and prepare for battle. The Golden Knight challenged the netherworld demon and urged him to attack. Jesus called upon the demon to open his eyes and prepare for battle, and his voice sounded like a sentence for this monster. At that moment, his entire being radiated unshakable confidence in victory. Leffenhart asked in surprise if this was the Golden Knight Jesus, and heard an affirmative answer. Ceres confirmed that Jesus is indeed quite famous and renowned on the continent. The hero noticed that Jesus was one of the strongest night mages, and could even give aura owners a head start. The character asked Ceres if she had heard of him, and she replied in the affirmative. The magician joked that the pajamas suited Ceres and asked if they fit her well. Someone pointed out that even if Jesus is strong, you can't compare a mage knight with an aura user, since the former is simply using a magical artifact. Leffenhart acknowledged that Eldred's magical armor was the most powerful magical tool of the era, and it was not easy to master. The hero clarified that the true golden Eldril was a magical metal. It was several times rarer than silver mithril, which explained its value. The mage said that Eldred's armor and Eldrin's sword were made of real gold. They were also artifacts of the highest rank of the Silver Age. The character noted that these relics were passed down in the Tennis family from generation to generation. He added that the swordsman mages who used them were called Golden Knights. Leffenhart explained that when wearing Eldrad, one could activate unprecedented magical power with just a few words. The hero added that this power allowed them to fight on equal terms even with aura owners, making the Tennis Knights a formidable force. The mage called upon the armor to awaken and allow him to become a feather, catching the tailwind for battle. The character noted that the Tennis clan had done a lot of research to learn how to harness Eldrad's power. After all, even the most powerful tool did not provide an absolute advantage. Leffenhart heard the question about how highly he thought of the Mage Knights, and admitted that the aura owners disliked them for that. The hero noted that the Tennis clan's armor-using techniques were significantly deeper than most fencing techniques. The mage cast a spell to pierce the eye of the death god and let the leopard's roar shake the enemy's body. The character noticed that the Tennis Knights had lost most of their normal fencing skills and were focusing only on the artifact. Leffenhart said that even if you devote your entire life to fencing, it is not a fact that you will be able to master the aura. Simon warned against fighting the Count, but Leffenhart said he needed to retrieve his artifact. The priest asked with surprise whether they were now going to make a living by stealing. Leffenhart recalled that in the Principality of Chatan, he helped them because he considered their actions to be just. The priest apologized for his doubts and admitted that there was some truth in Leffenhart's words. Simon noted that no matter how valuable the artifacts were, he would never have thought that Leffenhart would covet someone else's property. The priest realized that he needed to find this artifact at any cost, and this was his main task. Leffenhart replied that this was why he was worried, because the Count had ruined all his plans. Meanwhile, Viscount Kelberin congratulated Jesus on his excellent work and said that the demon Sophiatin had no chance. Jesus ordered that they finish here and left Sir Lot to finish the rest, and he expelled the swordsman, who could only cut from top to bottom, from the family. The Golden Knight told Russ to go where he belonged, and he replied bitterly that he would always be Tennis's swordsman. The next day, Russ's comrades asked him what he had done the previous day, and he replied that he had simply wanted to defeat the demon. He was asked who had asked him, since he had been clearly told to wait for the captain to arrive, and this was a violation of orders. Russ stated that he was also a warrior from the Tennis clan, and any problems could be solved with a duel. Someone called him a dirty cur, but he didn't pay attention to it, knowing his strength. Leffenhart noted that Russ was strong, but had only mastered one fencing technique, the downward strike, and the breathing technique required for it. The mage described how Russ's sword described a perfect arc in the air, so fast that the blow was barely noticeable. The character noted that a true swordmaster spares no effort in achieving a perfect strike, but the execution of other techniques was shameful. Leffenhart confirmed that the Tennis family was indeed slowly losing their normal fencing skills. The mage noted that Russ had never studied them, and that was all he had been taught. The character realized that because Russ was illegitimate, the vassals opposed teaching him the necessary skills. Leffenhart learned that his father was only able to pass on one technique to him, but it was only part of the great path of the sword. The mage said that this path could lead Russ straight to the aura if he could awaken this forgotten power. Leffenhart realized that Russ's father had placed great hopes on him, and he did not want to let him down. Jesus called Russ an idiot, but still acknowledged his tenacity and dedication to his cause. The hero thought with annoyance that this cretin turned out to be a genius, and this was unexpected. Leffenhart noted with irony that he couldn't even believe that he had to deal with all this crap after being reborn. The main character had to jump over fences while wearing a mask, which was considered utter idiocy. The mage wondered why the local lord's castle was so huge, and this surprised him. The guard didn't understand the lord, because there was already a golden knight in Grime, and why were they needed here? The other one felt that something was wrong and asked what was wrong, but his companion replied that he must have imagined it. The magician realized that stealing was not such a difficult task, and perhaps he had a talent for it. Leffenhart thought that, as befits guards, these imposing blockheads must be knights of tennis. The magician heard himself being asked who he was and quickly applied choke as the best way to fight silently. Leffenhart finally saw what he was looking for, and it was a barrier that tracked the movements and heat of the spell. The magician realized that it was a spell, but it would not be so easy to disable the system, and this infuriated him. Leffenhart knew that the magical barriers must have a core, and it was probably somewhere nearby. The magician found the core on a stone with engraved runes and realized that it was a secret anti-magic treasure. Leffenhart saw the sealed pot, the bottomless bags, and even the heavenly lyre, and realized that this was what he had been missing. The hero realized with annoyance that it was an ordinary tripwire, and his plan had failed in the most stupid way. The man heard something strange and asked what was going on. He noticed that someone had invaded the tower, and it worried him greatly. Leffenhart cursed silently that he had bypassed the most difficult obstacles only to end up so idiotic in a tripwire. The character decided that stealing was best left to the professionals and admitted defeat. The magician realized that one wrong jab could kill them, and it was difficult for him to control his strength. Leffenhart heard shouts to stop the thief and realized he had to leave immediately. The magician saw his pursuers calling for him to stop and surrender. Leffenhart realized that he was truly doomed and looked for a way to escape. The mage was surprised to notice that they were trying to slow him down instead of killing him, and that was a good thing. Leffenhart heard Sir Gahara summon a fiery arc and knew it was a serious attack. The mage cursed that these knights had quite a large stock of skills, and this made escape difficult. Leffenhart heard himself called a criminal and threatened with Tennis's sword. The mage noticed that Russ tried to attack, but he was stopped, shouted at not to dare break formation. Leffenhart heard the name Russ and realized that it was familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where. The mage noticed that Russ's movements, breathing, and steps were rather mediocre, but there was something special in his strike. Leffenhart watched in amazement as Russ showed off a cool punch, but he couldn't dodge the banal thing. The magician realized that someone was a terrible student, which was evident from his technique. Leffenhart called upon a beam of heaven to rain down from the skies and strike at his enemies. The mage noticed that Russ's movements, breathing, and steps were rather mediocre. He noticed that it was a Grime Knight, and he said that his skills were too outstanding for a simple rogue. Leffenhart said he had his reasons and promised to tell him more later. The magician remembered one of the key rules of the unbreakable rocking chair, to strike first, and applied it. Leffenhart saw Sir Jesus doing something and was surprised by his actions. The magician asked what they were doing and what kind of deadly attacks they were carrying out. This sudden attack caused the Knights of Tennis to hesitate, and they momentarily lost their battle formation. However, Leffenhart realized that it had not worked out, and his plan had failed again. The magician noticed that the restoration had failed, and this was a bad sign. The rival called upon him to rise from the abyss and reveal his roar to frighten his enemies. The mage realized it was roar tennis, and he knew its vulnerability. Levenhart was skilled at resisting magic and said he was simply familiar with it. The mage noticed that such damage was done despite the armor, and it was impressive. The enemy called upon arrows carried by the wind to complete the attack. The mage called upon the flames to gather together and strike the enemy with a powerful spell. Isis gave the command to awaken, calling upon his artifact, Eldrad, to activate its power. The character noted with irony that, frankly speaking, it would not take long for him to die in such a crazy fight. The magician noticed that such significant damage had been done, and it was impressive. Levenhart heard the question of whether he could use high-level magic and realized that he was being blocked, but this only fueled his rage. The magician replied that if he had done that, he would not have gotten off easy, and there was a bitter smile in his voice. Sir Jesus stared intently at his enemy, and his superhuman vision did not fail him. Levenhart guessed that the enemy might be able to wield aura, and this dangerous discovery made his heart beat faster. The mage used a space-splitting breath, and his attack was swift and deadly. Levenhart created a poisonous fog, but realized that he could get rid of it with a simple whirlwind, and this was his salvation. Jesus cursed under his breath, realizing that the enemy was fast, and now he was completely convinced of it. The mage finally realized that the enemy definitely had control over the aura, and this changed everything, forcing him to reconsider his tactics. Levenhart admitted that he had misjudged his opponent's level, and now that he knew what he was capable of, he would act differently. Sir Jesus promised to demonstrate the corresponding level of power, and reminded that Tennis's sword was not inferior even to the aura. Jesus noticed that the enemy realized that he possessed the aura, even though he didn't even release the golden aura of the unbreakable rocker. The magician decided that one should not use one's power thoughtlessly, and this was his main rule, which he sacredly honored. Levenhart noticed that this type of muscular strength was typical for those with an aura, but he did not activate it, and this made him suspicious. Isis assumed that not much time had passed since the aura had awakened, and then the enemy was no match for him. Levenhart called upon Elrad to awaken and give him the power to destroy everything in this world, and his voice sounded like a spell. The magician was afraid that it was already really dangerous when he saw the light of Zadrove, and his heart began to beat faster. Levenhart noticed the golden light with surprise and realized that it was Elrad, and that it was a sign of his power. Sir Jesus thanked God that the enemy was a golden knight, which was a relief since he could predict his actions. Levenhart saw how the enemy blocked Zadrove's light, and it was incredible, and he felt respect for the enemy. Jesus realized that he should have used Whirlwind Fear a little earlier to avoid this blow, and he scolded himself for his slowness. The magician heard Sir Lot ask if he was all right, and replied that the relics needed to be checked, as their safety was important. He ordered that a search party be organized, and that the impudent fellow not be allowed to escape, and his voice was firm and decisive. Ceres noticed that something was wrong, and she had a bad feeling, and couldn't shake off her anxiety. Cillian asked if she thought something had happened to Riffin, which was worrying, as he had been their hope. Levenhart heard himself surrounded and ordered to surrender, and he knew that this was the end of his plan. The mage tried to use Nihimlan, but was asked what kind of stick it was, and he felt stupid. Levenhart heard himself surrounded and ordered to surrender, and he knew that this was the end of his plan, but deep down he already knew that this was how it would end. The mage tried to use Nihimlan, but was asked what kind of stick it was. The servant apologized to Sir Lot for there being unusual thieves, and he meant it. Sir Lot said that was enough, and he would take care of them himself, and his voice was full of determination. Levenhart heard Seaman ask to be carried entirely. He asked when Ryfin would teach him how to grow muscles, and it was funny. The mage summoned a ball of wind to attack the enemies, and his spell was powerful. The guy ordered them not to move and called them rats, stopping the pursuit, and his voice was full of contempt. Simon looked at Ceres with hope and quietly asked if she believed that Levenhart would be able to get out of this mess, because he always found a way out of the most hopeless situations. Cillian chuckled nervously and noted that this sounded exactly like Ryfin, who was always jumping into the thick of things even when he wasn't asked to. Ceres replied thoughtfully that she wasn't so much worried about his ability to survive, but that he might do something stupid while trying to save them. At this time, the main character began to quietly wake up, having received many injuries. He slept for some time. Levenhart came to and asked where he was, and heard a greeting from a stranger who asked how he was feeling. The hero tried to get up, but a sharp pain pierced his entire body, and he realized that recovery would take a long time. The magician exclaimed in surprise when he saw the gnome in front of him, and he introduced himself as Hethos. Hados sympathetically handed him a mug of warm brew, and said that the gnomes knew a thing or two about healing, and he would soon be back on his feet. Levenhart heard that it would be difficult for him to get up and agreed to eat some porridge. The magician noticed that in front of him was not a child, but a mature female dwarf named Tipa de Steephammer. Levenhart was surprised that dwarves were not usually so friendly with people, but his questions disappeared when the leader appeared. The magician saw the priest Gelfide Delphiston, who called him a savior and told him about the prophecy. Levenhard heard that 6 years ago, the great saint received a message from Alpot himself about a man who was omniscient and omnipotent. The mage learned that this prophecy was secretly spread among all the dwarves of the continent, and they waited for a savior every winter. Levenhard began to wonder if Alpot was a god of the dwarves who periodically gave them divine revelations. The magician realized that the prophecy had been received exactly 6 years ago when he regressed in time. Levenhard realized that Alpot had foreseen everything and given him another chance after he had once failed. The magician thanked God for believing in him again and promised to do everything in the best possible way. Levenhard realized with awe that this was not just a coincidence, but divine providence. The girl noticed that he was recovering quickly, and the hero thanked her for her concern. Levenhard joked that he would have recovered faster if he had been fed meat instead of porridge. The magician heard that the priest Galfade wanted to talk to him and decided to find him himself. Levenhard learned that these dwarves were mountain dwarves who lived as slaves for Viscount Kelberin. The magician noted that, unlike the elves and orcs, they had not abandoned their traditional way of life. Levenhard realized that the humans were unable to master their techniques, so the dwarves were left to their own devices. The magician heard that the gnomes worked well only in squads of their own kind, and selling them individually was unprofitable. Levenhard noted that, thanks to this, they were able to preserve their culture and even their faith. The magician realized that the gnomes had greatly helped him in building the new empire, since they understood how society worked. Levenhard asked how many of them lived here and heard that there were about 60, and they all belonged to the Viscount. The magician apologized for the question and saw the priest greet him and call him a respected savior. The priest honestly admitted that even he himself did not understand why fate chose him as a savior, but the dwarves looked at him with faith. The magician was surprised to hear from the priest that it was clear from his eyes that he did not perceive them as slaves, and this became an important sign of trust for them. The man thought that changing the fate of all intelligent races was a much more difficult task, and no one knew why Alpot chose humans. Levenhard learned that the dwarves truly believed in him as a ray of hope and were ready to help him with all their might, and this touched him to the depths of his soul. The magician heard that the oracle was never wrong, but at the same time no one could tell him how exactly they should be saved. Levenhard noticed that the priest called him strange, because he did not seem at all surprised to hear about the ancient prophecy. The magician inquired about what exactly the priest wanted to talk to him about, and learned that the great saint wanted to see him in person, and this was important. Levenhard asked again with genuine surprise about the great saint, and heard the name Mashamun, which was unfamiliar to him. The character admitted that he didn't know how to properly present the information, since people don't hear the voice of truth, unlike the gnomes. He was genuinely surprised by the understanding attitude towards his words, and felt a great relief that he was accepted. Levenhard met Tilla de Steelhammer, who volunteered to guide him through the dangerous paths to the Great Forge, and this was fortunate. The magician noticed with amazement that Tilla felt the sounds of his thoughts, and this was incredibly unusual for him, because he had never encountered anything like this before. Levenhard realized that people who knew that the dwarves heard the voice of truth usually avoided talking to them, and this was sad. The magician said that he knew about this well, and the man was sincerely glad that he had not been mistaken about his new acquaintance. Levenhard apologized, but said that it was not yet time to answer questions about his knowledge and asked to trust him, and this was reasonable. The mage heard Hedis ask excitedly if he had any companions with him, and learned that they had been captured by the guards. The magician exhaled with relief and quietly said that if Hedis noticed the disappearance of his companions, it meant that the guards already knew of his presence. Levenhard realized with alarm that Cirrus and Cillian were locked in Viscount Kelberin's castle, and it was extremely dangerous for them. The magician heard a cruel order to immediately find out where the thief was hiding, and to apply any kind of torture to his companions, and it was terrible. Levenhard learned that the elf wielded a magical sword that only knight captains were allowed to use, and that was strange. The magician noticed that the priest Simon was comparable in strength to the archbishop, and this made him a valuable ally in their cause. Levenhard heard that his companions would be tortured, starting with brutal beatings. This news burned him from the inside like a hot iron. One of the guards asked with icy calm what to do if they died from torture. He suggested choosing something painful, but not fatal, and his voice sounded frighteningly reasonable. I just wanted to warn you that the Rifen martial arts clan is quite aggressive, and that was important. One of the guards overheard a question asking if they had heard of the Unbreakable Rocker, which was controlled by the indomitable king of martial arts, Gerard. Cillian noted that they were doing all this only for training, and that this was not something that ordinary people could do, but only a select few, and that was true. He spoke with horror about the final exam, where he had to return the relic, but someone from the Tennis family had already taken it. Cillian heard the surprise and asked for a glass of water to quench his thirst. Jesus was surprised to see that the prisoner had given up all the information and asked if he was loyal to his comrade, which was suspicious. The guard asked if he was worried that the martial arts king's successor's reputation would be ruined by this disgrace, and that was important. Cillian replied that if he had cared, he would not have even thought about stealing, and that was his principle. The guard realized that the prisoner didn't know where the relic was now, and it sounded like nonsense, but he decided to check. Barras said that the owner of the aura couldn't stop a regular burglary, and it was simple logic. He wondered if all interrogations were conducted this way, and it felt strange and unnatural to him. Tilla de Steelhammer felt that something was wrong, and this was surprising, because she trusted her intuition. The protagonist quickly found the deer thanks to his aura and said that it was nothing, but the girl was impressed by his skills. The guy explained that to do this, you need to expand your perception and follow the trail, and this was his technique, which he mastered to perfection. The hero was sure that hunting on the Kelberan lands was strictly prohibited, but this did not bother him at all, and he was stubborn. He realized that freeing slaves was in itself illegal, and this was an important realization for him. The mage decided that it was better to restore his strength as quickly as possible, and this was his main priority now. Tilla saw how the main character's body healed itself, and this was great because he needed restoration. The guy felt 100% and was ready for new achievements, full of strength and energy. Tilla looked with admiration at his naked torso, covered with fresh scars that were already beginning to heal before her eyes. The hero, feeling her gaze on him, only smiled at the corners of his lips and, adjusting his sword belt, stepped forward, ready to continue his journey. Jesus realized that this was no accident, and this guy was clearly planning something against them, and he was right. The guy noticed that he couldn't have just picked up this particular relic at random, and it was suspicious, and he started thinking. Someone met Jesus, the Golden Knight of the Kingdom of Grime, and asked who he was, wanting to understand his intentions, and that was the beginning. He showed the emblem of the Silver Sages and asked if Jesus remembered it, which was a test of his memory. Jesus said that on the day he was chosen as heir, his father revealed to him the secret of the Silver Sages. He explained that this was a group of people with immense power, capable of overthrowing entire countries, which was terrifying and impressive. The guy continued by saying that their knowledge was superior to the minds of modern civilizations, and this was amazing, and he was delighted. Jesus noted that they exist in the shadows and only appear when humanity is in danger, and this was wise and cautious. The stranger explained that all the treasures they found were theirs, and he only needed to give the voice of Eleusian. She warned that if she failed, the very fate of the Tennis family would be at risk, and this was serious and alarming. The soldiers reported that they had finished interrogating the two, and their story sounded logical and convincing. One of the soldiers asked what happened, and he replied that he was just remembering yesterday. He was scared. He remembered how they had just regained consciousness, and such things were already happening there, and he was surprised at his strength, and it was amazing. The guy noticed that the item was still stolen, but Sir Jesus caught the thief's accomplices, and that was good. The guard felt an ominous premonition and became wary, expecting something bad. Leffenhardt summoned the Horn of Disaster technique, preparing for battle. Jesus decided to assume that the thief was a student of the unbreakable rocking chair. The magician wondered why the Silver Sages would bother with them, and it was a mystery that needed to be solved. Jesus noted that Cillian was a believer and a high-ranking priest, and was unlikely to be skilled in intrigue, and this was reassuring. Ceres realized that most likely the boy told the truth, and they were just pawns for him, and this was sad. Jesus asked how they could catch him then, and suggested using all available forces. Cillian noted that even if they were lucky enough to take it, they would not be able to return the voice of Eleusian. Suddenly he felt a strange energy and realized that it was him again, and he prepared for the meeting. Leffenhardt heard a voice that said that his friends were with them, and he knew that the time had come to act. He was ready. The Knights of Tennis prepared to show this bastard their might, and surrounded him from all sides, and their determination was obvious. The hero noted that shields would be of no use when dealing with the owner of the aura, and this was a warning. The priest called upon the blessing of protection and asked Azrius to strengthen their bodies, and their faith was strong. Leffenhardt was surprised to see how he dared to attack Lento and Barras, and called him an idle brat, and it was an angry sound. The mage used the blades of permafrost and the ice blast against the enemy, and his attack was powerful and cold. The enemy summoned flames in the form of a fire arrow to strike, and it hit the target, and it was successful. Another created a lightning storm, calling upon the tempest and thunderstorms to help, and it was impressive and destructive. The protagonist realized that he should have dealt with the magicians first, and cursed himself silently for his mistake, and it was annoying. The flames hissed as they pierced the warrior's shield, and he struggled to keep his balance, feeling the heat burn his skin even through the steel. Lightning bolts burst from the magician's hands, pierced the sky, and fell to the ground with a deafening roar. The guy struck and heard a cry of pain when the enemy was wounded in the leg, and this was a success. She was pleased. The hero noticed that mages were easily thrown off balance by even a simple scratch, and this was their weakness, and she knew it. The magician expected that at least someone would stand up to the pain, but this did not happen, and he was disappointed, and it was sad. Leffenhardt said that now we must get rid of the priests, and that was the next step, and he was decisive. He heard himself accused of dirty tricks, and replied that they themselves had come out in a crowd against one, and that was fair. The hero strangled one of his opponents and heard his pleas for mercy, but he was adamant, and it was cruel. One guard realized that he was much stronger than his opponents thought, and this was his advantage. Another guard saw how Russ, who was always eager to fight, now stood like a pillar and did not move, and this was strange. He threatened to demote him if he didn't return to duty, and he was stern. He was serious. The boy felt the aura and understood how it controlled the flow of power and made it more powerful, and it was a revelation. He saw a blinding light and began to see the direction of the enemy's movements, and this was his ability, and he was glad. Russ noticed the flow of power and realized that he noticed everything the enemy did, and that was his skill. He realized that these were movements and breathing, that only someone who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts could achieve, and it was inspiring. The guy understood how he should hold himself on the battlefield, and these were the movements of a truly strong man, and he was impressed. Russ couldn't help but admire this enemy and his technology, and that was respect. A fire of recognition flashed in his eyes as he realized that before him stood not just an opponent, but a true master. He finally saw the commander who appeared before him, Sir Jesus. The soldiers exclaimed with relief that it was Sir Jesus and prepared to give his orders, while the protagonist simply smiled at him. Jesus said that he would not forgive his crimes and saw everything he did to his knights. The protagonist asked why he was pretending to be new if he had been stuck in the rear all this time, and that was fair. He noticed that he was hiding behind the wall and peeping, and that was cowardice, and she was right. Leffenhard realized that the magical armor only gave him strength, but not sensitivity, and this was his weakness. The guy said that he was sure he wanted to evaluate him before the fight, but wasn't it too cruel to let him beat up his own people? Jesus heard rumors that he was honest, but this turned out to be untrue, and he was disappointed. The magician noted that Sir Jesus would never do such a thing, and that it was not in his character. He ordered him to shut his mouth and not argue, and it was imperious and menacing. He was serious. He said that he would make him pay for insulting the Tenny's family, which sounded like a threat. The magician agreed and said that this time they would fight for real, and it was a challenge. She was ready. Jesus cast a spell to pierce the eye of the death god and let the roar of the leopard shake the body of the enemy, and it was powerful. Jesus called to see the whole world from the height of the dragon's flight and prepared for the attack, and it was majestic and beautiful. He created a cleansing stream that filled his sword with pure mana, and it was impressive and pure. The hero was surprised to notice that this was a new trick, and he called it a sword of pure mana. It was amazing. Cillian asked what the noise was that had been going on for quite some time, and Cirrus expressed hope that it was Leffenhard who had come to save them. Cillian noticed that she was acting distant, but still believed that he would come to rescue them, and this was surprising, and he smiled. The girl replied that she simply did not understand why he was so nice to her, and suggested that he had a thing for elves. Ceres admitted that at first she also thought he was a fan of role-playing games, but when she looks into his eyes, she doubts his base motives. Cillian countered that girls in love always said that, and it was true. Ceres remembered the orphanage caretaker saying that problems begin after marriage. Cillian noticed that Ryfan had failed at a simple theft and that he had gotten them into trouble, and it was disappointing and he was angry. However, the guy said that he himself was a fool for agreeing, and now he was an accomplice, and living in harmony with the law is not always possible. Ceres was surprised that Cillian was only 3 years younger than Ryfan and said that he had mature judgment. Ceres exclaimed in surprise that she thought she was 20 years younger than him, which caused laughter. After the argument, a girl came in and asked if they were Cillian and Ceres, after which she received a positive answer. The girl then introduced herself as Tilla and said that she was with Leffenhart. She added that they needed to be taken out of here first, and that was a relief for the boys. Cillian was surprised that Tilla was a dwarf and said that she looked like a human except for her ears. Ceres replied that the ears were the only difference he noticed. Suddenly, the guard shouted that they were the thief's comrades and asked how they got out. Tilla turned out to be very strong for a dwarf, and this was typical of her race. Cillian looked at Tilla with curiosity, noting that she really was almost indistinguishable from a human. The hero looked on with an approving smile as she deftly threw aside another guard. Jesus reported that there was an underground prison there, and this was a serious obstacle. Jesus said that he had not fought at full strength, and now the enemy would give it his all. He asked in surprise if he had fought half-heartedly and called it arrogant. The hero realized that he needed to turn the tide of the battle and prepared for a new attack, which was a strategy. Leffenhard summoned the Vortex Guardian and began casting spells to defeat the enemy. The magician noticed that he did not feel the effect of his spells, and this made him wary. The hero realized that he could sense the presence of each clone, and this was his advantage, and he used it. Leffenhart realized that the enemy was capable of more than he expected, and this was dangerous, and he was on guard. The opponent called upon Eldrin to illuminate everything with the light of destruction and launched a powerful attack. The hero realized that he was a mage and clearly saw that the mana flow was different for each clone. Jesus said that his sword Tenez knew no defeat and called upon the fires to gather together. The protagonist used Vortex Guard and Snow Mist to conceal his movements. Cillian summoned a poisonous breath and continued to attack, but Leffenhard parried the blows, and this was skill, and he was strong. The whirlwind guardian roared as it tore through the air, raising a cloud of snow, and the hero's figure momentarily dissolved into a white haze, like a ghost. The poison cloud released by Cillian slowly spread across the battlefield, but Leofnhard dodged each deadly stream. Leofnhard realized that the Vortex Guardian was his main weapon in this fight and continued to use it. The blizzard unleashed by the Whirlwind Guardian howled around them, turning the battlefield into icy chaos. Leofnhard, dodging the poisonous jets, felt his body itself lead him through the danger. Leofnhard used Vortex Guardian again and continued to attack the enemy. He was persistent. Jesus was surprised to notice that this skill could dispel all types of magical attacks, regardless of attribute. Leofnhard was surprised that not all aura users were able to use Vortex Guardian, and this was unexpected, and he was amazed. He realized that it wasn't the complexity of it that was the problem, but the fact that most aura lords covered their entire bodies with it to strengthen them. Then he added that in this situation, the aura does not circulate, and if you try to resume circulation, the body will simply burst. The hero noted that only the followers of the unbreakable rocker, with their steel bodies, were capable of withstanding such a situation. Afterwards, he noted that for the effect to be achieved, it was necessary to release a huge amount of aura. The enemy asked who was behind him and demanded to know the name of his patron. Jesus demanded to know who was behind all this and ordered Eldrada to be revealed. Jesus called to awaken and give him the power to destroy everything in his path. The protagonist realized that it would not be easy and decided to use his best skill. Leofnhard concentrated and prepared for the final blow, knowing it was her last chance. He cast the fourth cast of Furnace of Doom and dealt a crushing blow. He took a deep breath, gathering all his will into a fist, and felt how energy began to pulse in his veins with unprecedented force. As his fist, shrouded in a crimson glow, met the enemy's chest, the ground beneath their feet shook. The enemy asked in surprise what kind of skill it was and felt her defense being broken. Then he realized the hero was layering aura onto his fist to cause repeated explosions. Jesus added that the explosions were like a boulder falling into water, and it was poetic. The opponent realized that the striking force was simply terrifying and created a whirlpool that sucked in everything around. Afterwards, he noted that this is why he was able to break through his defense, and he only had one explosion left. Jesus realized that he could not lose like this and prepared for the final attack. Jesus, gritting his teeth, rushed forward with a desperate cry, hoping that his last attack could turn the tide of the battle. But his sword, flashing in the air, met only emptiness, and the enemy's powerful blow landed right in the center of his defense. He fell to his knees, breathing heavily, and realized that his strength had finally left him, and victory had slipped from his grasp. The guard noted with surprise that Sir Jesus could lose like that, and it was unexpected. The Sword of Tenet has failed, and the magic that powers Elrad's armor lies within the Sword of Eldrin. The hero noted that since Eldrin was fine, Eldrad would soon recover, although it could take 6 months. The guy apologized and said that the artifact he stole was important to him, and he had caused trouble. The guard was surprised that he did not do this out of greed, and this was unusual for him. Leofnhard said that he wanted to steal Eldrin and give it to Cirrus, but changed his mind and decided to give her the divine sword of the Messiah's light. Russ screamed that nothing was over yet, and Tenet's sword still stood before him. Russ said that he too is considered the sword of Tenet, so the battle is not over yet. The protagonist noticed that Russ was only trained in a downward strike, and there was no point in paying attention to him. Russ raised his sword defiantly, and a determination flashed in his eyes that made even his enemies hesitate for a moment. The hero only grinned, watching this gesture of despair, and calmly took a step back, knowing that this fight was already decided. Leofnhard was surprised to see how Russ was able to wound a body that could withstand most blades. The enemy asked what happened and realized that it was the sword's aura, which was a revelation to him. Leofnhard said that he had just stepped onto the path of the true Sword of Tenet. He realized that his aura was pure blue, and this was his path. The protagonist recognized him as the Holy Sword Cyrus and realized that this was his real name. Russ was surprised how Leofnhard knew his real name. He was shocked. Russ explained that his full name was Cyrus von Tenet, and he received it when he was knighted. Russ noticed that because no one recognized him as a knight, everyone called him by the name given to him by his mother without a family. Leofnhard realized that he knew he was Tenet and was surprised that he didn't recognize him right away. Leofnhard said that now the Tenet family is known for the Golden Knight, but in 30 years, everything will be different. The guy asked how he knew his real name and what the title of Holy Sword was. The hero replied that he had mistaken him for someone else and apologized for the confusion. Leofnhard noticed that he was now disappointed, and Russ's emotions were easy to read. The hero remembered that Cyrus from his past life was a heartless and indifferent person. Leofnhard began to think that people were capable of change, and this gave him hope for the best. This thought made him look at his enemy for a moment, and he felt something akin to regret begin to grow in his soul. The protagonist noticed that Russ was using an aura to reduce the impact of his attack. He said that despite having just awakened the aura, he was handling it quite well. Leofnhard screamed and prepared for another attack, feeling his strength. The magician exclaimed in surprise, What was this? He noted that he could not predict Russ's attack at all. He realized that he could not predict his movements, because all combat techniques were based on some established theoretical basis. The hero noticed that Russ always fought like a wild beast, and his movements had no specific pattern. He thought that, logically speaking, fighting him should be damn easy, but he performed all the movements with the required strength. Levenhart realized that he was simply swinging his sword left and right, but his defense remained impenetrable. The hero remembered that it was by his hand that his faithful comrade and friend fell. I remembered how a group of heroes reported that they had already defeated 4 heavenly kings, and those dirty orcs were no match for them. The great and brave orc warrior Tashid was dead, and the protagonist was confident that he would avenge him. Levenhart was surprised to see that his opponent had destroyed his sword's aura with one blow. The opponent shouted that he was Tennis's sword and prepared for the final attack. The downward strike, which he trained more than any other technique, was like cutting through the heavens. The hero realized that this was the spirit of a man who was destined to become his sworn enemy again, and he would kill him right there. Levenhart said he was glad they had the chance to meet so early, and said goodbye to him. He took a step forward, and his voice, devoid of any malice, sounded like a farewell chord. Russ stood firm and said that Tennis's sword would not give in, and that was his faith. Levenhart realized that this attack should have killed him, but he managed to survive. He was amazed. The guy noticed that he didn't even move, and even if all that was left of him was a lifeless corpse, he would still continue to stand. The protagonist wanted to finish him off, but some voice inside him kept telling him that he shouldn't do it. The guy thought that if there was even the slightest chance that he would kill a loved one in the future, it would be better to get rid of him now. Levenhart remembered Tashid and realized that the orc with the soul of a great warrior would be against him killing him. The magician decided that he was required to create a suitable arena for their duel. Finally, standing before his opponent, he said that he would spare him. Levenhart told him to live and become much stronger for the sake of his friend Tashid. The hero remembered that in his past life, Tashid had fought with him countless times. Such battles made them stronger. The boy realized that it was thanks to Cyrus that Tashid was able to gain the power of a great warrior. If he killed him now, he would destroy Tashid's future. The protagonist decided so for himself. The boy screamed in pain and tension, and that was his last scream. Russ returned to his companions and saw that they were glad of his return. Cillian said that thanks to him, they had a completely new experience. The guy added that Cirrus was an elf, so did he really not even imagine that something bad could happen to her? After these words, the main character ran up to the girl and asked if everything was okay with her. The elf replied that everything was fine. Ceres asked if he had found what he was looking for, and he said yes. Cillian asked what the thing did, and added that it had nothing to do with martial arts. The hero lied that the master simply asked him to bring it, although in fact he did not know its true purpose. At this time, 2 guys were discussing recent events. One said that he saw everything with his own eyes. He added that the Order of the Knights of Tennis finally had an owner of the aura. Jesus noticed that everyone was talking about Russ, and that was the main topic of discussion. He realized that he had become the owner of an aura, and was surprised how the bastard of some dirty girl got such a thing. The boy remembered that his father always loved Russ, and expressed it openly. The elders praised him in person, but behind his back they complained about his lack of aura. Jesus realized that the Tennis family finally had an aura holder, and this could dramatically increase the family's status. He asked what about him then, and felt hurt by this circumstance. Jesus said that he was the sword of Tennis, and that was his calling. That was his confidence. A shadow of doubt and pain flashed across Jesus' gaze before it regained its true strength. Russ laughed and realized that he had only awakened the aura, but the whole world seemed to have changed. Jesus heard the boy talking to himself and saying that he was too happy to be a loser. Russ saw his brother, who said he had heard about the awakening of the aura. With a smile on his face, Jesus asked to demonstrate it. He asked about it unobtrusively. Russ showed his aura, and his brother said it was beautiful. Jesus melted before his eyes. Russ realized what had happened, and his brother finally acknowledged him. The boy was very happy. Jesus' brother smiled at his face and thought that Tennis's sword itself recognized him, but he moved away cautiously. At that moment, Jesus pointed his sword at his brother, and Russ was surprised, and Jesus asked why. The hero asked in bewilderment why his sword should shake and ring from the blood of his enemies, but the enemy did not answer him. Russ realized with horror that Jesus really wanted to kill him, and the boy was overcome with cold fear. The brother whispered that there was only room in this world for one Tennis sword. He cried out bitterly that he could not accept the sword of Tennis as the bastard of some filthy whore, and his voice trembled with rage. Suddenly he screamed in panic about the explosion and asked if this was another attack on the castle. Jesus noted with irony that life is unpredictable, and there are thousands of legends about devoted people who survived in the river. The magician thought that he needed to prepare for such an outcome of events because the enemy could return with revenge. The guards, confused, asked Jesus what was going on, and he accused Russ of ambush. The courtiers could not believe the betrayal and lamented that the civilians had turned out to be so treacherous. Jesus noted with irritation that he did not understand why Russ was gifted with such a talent and asked where he had gone. He coldly remarked that he shouldn't have any further problems now, even if Russ somehow miraculously survived. Ceres asked curiously how Leffenhart met Tilla and was told that the dwarves had saved him from drowning. The girl noted with surprise that the dwarves saved the man, and this was unusual for their race. Tilla confirmed that Leffenhart was sent by the deity himself, and she helped him because of this. She then noted that humans found it hard to believe that their race could worship a god, but the dwarves believed in Alfort. Cillian asked if this was an evil deity, and wondered what he had done. The magician said that among the 12 gods there are 2 little-known deities, Zadia and Alfort. Leffenhart noted that Alfort is known as an evil deity, but even Cillian does not know why he is called that. Ceres suddenly exclaimed, pointing at something and saying that it looked like a person. Leffenhart came closer and saw that the stranger was also wounded by a sword, and this was a strange coincidence. The boy noticed that this was a continuation of the priest's prophecy, and his voice trembled with excitement. The magician chuckled thoughtfully and looked at the wounded man, wondering what this could mean. Russ, having come to his senses, bitterly uttered the name of his brother Jesus Samuel and said that he was too strong. The hero sadly admitted that he did everything possible not to disgrace his brother, but he still did not acknowledge him. The protagonist asked if he was awake and how he was feeling, and he replied that he had saved him. Leffenhart confirmed that his body was floating down the river in a half-dead state, and they picked it up. Russ asked where they were and learned that they were in the barony of Vea, and that 3 days had already passed. The hero explained that they were going to stop at a tavern, but Cillian said that the wounds were too deep. Leffenhart remarked that it was lucky that he was the owner of an aura, otherwise he would not have been able to help. The hero said reproachfully that they had saved him, and couldn't he overcome himself and say thank you? The magician added that they even took a cart for him, and it wasn't cheap. Russ apologized and thanked them. The hero explained that it was Cillian who paid for the cart, and it was he who should be thanked. Russ bitterly noted that the way back was now closed to him, and he did not know what to do next. The magician thought that because of him, history had changed again, and this was an alarming sign. Russ bitterly admitted that if he returned to Tennis County, everyone would consider him a traitor, and he did not know how to live with that. The mage was surprised to hear Russ's request to join their group, and it was unexpected, but logical. The mage thought for a moment and realized that accepting Russ into their ranks could be both a blessing and a curse for the entire group. Russ quietly added that he was ready to prove his loyalty through action, even if it meant going through the most severe trials. Russ said that he wanted to repay him because his family had turned away from him and he could only offer his body. He then remarked that he shouldn't take it too seriously and reminded him that he had awakened his aura thanks to Leffenhart. Russ firmly stated that he wanted to become even stronger by learning from his savior, and this was his sincere desire. The magician was surprised that Russ didn't even know who he was, but he replied that he knew him as the heir to the Battle King Gerard. Russ swore allegiance to Leffenhart until he deemed himself strong enough. The mage was surprised to see that Saint Swordsman Cyrus had become his subordinate, which was incredible. Leffenhart thought that an enemy-turned-ally sounded good, and he wouldn't mind trying the same trick on the others. The magician remembered that the hero Alex and the priestess Elin were most likely not born yet, and they were leaving Tesron out of the equation. The mage finally agreed to accept Russ into his group, saying that he wouldn't mind if he joined. Russ asked hopefully if he could call Leffenhart Big Brother and asked how old he was, and heard that he was 27. Jesus bowed his head and spoke words of apology to Silver Sage Reston and the Higher Council. The head of the order looked at him with cold disappointment and said that he had all the necessary information in his hands. The sage continued that nothing supernatural was required of him, and his failure was especially annoying. Jesus was forced to listen to all these insults in silence, realizing that he had no right to vote. The head of the order reminded him that his actions had jeopardized the future of the Tennis family, and the boy whispered an apology in despair. Gastina said that they managed to screw it up even with his help, and it was shameful. The Duke said that he wished to see Sage Reston for an important conversation. Reston entered the hall and asked if the Duke was looking for him, and he greeted him. The Duke noted that in all of history, no one had ever managed to awaken an aura at the age of 12, and that was incredible. He added that Reston's magical skills were also astounding, and his gift of prophecy had helped humanity on more than one occasion. The Duke explained that this was precisely why, despite his young age, he had been recommended for the Silver Sages, and the council had approved his candidacy. Reston responded that he was fully aware of this and apologized for the mistake. The Duke said that since the use of the seal did not lead to serious consequences, they would not take disciplinary action. Reston, leaving the hall, whispered the name Tesron, thinking about his place in the hierarchy. He remembered that the Silver Sages were the protectors of humanity and a secret order that ruled the continent from the shadows. Reston realized that their power was so great that they were capable of influencing the destinies of entire nations. He realized with bitterness that he was still at the very bottom of the hierarchy and had a long way to go. Reston thought about the Demon King, who was comparable in intelligence to an archmage and was reincarnated in the mortal world. He wondered who could hold him back and prevent the coming nightmare. Reston decided that he had to be stopped before he regained his magical powers, and that was his main goal. He thought that losing the voice of illusion was a huge loss, but they still had hope. At this time, the Russian was thinking about an interesting group of people who seemed damn strange to him from the very beginning. He saw how they distributed tasks among themselves using a lottery, and it was unusual. Reston approached them, and then the protagonist said that for him they were dear comrades, but not slaves, and it would always be so. He added that he would understand if, after his words, someone wanted to leave the group. The hero considered this fair. Russ thought he had heard that there were a lot of strange people among those who had achieved enlightenment, and decided that it was none of his business. Russ realized that no matter who his senior comrade was, he had sworn allegiance to him. He decided that, until his sword reached perfection, he would consider Leffenhard his lord. Russ just had to follow his instructions, and he wondered what he was doing now. He saw that the elder was clearly not like meditating to achieve enlightenment, and this was strange. Leffenhard exhaled, restored his mana, and said that he would try again. He turned on the first stage test for beginners. The magician noticed that the damn pseudo-reality was starting to bother him, and suggested changing the scenery. He decided to decorate this place and prepared for new achievements, recalling the Silver Age. The protagonist called upon the wind to become his bullets and defeat his enemies using the air bullets spell. The mage created a blazing flame in the form of a fire arrow and directed it at the crowd of monsters. Leffenhart noticed with surprise that there were more and more of them, and this began to worry him. The guy said with concern that at this pace he would never be able to keep up with them. The hero exclaimed in bewilderment at what he saw and asked if this was all he was capable of. The magician noticed that the monsters were insulting him in the ancient language, and this angered him. The magician breathed a sigh of relief and said that he had barely passed this test. Leffenhard heard the congratulations and realized that his magical skills had begun to recover. It's actually an educational magic game from the Silver Age, where you can choose different landscapes. The magician added that the rhythmic music and the cheering crowd give a sense of achievement. He realized that with it, even with Tezron's intelligence, it was possible to restore a significant part of magical abilities. Cillian suddenly exclaimed, pointing into the distance, and said that this was Strazana. The hero saw a strategic and commercial center where northern trade routes converge. The magician received information from the Tauban Trade Union and signed for it. Leffenhart was finally able to find out information about his body and was excited about it. The hero read that at the age of 16 he went mad from an unknown mental illness. The mage realized that the first king, Tezron, had also been reborn in this era, and this was a shocking discovery. The magician realized that he had taken over his body, and he had taken over Tezron's body, and this thought was both shocking and frightening. Leffenhart read that Tezron left the magical tower of Delphius at the age of 20, and no one heard of him after that. The hero noted that they seemed to have lost track of him, and that was all that could be learned from the trade union. He remembered that, in his past life, he officially became a magician at almost 30 years old, and it was not a matter of skill. The magician wondered how he had managed to do this and decided to find out more about him through a bounty hunter from the Tauban Trade Union. Cillian remembered how he had initially thought Leffen was just a village idiot, but then he had taken off his shirt and finished off the demon. The magician noticed that this was not modesty, but a clear reason to hide his powers, and this commanded respect. Leffenhart considered whether to take Sullivan and Russ to the Great Forge, and it was an important decision. The guy said that they were now friends, and it was a warm moment in their journey. The hero announced that he had to talk to them, and this was the beginning of a serious conversation. The magician admitted that they were not actually heading towards the Silver Age relic. The hero said that before revealing the information, he wants to share his goal and dream. The mage stated that he did not consider elves, dwarves, and orc slaves, and wanted everyone to share the same opinion. Leffenhart said that his dream and lifelong goal was to create a world where all races would be free from slavery. Russ asked in bewilderment if he was going to release the elves and dwarves into freedom, since they were no different from people. The hero said that they were not some kind of animals, they had intelligence and feelings, and this was obvious to him. The magician confirmed Cillian's words that he wanted to change the world, and he would not limit himself to just freeing slaves. Leffenhart said he was ready to make his dream come true, even if the whole world turned against him. Cillian said that he really wanted to join his journey, and it was a sincere decision. The hero noted that it wasn't that he completely agreed with his goal, but he also didn't understand why everyone was considered slaves. The magician added that it was not often that you met such talented guys, and that was true. Cillian declared that he would go down in history as the first person to convert another race to his faith. The hero asked what if he had to attack nobles to free the slaves, and this was a serious question. Russ noted that he had sworn allegiance to him, and despite the fact that he did not understand anything of what they were talking about, the hero's path was his path. Leffenhart added that the most important thing was to keep their plans secret, as the subject of further discussion would be completely confidential. The mage announced that they were now heading to the Great Forge, where the Alfort Temple was located. Levenhard saw Russ call upon the power of the earth, and the dwarves are able to form a connection with the earth. The protagonist noticed that Russ was the owner of an aura, and said that some ogres were no match for them, and they would cope with them. The magician noticed that this place was simply teeming with monsters, and it was worse here than in the ancient ruins. Levenhard realized that this was why no one had ever been able to reach the Dwarven Temple, and it was no accident that they had built the sanctuary here. Levenhard looked at Russ with respect, realizing that this warrior, connected to the earth, would now become their main support. Russ asked doubtfully if the dwarves were really capable of surviving in such conditions. Levenhard told them to just follow him, and then they would see for themselves. The magician noticed that these were not ordinary griffins, but phantoms, and in that case, one simply needed to find the original. Levenhard announced that he was going to use magic and asked Russ to cover him. Cillian and Russ were surprised to notice that they could not get used to his spells. The magician noticed with alarm that his mana was running out and asked everyone to hurry. Ceres asked how much longer they had to go, and was told that under normal conditions the journey would take 2 weeks. Russ exclaimed in horror that they would have to fight monsters for 2 whole weeks, but Levenhard said that they would take a different path. Tilla asked what route it was, and learned that they would take a shortcut, and then the remaining journey would take only 1 day. The next day, Levenhard announced that they were there, and it was ancient ruins from the Silver Age. The mage confirmed that these were the ruins of Daimon, and asked how he knew about the shortcut. Levenhard sheepishly replied that he had merely overheard it, but it was unconvincing. Ceres whispered in bewilderment that she didn't understand anything, and didn't understand what he was even thinking about. The girl wondered what he thought of her, and what she thought of Levenhard. Russ said he would go ahead and ask someone to cover his back. The magician asked in surprise what he had done, and learned that his master had stumbled upon this place in his youth. Levenhard admitted that he uses this excuse every time she begins to suspect something. Ceres noted that he said he had heard it out of the corner of his ear, but at the same time he knew the ruins inside and out. The heroine felt as if he had personally been here, and it was strange. Levenhard said nostalgically that it was the ancient language of Hawkril, and he missed it. Russ asked in surprise what the master was doing, and was amazed by his actions. The heroes cried out in surprise when they saw Levenhard activate the ancient mechanism. The magician exclaimed that this was the Temple of Alfort, and they really found themselves in the Great Forge. Russ noted that nothing less was expected from the Silver Age, and they covered the 15-day journey in one fell swoop. Cillian asked anxiously if they had broken the thing, pointing his finger into the distance. The hero responded with relief that everything was fine, the altar had protection, and this calmed everyone down. The magician thought that he had come to the Great Forge following memories from a past life, and that part of the temple had also suffered then. Levenhard noted with concern that Alfort had already announced his prophecy at that time, but now the temple was destroyed. The dwarves screamed in panic that they were under attack, pointing at the uninvited guests. The hero heard the order to get rid of them, and realized that the situation was getting out of control. The magician noted with irony that the dwarves always rush to conclusions and try to kill instead of offering tea. Levenhard admitted he didn't have an answer to why he did it, and it was awkward. The guy said they looked furious as hell, like a father had caught his daughter's boyfriend in her bedroom. Russ suddenly screamed at the lesser creatures, asking how they dared to attack humans. However, the protagonist stopped him. He stood in front of the dwarves and shouted for them to listen to him, saying that they came in peace. But the dwarves didn't believe him. They said he was a monster, arrows couldn't hit him, and he still dared to mock them. The magician did not give up. He continued to shout, trying to address them as respectfully as possible, that they were not their enemies. The guy said that the dwarves are living lie detectors, and they should understand that he is not lying. The hero heard the question whether a person dares to forget that he is not an enemy, and he answered that this is exactly the case. The dwarf asked who he was and what he was doing there, and Levenhard reluctantly admitted that he was their savior. Levenhard sheepishly said that he was the man spoken of in the Alfort prophecy. Cillian asked in surprise how he could say such things with such confidence, and it was funny. The mage announced that, following the instructions of the Steelhammer tribe, he had come to meet with the high priest Makamin. Levenhard was relieved to see the dwarves suddenly change their attitude and greet him joyfully. Cillian noticed that their attitude had turned 180 degrees, and it was amazing. The hero learned that the Great Forge is a city located 300 meters below the Settlard Mountains. The magician saw that the city stretched for 2 kilometers in length and had its own hot spring. Cillian asked with admiration if they had built it with their own hands and was impressed by the dwarves' craftsmanship. Russ reflected that it would have taken an army of dwarves to build such structures and asked why they hadn't saved the slaves. He noticed that it was beginning to seem strange to him that other races were in slavery. The dwarf explained that the Great Forge was originally a Silver Age ruin, and the dwarves had simply done some work on the interior. The hero noted that during the Silver Age, this city was also in the possession of the dwarves. Russ asked how the master knew this, and he replied that the doors here were very low. Levenhard said that during the Silver Age, the dwarves were so advanced that they built a similar city. Everyone heard the proposal to stop here, and the dwarf would bring them dinner. The hero gratefully accepted the invitation and quietly remarked that after a long journey, even the simplest food would seem like a royal feast. Cillian asked what kind of meat it was and learned that it was basilisk liver, which is good for men. The dwarf nodded in understanding and turned the conversation to tomorrow's plans in order to relieve the tension that had arisen in the room. The girls, still blushing, quietly grumbled that next time they would choose what they would have for dinner themselves. The magician heard that the savior was being asked to appear in the central tower, and he said that he would return soon. Leffenhart noted that only authorized persons could go further, but the dwarf was simply too lazy to climb up there. Leffenhart heard the high priest of Alfort, Makelen Fort Hammerin, greet him. He turned to him as to a savior chosen by the deity himself. Images suddenly surfaced of the high priest speaking with War King Tezron. The hero said that they had won, and their main enemy had been defeated. Everything was finally over. The magician added that now all races would be freed from his curse, and called for the darkness to disappear forever. The priest responded by noting that he would become someone who could distort space and time, contrary to heavenly laws. The hero noticed with surprise that he had fallen asleep again. He had such a terrible dream. He admitted that all he wanted was a little rest, but it still wasn't enough. The guy remembered that he had been incredibly busy for the last 6 years, and even with such a frail body, he managed to awaken an aura at the age of 20. The character said that everything was going according to plan, but there was no way he could defeat the Demon King with only his aura and fifth circle magic. He added that the Demon King was most likely much stronger due to his naturally strong and sturdy body. The guy noted that he didn't know how much of the original magic he had managed to restore. The hero realized that it wouldn't hurt for him to acquire strong warriors who would help him defeat the enemy. The magician remembered his most devoted subordinate, loyal friend, respected, and reliable teacher, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Leffenhart mentioned the name of High Priest Makelen, and he said that the guy was not lying. Had they really met in the past? The hero said that they were destined to meet in 10 years, and it was difficult to explain. The dwarf whispered that their savior seemed to be not all there, and asked them to listen to the end. Leffenhart claimed to have arrived from another time, a shocking admission. Cillian spoke of his wanderings across the continent as a great mage and his search for a way to reach the 10th circle. The guy told how he got in touch with other races and how they fought against people. The magician told how he was nicknamed the Demon King of the state of Antares, and about the beginning of a war with an entire continent shortly before his death. The dwarf said that if he were not the Oracle of Alfort, he would have declared that he had gone mad and asked permission to test him. The man said that if he was one of his close associates, he should have told him about it and asked one question. The old man asked with a smile what color his beard was. It was a test. Leffenhart noted with surprise that he had no beard, which might have seemed unexpected. The protagonist said that even in 30 years, Makelen would still be wearing this fake beard without changing at all. The hero heard that a huge beard was a symbol of masculinity, and you can be bald, but without a beard, no one will take you into account. The magician said that despite his divine powers and leadership qualities, if it weren't for the false beard, he wouldn't be so respected. The dwarf noticed that even dwarves couldn't tell the difference between this beard and a real one, and that was funny. Makelen said he wanted to meet to give some advice, but since he already knew everything, he had only one thing left to do. He, on behalf of all the dwarves who worshipped Alfort, swore allegiance to Leffenhart. Leffenhart said that perhaps, at least in this life, he could repay them for their loyalty, and asked them to rise. Leffenhart noted that they needed his advice more than ever, and he had already let them down once. The magician said that by trying to solve everything by force, they ended up becoming enemies of humanity, and he would not make the same mistake. Leffenhart said that he took slaves from the kingdom of Chatan under his wing and ordered them to be trained. The hero noted that if everything went according to plan, others would also begin to train their slaves. Makelen said that if people change little by little, it will only benefit them, but it will take time to make significant changes. The magician replied that he was trying to get his magic back, and also to gain power that he did not have in his past life. Leffenhart said that changing this empire and becoming the terrifying Demon King is not that difficult. The guy noted that he would once again become a symbol of fear for all of humanity, and did not want to drown the continent in blood again. The hero asked if Makelen now understood his concerns, and he replied that everything had become much clearer. The dwarf said that Leffenhart underestimated this world, and the reason for his defeat was not due to strength. He noticed that the world was not as simple as he thought, and if brute force didn't work, it was worth trying something else. The old man asked him if he hated people and heard a negative answer, and then asked if he liked them. The hero answered that he didn't really. Makelen noted that he thought so. He said that in his past life, he had no human friends. The man suggested that he treated them badly, precisely because of his respect for other races. The dwarf asked in surprise why there was not room for even one person in his army. The guy replied that he simply couldn't trust them, and it wasn't their war. The mage noted that elves and dwarves had never been known for corruption, and they were best suited for such work. McKellen noted that they were recognized as citizens of the Empire and asked if they had no rights. The hero replied that the less they decided, the better things went, and that was his justification. The man noticed that ordinary farmers lived carefree lives, unlike those who occupied high positions. He said that the Demon King earned his nickname not because of the mountains of corpses, but because the powerful creature did not care about its surroundings. The hero added that when he listens only to the voices of his close associates, then he receives the nickname Demon King. The mage said that despite his good intentions, Leafenhart was indeed a Demon King. The man asked in surprise if he had told him something similar in a past life. Macklin remembered that humans had exterminated the dwarves, and the creation of the Antares Empire was half his doing. The old man remarked that who was he to judge then? The protagonist asked what he should do in that case. The hero said that his biggest mistake in his past life was the idea that this was a war of other races against people. The magician noted that people were doing just fine exterminating each other without them, and other races didn't even need to interfere. The elder added that greed never leads to anything good, and that is all he can advise. At this time, Russ tried to copy the master's charming manner, but his skill was still far from perfect. He noticed that the monster was too huge, and their attacks did not damage it. Ceres tried to help, but noticed that their attacks had no effect on this huge monster. One of the dwarves called on Cardamite and said that a glorious feast awaited them today. The dwarf stepped forward and his hammer shone with a blinding light, reflecting the monster's attacks. He dealt a crushing blow to the monster's head, and with a final wheeze it fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Cillian was surprised to notice that he had not known that there were mana users among the dwarves, and there were several of them. The hero said that more than a month had passed since their arrival at the Great Forge, and they had adapted well. The magician noticed that Russ was very surprised, but seemed to understand something thanks to them. The hero looked around at the established life with satisfaction and added that even the customs of the dwarves no longer seemed alien to them. Russ, scratching the back of his head, admitted that he was now beginning to understand why these mountain dwellers valued their independence and hard work so much. Cillian happily reported that he had grown a whole centimeter, which was a significant event for him. Russ and others congratulated him on this achievement, although they did not understand what was so good about being tall. The guy noticed that the master, as usual, was in the same place as always, and the guys wondered what he was doing there. They saw a huge steel tower in the center of the Great Forge, which was the source of energy for the geothermal stones. Cillian said that it was the sun of the Great Forge, life itself for the dwarves. The hero spoke the name Magrim with admiration and said that the Silver Age was truly wonderful. The mage noted that the other races that were enslaved did not preserve their traditions, and much of the dwarves' magical knowledge was lost. Leafenhart said that the doctrines of Alfort were passed down from generation to generation in the form of sacred writings. The hero noticed that Magrim was like the heart of the Great Forge, and the god's power depended on the status of his worshippers. Leafenhart decided that with Magrim's power, he needed to alter this body, making it more susceptible to magic. The boy remembered that in his past life, he had managed to subjugate Magrim to his will within a year, and only gods were capable of such a thing. The hero added that, inspired by this method, he even invented a nuclear explosion, a 10th circle spell. The magician said that Magrim is a concentration of purest mana, and in order to change the characteristics of the body, one must get rid of any obstacles. The watching girls admiringly noted that he was a real muscle man, and one even began to remember her husband. The hero was embarrassed to hear women discussing his hands and plump buns, and it was awkward. 40 days had passed since their visit to the Great Forge, and the group had time to get used to the new place. The mage cast a spell in the ancient language, calling upon the sun of the cold snows and the essence of the north wind. Leafenhart proudly noted that he had managed to create a 5th circle summoning spell, and now all that was left was to increase his mana. The protagonist wondered whether he should first go after the relic of the 4 symbols, or follow McKellen's advice. The guy came to Cillian, who was hard at work training. The hero was surprised to notice that Cillian's muscles had begun to grow, and it was noticeable. The magician said he was just finishing up some business when the boy asked what brought him here so early. Leafenhart noticed that they would soon be leaving here, and asked if he had gotten used to this place. Cillian admitted that he was curious if he could convert the dwarves to his faith. The hero said that Russ sensed something and decided to retire, taking with him a week's supply of provisions. One of the children exclaimed enthusiastically that his axe could destroy the heavens. Another warned him that he shouldn't do that, otherwise everything would go wrong if he did that. Ceres remembered how a boy from her childhood said with a smile that he caught a lizard and Ceres found a sylph. The girl said that she thought she had forgotten everything and would never remember those times. The hero asked Ceres what she was doing there, and she replied that she was watching the boys. She noticed that the children here were free, but a hard fate awaited them, and some would not live to maturity. Leafenhart gently touched Ceres' shoulder, but she said that there was no need to pay attention, she was simply remembering her native places. The hero learned that the Svimat Desert is a remote area west of the Kingdom of Grame, a barren land where no human should set foot. The hero said that her family, the Danheims, lived there, and it was his beloved's ancestral home. The magician suggested that Ceres visit her hometown, and she agreed, but the journey there would take at least 2 months. Levenhart noticed that there were shorter routes, and they set off together. The magician said that by using the diamond portal, the Svimat desert could be reached in a couple of seconds, and it was a short journey. Ceres asked if his teacher had taught him this, and Levenhart replied that one of his teacher's friends was a mage. The hero noticed the sand lizards that can be found at every step, and said that they have quite tasty meat. The mage created a barrier of darkness to create a shadow, and then lit a fire field for a bonfire. Ceres watched his actions with curiosity, and quietly remarked that this was the first time she had seen such a method of cooking. Levenhard separated the water from the sand lizard's blood for emergencies using a water absorption spell. Ceres was surprised to find that magic was actually useful and wished she had done it before. The magician asked how far it was from her hometown. Although he already knew the answer, the girl said that they had about half a day left to walk. The hero remarked that you never know what to expect from life, and this was a wise remark. Ceres remembered how her father taught him to protect the clan and praised her for a great lunge. She said bitterly that she too could now help, and that this was her dream. The girl wondered why she had come here at all, and realized that the memories of her parents' faces and friends' voices were her treasure. Ceres noticed that the longing for the smell and breath of her brothers and sisters was unbearable, and she could not remember the name they called her by. The heroine said that she wanted to cry, but the tears dried up 50 years ago, like a desert. The magician was surprised to notice that in his past life, everything was fine with the Danheim clan, but now, there was no trace of it here. Levenhard asked if the future had changed again, and he hadn't done anything that big. It's possible they ended up in a timeline where the Dunheim clan was wiped out much earlier than in his past life. The hero remarked that the village seemed strange to him. Then Ceres asked if he had seen any destroyed villages. The hero asked if she thought there was something wrong, and reminded her that the Danheim clan had been destroyed 50 years ago. The magician noticed that over the past 50 years, no one had settled in this village, and this was strange. Levenhard saw traces indicating that someone had been in control of this village for about 2 weeks. At this time, the girl ordered him to pull himself together and not show weakness when addressing Natina. The guy noted with disappointment that this was all the catch he had after so much effort. He asked if they could sell them, and was told they would still be in the red, then said they had missed out on so many opportunities. The man noticed that after meeting that redneck, everything went wrong. Another asked if they had cooling magic, and was told that magic was not a cure for all ills. The man said bitterly that he had paid everything he had, but it turned out to be useless, and everything went wrong, no matter how hard he tried. The hero noticed that at least they weren't returning empty-handed, since they had caught 3. The magician said that 3 people wouldn't get much, and one of them was a boy. Levenhart heard Captain Bright say that an elf was approaching them, and ordered them to prepare to capture her. At the same time, Felena noticed how Tesron was studying the work, and he reminded her of the agreement, no unnecessary chatter. The hero noticed that Felena was his childhood friend, and it was a warm memory. Tesron remembered that Felena was the only person he could trust, and she was by his side after his rebirth. He noticed that without her help, he wouldn't have been able to awaken the aura, given all the limitations of the magic tower. The girl reminded him with a smile that when Tesron smiled like that, she remembered the past. He said it was strange that she brought this up and asked how the task had gone. She said that the reputation of the fighting king Levenhart preceded him, and that was funny. Tesron noticed that he had the same name he had as a child, and now they call him something else. The guy noticed that the Golden Knight was suffering a crushing defeat from the new owner of the aura, and this was most likely the work of envious people. The hero said that such news would make the fighting king even more famous, and he did not understand what people saw in him. Tesron asked if she had seen Sir Yesus, and she confirmed that he had agreed to the meeting. The guy said that in this way he gained a powerful ally, and he managed to find another suitable candidate. Felena mentioned the name of Stefan von Eltian, the second son of the Marquis of the Kingdom of Vasily. The hero noticed that it was an unfamiliar name, but if it turned out to be useless, he could always find a use for it. Tesron thanked the girl for her excellent work, and she agreed. The guy said threateningly that the demon king Levenhart had taken what belonged to him, and he would take what belonged to him. Then he added that in the end he would take everything else from him, and this was his firm intention. At the same time, Captain Bright heard that some elf was approaching them and ordered to prepare to capture her. The hero noticed with surprise that it was an adult, and it was a bag of gold in their hands. The magician asked in bewilderment where she came from, and it was a mystery. He cast a spell in an ancient language, creating a fiery projectile to strike the enemy. It seemed that just a little bit more, and Ceres could have ended up in their hands, but the hero arrived in time. The protagonist said that he had finally caught up with her and asked her not to run away alone anymore. The man ordered them not to move and warned that he would kill them if they moved. The magician noticed with surprise that they had already met, and this was unexpected. Levenhart asked if he was a slave hunter, and that was an accusation. The man said that even years later he cannot forget the events of that day, and he never thought that he would remember him too. The magician said that it was damn unpleasant for him to keep memories of such scum in his head, and he would ask him a couple of questions. Leffenhardt asked if these three were the only elves they had, and was told that he would not answer his questions. Then the main character said that there was no other choice, and their lives depended on his answers. The hero asked if there was anyone else there, and heard that about 40 elves had been killed. The magician, hearing this number, froze for a moment, and his eyes darkened with anger, which he was barely containing. He slowly turned his gaze to the prisoners and quietly, but with a threat in his voice, said that they would answer for every life they lost. Ceres, standing nearby, looked into the guy's eyes and realized that something terrible was about to begin. The magician said that in that case, he would have to pay for the blood that had been spilled, and that was his verdict. Leffenhardt saw Bright create a magical radiation shield and was surprised by its power. The protagonist cast a spell calling upon the Son of Heaven to strike down the enemies, and it was powerful. The magician noticed that Bright had started all this because of the elves, and this was unexpected because he did not think that he was capable of such devotion. He said it was strange that he hadn't turned to dust yet, and realized he didn't have enough mana for the finishing blow. Leffenhardt said goodbye to him and said that he must pay for the spilled blood of the elves, and this was his final sentence. Bright noticed that he started all this because of the elves, and this was unexpected. The mage said it was strange that he hadn't turned to dust yet, and realized he was short of mana. Leffenhardt said goodbye to him and said that he must pay for the spilled blood of the elves. The man asked if there was a human among those elves, and said that if those elves were his, they did not know that they had a master. The hero said they were wrong, and he had already said he would make them pay for their blood. Bright asked if he was serious about doing this because they killed them, and wondered what the big deal was. Leffenhardt smiled coldly and said that it didn't matter to him whether those elves were someone's property, because each of them had a right to life. Bright realized that this man would not stop until he evened the score for every drop of spilled blood. Leffenhardt said that they took the lives of elves and did not even feel guilty, which was outrageous. He noted that they were no different from people, but killing them was equated to slaughtering animals. The hero asked what the difference was between a man and an animal, and heard that people had reason. Bright said that their actions are rational, and they do not follow instincts alone. Leffenhardt asked why the elves were not suitable. Bright said angrily that even a person who did not meet the requirements could be considered a slave. He asked how elves could be compared to humans, since they were born slaves. The man asked ironically if he considered himself the wisest person in the world. The guy said that he underestimated the world. The hero remarked that he would not like to live his life in the skin of a slave, and this was a sincere admission. The magician said that if such thoughts visited him, then others might think the same thing, and this was a logical conclusion. Leffenhardt asked what was wrong with that, and was told to stop trying to force his way of thinking on others. Bright noted that this was arrogance, and Leffenhardt admitted that he was being forced to adhere to the logic of today's society. Even though she is wrong, he will choose to be arrogant. Ceres approached the prisoners and asked if they were okay, cutting the rope wrapped around their hands. The elf said Shaylin's name with surprise, which turned out to be an unexpected discovery. The girl asked if it was her, and heard the name Seredni. Ceres remembered that name. It was called earlier when they caught a whole bunch of scorpions. She remembered that this was the very name by which she was addressed, and it was her real name. The heroine said the name Serendi il Prelfiana, and realized that she remembered her name. The girl asked in surprise if she had been alive all this time, and he heard that she had been alive too. However, Shaylin said that she had become a slave to a dirty little man, and noted that she had no honor or dignity left in her. Leffenhardt intervened and firmly stated that she was not a slave, but his comrade, and this was unexpected for everyone. He said that even if Shaylin was part of her family, he wouldn't allow her to call Ceres a slave. The hero turned to Ceres and said that she should have been told about this from the very beginning. The girl looked at the guy with hope and asked if everything was really as he said. Leffenhardt asked if he had ever treated her like a slave, and she replied that he never had. The hero noted that he never decided anything without asking her opinion, and that was true. The hero asked why she continued to belittle herself. Ceres replied that Leffenhardt had never directly stated that she was not his slave. Leffenhardt said that she did not belong to him, and that they were equal. The guy added that she was a free elf, which was a bold statement on his part. The heroine said that she knew this, and understood perfectly well that Leffenhardt did not consider elves slaves. The girl said that she knew that he sincerely treated other races as equals, and she did not even doubt it. She said that she still couldn't comprehend it, then she was silent for a few seconds. Ceres added that there is one thing she is absolutely sure of. When he looks at her, he sees someone else. The heroine said that before these words meant nothing to her, because she considered herself just a slave. The girl noticed that he was not trying to deceive her, but she would prefer that he treat her like a servant. Leffenhardt bitterly admitted that he had been proud of having saved her from her fate, but it had been an illusion. He said he acted like the average man who bought a slave. Ceres said she couldn't accept sincerity meant for someone else. Leffenhardt said she was free to do whatever she wanted. Cillian spoke her real name, Serendi al Arelfiana, and that was her true name. The hero said that now he sees a different meaning in his past words. She can stay or leave. It's up to her to decide. Leffenhart said that no matter what the choice, he would treat him with respect, and that was his promise. Ceres asked him if he wanted her to leave him, and he replied that he wanted her to stay. Cillian said that he would never dare to restrict her again. He could only believe that she would stay. Ceres said she needed to think about it for a while, and the guy asked if she would help him find his family. Leffenhart repeated that she was not his slave, and he would not reveal the location of her village to anyone. The hero said he would wait nearby, but Shaylin insisted that they go together. She said that if she did not repay her savior, it would be a shame for her clan. The mage asked if she was sure, and she said that he would have found their hiding place sooner or later anyway. Shaylin apologized and said that if she were in the same situation, she would do the same thing. She said that Serendi al-Arelfiana met a kind man. Then she asked if that was most likely why she had revealed her real name to him. Ceres whispered in amazement that Leffenhard knew a name that even she herself could not remember. Shaylin shook her head in surprise and noted that the name had not been spoken aloud for many years, and knowing it was a real miracle. Ceres, still not believing her ears, quietly added that perhaps this was not just a coincidence. Elder Relhard heard a report that water supplies were running low and would last for one day at most. The scouts returned and reported that the people had stopped their search in the desert. When asked about the return of the bodies of fallen warriors, the elder replied that their final resting place was the desert sands. Relhard, the elder of the Danheim clan, aged 343 years, heard that they could no longer stay here. The elder ordered the preparations to begin, but he reflected that even if they returned, it would only be a matter of time before the slave traders visited again. Relhard was surprised to see Shaylin, Natina, and Ryder, and among them was a human. The elder of the Danheim clan ordered that they not be allowed to pass. The protagonist tried to calm everyone down, saying that these were warning shots. Leffenhart noticed that they had made slingshot projectiles from molten glass and enhanced them with elemental magic. He explained that this is how they achieved the temperature of melting sand, but without the World Tree, they are unable to summon enough spirits to fight. The protagonist said that her clan had lived here for hundreds of years and continued to study the spirits of fire, and she was no different from them. When asked if he learned this from his master, he replied that his master's friend had extensive knowledge of elves and dwarves. He said he would first show that they came in peace, but the elves found that their attacks did not work on him. Leffenhard addressed them as descendants of great spirits and said that he was a man, but not their enemy. He asked for a token of friendship, and the elves were surprised that he knew their language and rules of etiquette. Elder Relhard wondered if he really wasn't an enemy, but said his words weren't enough. Leffenhart replied that he expected nothing less, and the elves felt an unusual energy. They asked what he was doing, and saw that he was the owner of an aura, and he used the fourfold horn of disaster. The guy noted that a person might consider such an act a threat, but elves are rationalists. The elder said that Leffenhart was truly strong, and he needed to show himself from the very beginning, and now he sees. The elder invited them, and the protagonist turned to Ceres, inviting her into his true home. Shaylin asked if she was remembered and said she was the child lost in the days of nightmares. The elder announced that today a lost family member and their old relatives had returned to them, and called Leffenhard their benefactor. Leffenhart modestly replied that it was not worth it, and suggested preparing for the return. The elves arrived at their village of Derivzade, and Ceres was glad to return home. She was met by Geraint, who asked if she remembered him, and she replied that it was him. Leffenhart noticed that she looked so happy here, and wondered if she would change her mind about going with him. He said that he came here on one matter, and he had one request. Leffenhard asked her to experience the power of the elves and learn spiritual magic. He admitted that he knew a couple of spiritual spells, but his abilities were no match for elven magic. The guy said that only they are able to enlighten Ceres, and teaching her spiritual magic is the duty of their clan. The elders showed and said that after the loss of the World Tree, this is all they are capable of now, and it is barely enough to replace the fire. The elder admitted that he believed she would be better off learning magic from them, but he intended to teach her himself. Leffenhart noted that it was sad to not be able to communicate with spirits as an elf, and he understood them well. He said that if she did decide to stay here, the Dunheim clan would have no choice but to consider him one of them. The elder declared that he was now their brother, and Leffenhart spent another 4 days in Derivzade. Leffenhart replied with warmth in his voice that it was a great honor for him to be accepted into their clan, and he would do everything to justify this trust. The elder, placing his hand on his shoulder, added that from now on, his house would always be open to him. Here, Ceres was taught to sense and resonate with spirits, and was told that if she practiced, she would be able to communicate even with the spirits of the wind and waters. Shaylin noted that she still felt unsure of her abilities, and recalled that her own process had taken 3 years. She noted with surprise that this was incredible, and that few elves were able to master this magic in such a short time. Ceres has undergone various training since childhood, and this experience has given her a learning speed comparable to that of a human. Shaylin quietly said that in her long life, she had never seen anyone grasp spirit magic so quickly. Leffenhardt asked her if she liked it, and she said yes. He asked if she had made a decision yet, and she said that she wanted to stay here and help them. Leffenhardt asked if she could fundamentally change their lives, and she replied that perhaps by following them she could do so. He promised to help them, and swore on his life that he would certainly help. The elder, hearing her words, nodded approvingly and said that such a choice was worthy of respect. Leffenhardt, looking at her with a warm smile, added that he would wait for her as long as it took. Ceres said she wanted to go with them, and Leffenhardt couldn't contain his joy. He exclaimed that he would change this world for the girl who chose him, and he could not contain his joy. Ceres noticed that he was expressing feelings by attacking the heavens, and he admitted that she was right. Leffenhardt said that he would now show the future of her clan, and announced that it would now be the village of the Danheim clan. The elder asked in bewilderment how there could be a village here if there wasn't even water. Leffenhardt approached Ceres to lend him her nihilin, and she wondered why he needed it. He noticed that she had awakened a connection with the spirits in just 4 days, which was an incredible achievement. Leffenhardt asked if it wasn't interesting how this happened, and explained that it was because she was the rightful owner of Nigilin. He said that the bow considered her its mistress, and granted her the power to call upon its name and use its power. Leffenhardt cast a spell in the ancient language, calling for the awakening of the world's protector and the seed that nourished these lands. The elves asked in amazement what it was, and could not believe what was happening. The elder reverently pronounced the word spring, and this was the beginning of the miracle. Relhard said that he already understood everything, and asked how this was possible. He felt warmth enveloping his entire body, and a sense of wholeness, as if every cell was connected to the tree. The elder said that it was as if his soul itself was awakening from sleep, and it was an incredible feeling. The elder said with confidence that this feeling was described only in legends, and every elf was able to recognize it instinctively. He exclaimed that this was Elfenheim, the world tree, and it had awakened thanks to Leffenhardt. The magician explained that Nihilin was a lost branch of the Tree of Life, and he awakened its vital forces. The elder asked in amazement who he was, and whether he was a savior sent by the goddess herself. The magician replied with a smile that he was their friend, and friends should help each other. He apologized for using Nigilin, and promised to find a much more powerful weapon for the girl. The elder remarked that it was time to return to the Great Forge, and everyone agreed. Upon returning, the hero was surprised to notice that Cillian had pumped up while he was gone, and he sheepishly replied that they had returned quickly. The elves surrounded the protagonist and asked why they had not warned him. The guy asked if any progress had been made. One of the elves proudly showed off his success in magic, and everyone was impressed. The mage said that a new class of soldier had appeared in the Great Forge, the mage soldiers. Russ came up and said that he was back, and things were going more or less well. Russ noticed that he hadn't noticed it before, but now he could clearly see that the magician was simply enormous. The magician was surprised and asked what he meant. Russ explained that not in the physical plane, but as if he had a huge soul. Cillian asked if they would soon move on and head back to the ancient ruins. The magician confirmed that money would not hurt them, but the end point of their journey was elsewhere. He announced that their path lay to the kingdom of Crovens, where there was someone who could help him. While the mage was finishing his business in the Great Forge, something was also happening in another place, much colder and larger. A group of explorers were sitting around a fire in the frozen lands, and one of them asked for the fire to be made brighter. He noted with bitterness that at first there were 30 of them, but now there were only 10. But be that as it may, they managed to get a good catch in the ruins of Shalkarn. It was worth their hard work, and they found the book. It contained all the records about the Silver Age, including those they didn't know about. Just when they were about to reveal the secret of the Silver Age, a monster suddenly appeared. Someone shouted that they were enemies and they wanted to take away their prey. The enemy leader ordered to kill them. The explorer, backing away, whispered that this monster was not just a guardian of the ruins, but something much more ancient and evil. One of the researchers offered to give up all the relics, if only they would spare him. However, the attackers said that they had come not for the relics, but for him himself. Tesron confirmed that it was necessary, and that it was the Silver Sage's order. He explained that the treasure hunters had opened a door that should have remained closed, and no one should know this part of the story. All this was for the protection of humanity, and it was a small sacrifice for the well-being of all humanity. Tesron asked Stefan how he liked the Berserker armor, and he replied that it was the best he had ever tried. Stefan added that as soon as he got used to her, he would easily deal with that upstart. One of the attackers said Stefan was not the only one seeking revenge. Tesron ordered to take everything that might be useful, and sell the rest, and give the items from the list to the Silver Sages for safekeeping. He explained that the Silver Sages stand guard over peace and order, and that among the relics of the Silver Age, there are many items. Tesron added that, if they fall into the wrong hands, dire consequences are inevitable. One of the attackers noticed with surprise that this was the voice of Elysian, and asked if this was really another secret that the people were not supposed to know about. The guy assumed that this was some kind of special artifact, since the Demon King himself had rated it so highly. He added with bewilderment that he had not known that it existed in 2 copies, and asked what kind of secret it was. At this time, the elder asked what exactly the young elf wanted to know, and she answered that it was everything concerning Leffenhard. She explained that it seemed as if he knew who she was from the very beginning, and his look, manner of speech, actions, did not behave like that with strangers. Ceres added that on top of everything, he called her real name, which even she had managed to forget, and asked how this was possible. The man remarked that he was afraid that she wouldn't understand, and she wondered why. Before giving her advice, he asked her if she trusted him, and she replied that she would believe him even if she were told he was a deity. However, he said that was not what he was talking about, and asked again if she trusted him. He asked if she had been told everything, and she confirmed that it was a truly incredible story. Felina learned that he had managed to return to the past and that he was an archmage of the 10th Circle, the first in history. Due to his attempts to change the world for the benefit of other races, he once held the title of Demon King, but failed that time. However, he managed to turn back time to try to fulfill his dream again. She realized that he saw his former love in her and asked if she could forgive him. Felina replied that for now she could only say that she would continue to follow him, but she was not the Ceres he once knew. Yet this did not mean that she did not like him, and the hero wondered whether she had forgiven him or not. The girl took a deep breath, realizing that there was still an invisible wall between them that could not be broken by just one word. She, noticing his confusion, smiled softly and said that time and actions would put everything in its place if he was truly ready to wait. The hero felt a little lighter in his soul, and he decided that he would not rush things. He quietly added that, even if she never became the Ceres of his past, he was still glad that she was in his present. The next destination was in the eastern part of the continent, in the kingdom of Crovens. He controlled vast tracts of fertile land, and this kingdom marked the beginning of the history of the entire continent. King Gotran I had a legitimate heir named Talion, who was to ascend the throne by birthright. However, sometime after the king's death, Talion died of an unknown illness, and the news of this shook the entire kingdom. The vacant throne provoked a split in the nobility, which led to the emergence of two contenders for the throne, and a period of turmoil began. The supporters of Lord Karsus fought against the supporters of the rightful heir, and the battle was brutal. This bloody conflict divided not only armies, but also families, pitting brother against brother and father against son in an endless struggle for power. The second contender, Prince Eubel Ren Crovens, was the child of a royal concubine, but was granted the right to ascend to the throne. The pretender, Prince Karsus, was the heir of Duke Fernando, and his lineage was closely intertwined with the royal one. At the time, a civil war was raging in Crovence, and Karsus was known for his fighting skills from a young age. His subordinates trusted him and respected him immensely, while they knew Eubel from a completely different side. Apart from his blood relationship with the previous king, the only thing he was famous for was his uncontrollable libido. In the barony of Delphine in the central region of the kingdom of Crovence, one of the military leaders asked how much longer they could hold out. Eubel noted with bitterness that the famine had broken out just now, and asked if Redanti was no longer bestowing his mercy on them. He admitted that he didn't want to become king, he was forced to, and now he's watching all this chaos. Finia asked him if he really didn't want to rule the kingdom that much, and he confirmed that he really didn't. But the problem is that he has no other choice, and he said that either the throne or the guillotine. He asked her not to pretend that it didn't concern her, and warned that if his head rolled off his shoulders, she would be next in line for the scaffold. Finia, the prince's beloved, was a dwarf, and she was surprised how she had managed to fall in love with such a man. She apologized and said that for now they were safe and that war was not fought on an empty stomach. The enemy would not make the next move until they had replenished their provisions, and this gave them time to catch their breath. Eubel felt like his life wasn't his own, and Finia suggested they just run away. Suddenly, a voice was heard asking if they were having fun, and everyone froze in amazement. The stranger introduced himself as Leffenhard and said that he was a magician who had come to lend a helping hand to the future ruler of the kingdom. He asked if Eubel wanted to side with him, and Finia, being a dwarf, confirmed that he was not lying. Eubel noticed that the stranger looked quite imposing and asked if he was a battle mage. Leffenhard answered in the affirmative and said that he had deliberately worn the wide cloak to hide his build. Eubel asked if he really came to help him, and he confirmed that he did. Eubel heard him say have fun and asked if he had misheard, but the guest replied that he had imagined it. Leffenhard noted that it was no surprise that he was viewed with suspicion and said he was not offended. He thought that the dwarves were nothing but trouble, and it was not for nothing that they were called walking lie detectors. Leffenhard said he didn't mean for it to sound critical, and admitted that he himself was in love with an elf. Eubel asked what kind of aid he was talking about, and Leffenhard offered provisions worth 100,000 gold pieces. Eubel exclaimed that this was an astronomical sum, practically the annual budget of the royal family, and the grain would last for 3 months. He said the offer was so tempting that he had doubts. Leffenhard asked how many aura wielders were under his command and was told that there were none. He offered to send 6 people to help, and Eubel was surprised, because in the entire kingdom of Crovence there were no more than 5. Leffenhard asked what the price was, and said that upon his accession to the throne he would like Jubal to grant him a fief. Yubel asked, and that was all, and he answered that he wanted this fief to be an autonomous territory. He said he wanted to create a place where elves, dwarves, and orcs could live freely. A small town located in the barony of Delphine became the place of their meeting after successful negotiations. His companion asked if the negotiations had gone well, and he confirmed that everything had gone well. The hero said that now we need to carefully watch what happens next and not repeat the mistakes of our past life. The magician added that he must do everything to ensure that their fiefdom was completely legal, even if it took a long time. The magician replied that Karsus and Prince Yuvel had been executed, and it could happen again if he did not intervene. He said he would do everything possible to prevent this from happening. The most important thing is that this battle teaches them to perceive representatives of other races not as slaves, but as allies. Russ asked how everything went, and the hero replied that it was tolerable, and so far everything was going according to plan. Russ said that they left the Great Forge a month ago, and during that time they visited 10 ancient ruins. The magician noted that carrying the relics out of the ruins was much harder than fighting those demons. He joked that it was good that he had managed to pump up, and they asked him where they would get 100,000 gold coins. The magician corrected that it was not coins, but grain that would amount to that amount, and he was asked if he was talking about the grain that he had purchased through the Taoban Trading Company. He said that if it weren't for the famine and war, this grain would be worth only 4,000 gold pieces, but what we have is what we are happy with. Russ said he had one question and asked how he was going to allocate 6 aura holders to the prince. The magician replied that there were also aura wielders among the elves, but they had rather strained relations, and it would be impolite to ask them for help. He added that he did not include himself either, and was asked where they could find 4 more. The mage said that they would turn to the great orc champions, Kalkin and Stemma, and he was asked if the orcs also had aura holders. He explained that to the southeast of the Marchia Mountains, 15 days' journey away, there were meadows that were called the Land of Trials. There lives a tribe of orcs who adhere to ancient traditions. Russ noted that he had met a couple of skilled orc swordsmen, but asked if they were really that strong. The magician replied that these were the strongest warriors he knew, even compared to humans, elves, and dwarves. The old orc thanked his interlocutor for the work he had done, and he replied that he thanked him too. The magician said that dangerous information must be kept in the right hands, and that is how they protect humanity. The Taoist protector added that they acted only for the good, and he was asked if he had really called him for such a trifle. The magician replied that he should take a higher position to gain even more power. He thought about how he would like to give a speech about the danger posed by the Demon King. Thanks to the light mage Jade Arcalite, he knows that Duke Iranad is also a member of the Silver Sages Council. The magician said that he was able to gain entry into their ranks by passing off his knowledge of them from a past life as his theories. He noted that during the Great Silver Age, the main heroes of this era were not people, but elves, with their Tree of Life and dwarves. They were so powerful that already 1,000 years ago, they had their own names, and they were called the people of Zabdrat and Al-Hatran. In the ancient language, Eldrath meant the blessing of Eldia, and Al-Hitran, the blessing of Al-Fort, and their civilizations were named after their gods. But the Silver Sages hid this information from the people, and in order to hide the truth, it was necessary to come up with a plausible lie. The group entered the eastern meadows of Fatland, where they were met by a desolate and bleak land known as Destrand. The hero noticed that it was a deserted place and began telling stories about how in orcish villages they got rid of weak babies and old people. The guy explained that this is why orcs consider it an honor to leave the village on their own when they are no longer useful. Tilla said it was barbaric, but Cirrus countered that, given the circumstances, such traditions were not surprising. The mage remarked that it seemed that humans weren't the only ones who were always fighting among themselves, and he was asked how he was ever going to convince these orcs to help them. He replied that he had a plan, but he wasn't sure it would work, and they would act according to the situation. He was asked whether he had followed a similar principle in his past life, and he replied that Tashid was with him then. Suddenly, Russ noticed something approaching them, and the orcs began to shout in their own language. The magician noted with a grin that if his plan failed, he could always just pretend to be a lost merchant. The magician translated that the orcs were saying that this was their land, and that only death awaited the people here. He tried to appeal to the Blue Bear warriors, but the orcs did not want to listen to him. The magician, realizing that words were useless, took a deep breath and decided that he would have to prove his strength not with words, but with actions. After this, both the orcs and the heroes began to fight, not wanting to talk to each other. Tilla noticed that they were indeed strong, and his companion confirmed what he had warned. The protagonist realized that they had one huge weakness. The guy cast a second circle mass sleep spell with just a snap of his fingers. Everyone was surprised how the orcs fell asleep so quickly, and he said the hero thought that this spell was absolutely useless in battle. Cillian said that even the strongest warrior is not capable of anything if he is unable to resist magic. The protagonist asked what if someone like him cast a magic protecting spell on them, and he thought about it. The magician noticed that they weren't even warriors, and the real warriors of the Blue Bear tribe protect their tribe and hunt monsters. He explained that these guys are yet to become warriors, so they are simply patrolling the area, gaining experience. His companion asked in surprise, so these really weren't warriors, and they realized that they were about to meet the true defenders of the tribe. The orcs loudly declared that this was their land, and entry was prohibited, and their voices sounded threatening. The magician addressed them as valiant warriors, and said that they came in peace, but the orc replied that humans were excellent liars. The magician understood this, and said that he wanted to demonstrate to them that his words were absolutely true, and proposed a ritual fight. The orc asked how exactly he intended to do this, and the mage replied that true warriors sharpen their souls in battle. He proposed a ritual fight in which he would prove the truth of his words, and it was an ancient ritual. The magician explained that this is how the orcs gain trust, because strength is paramount for them, and a coward will never become strong. The orc was surprised that he knew their great tradition, and agreed to fight, saying that he was a skilled man. The mage replied that real conversation could only be conducted with swords, and the orcs agreed, as was to be expected. Russ remarked that it was simple, but asked what about Cirrus and Tilla, and he replied that when it came to battle, orcs didn't care about gender. Ceres asked if he should fight, and the hero said no, since she was not a warrior, and it still seemed to him that they considered him a child. The orc announced that they would begin a ritual fight, and those who wished to prove their strength must step forward. Ceres was the first to come out, introducing herself as Cirrus Balencia of the Dunheim clan. One of the orcs introduced himself as Zakator, son of Darethar, and challenged the mage to combat. He switched to a more formal language that the group members could understand, and his companion was surprised that they knew the formal language. Ceres asked Russ if he knew any language other than the official one, and he replied that he didn't, and that they were probably the stupidest ones here. The fight began, and the orc was surprised how such a small thing could be so strong. The orc, gritting his teeth, parried her blow with difficulty and growled with respect that in his entire life he had not met many warriors. The girl said he was strong, but noted that it was nothing compared to her usual training. The orc said that she was a true warrior, calling her a stunning little elf. She smiled faintly, and a spark of respect for the enemy who was not afraid to acknowledge her strength flashed in her gaze. Ceres confirmed the protagonist's words that these are the strongest warriors he knows, even compared to other races. Leffenhart saw a spark of excitement flash in the orc's eyes and realized that this fight was more than just a test for him. The girl noticed that he was extremely skilled with his sword, but his sword could not keep up with his skills. The orc, hearing her words, only grinned predatorily and gripped the hilt of his sword tighter, preparing for another exchange of blows. The magician, watching this scene, quietly said that it is moments like these that make warriors great. In that case, he used a spiritual weapon, and his companion asked in surprise what it was. The mage realized that this was a spiritual weapon, a secret technique of the orcs, and his sword was slightly sharper and more durable. She shook her head in admiration as the orc's weapon glowed with a ghostly light. The magician explained that this is not just a technique, but an entire philosophy, where each warrior puts a piece of his soul into his weapon. Ceres asked if this was a special orc skill similar to Tilla's earthly resonance, and he confirmed it. He said that more experienced warriors were able to create various types of spiritual weapons, but he did not have enough time to describe them all. The orc broke the distance, after which the girl whispered, "Did he really open up?" Ceres looked at him with a grin, and said that now he was hers, and rushed to attack. The girl, noticing how the orc's spiritual weapon suddenly changed shape, realized that he had only just begun to show his true capabilities. Leffenhard, watching the fight, noticed that sometimes they could control their weapons in this way, and this was unexpected. She asked irritably why he hadn't said anything about it before, and he shrugged. Ceres barely dodged the new attack and sighed that she should have been more careful with this opponent. The orc said that her skills were impressive, and he didn't think he would have to resort to the help of an ally. The heroine noted that this was logical, since their people had passed this technology down from generation to generation, and its secret lay not only in enhancing weapons. She said she hated losing and wondered if she should admit defeat because of her race. The girl realized that at the moment, Zakator was using a technique that only orcs could use. Then she asked herself if elves really had their own unique techniques. She replied that there was, and called upon the spirit of Saran, her friend, in the name of their friendship. Leffenhart noticed with surprise that Sarana, the spirit of the wind, was there and asked if she had called him. The mage said that although she was feeding on Nigelin's energy, the rate of her growth was astounding. The orcs watched with bated breath as the spirit's ghostly figure enveloped the warrior, their eyes filled with awe. The wind spirit, hearing her call, gently touched her shoulder, and at that moment her movements became faster and her blows more accurate. The orcs all shouted together that the aliens had won, but they didn't look depressed. Ceres was asked if she was okay, to which she replied that everything was fine. Leffenhart praised her for her excellent work, and she thanked him. Tilla asked if it was scary that she simply stepped on a spirit. The magician replied that spirits are innocent creatures, and they do not take offense at such trifles. He added that they were like goldfish, then thought to himself about Ceres. She doesn't stand on ceremony even with her loved ones. Leffenhardt announced that the second duel was beginning, and those who wished to prove their strength must step forward. Tilla came out. Although it was her turn now, unfortunately, she suffered a defeat. The orc said she had the potential to be a great warrior, but she needed to hone her skills. He added that by not fighting at full strength, she showed disrespect to her opponent. The magician translated, he says that she does not overestimate herself, but she should not hold back, and the most important thing is that she was recognized. Leffenhardt said that Russ was next, and he introduced himself as the heir to the sword of tennis. Russ had already pointed his sword forward, showing his intention to fight right now. Hearing the guy, one orc jumped up and in that same second was next to him. The orc said that he would deal with him himself, and the mage noted that this executioner was also a champion, Karuga. He explained that Karuga was one who had been blessed with a fighting spirit, a title that only the strongest orcs were given. The orcs, hearing this, hummed approvingly, and respect for the man could be heard in their voices. The orcs exclaimed in surprise that the man was a champion, and the boy said that if he had surprised them so much, then what would happen when the elder came out here? The orc introduced herself as the matriarch of the Blue Bear clan, Champion Stalu, and said that she would become his opponent. Russ noticed that she was strong, and that the orcessa was indeed different from the others. The matriarch, hearing his words, nodded approvingly, and replied that he was not mistaken, and she really was not one to give in without a fight. Russ, feeling her strength, smiled slightly and noted that this only fueled his excitement. Orcessa said his attack was interesting, and added that he was no slouch, but lacked experience. The mage, watching their fight, quietly remarked that this battle could become an invaluable lesson for Russ. Orcessa, deftly avoiding another blow, added with a grin that he was still young, but his drive and passion for victory already deserved respect. The mage asked if she did it on purpose to make him lose his focus, and she said that was enough already, and called on him to fight. Russ, catching her gaze, instantly adjusted his stance and, making a sharp lunge, tried to catch her off guard. Then, without slowing down, he launched into a series of quick strikes, forcing her to retreat. Russ noticed that this was the very technique that the elder spoke of, a spiritual weapon, and she controlled it only with the power of thought. He said that in the fight with the elder, he had already encountered attacks enhanced by aura, so repelling something like that would be a piece of cake for him. The hero noted that Russ was a good fighter when it came to single combat, but he had little experience in fighting against aura users. If he focused on just attacking, he would be attacked from all sides, so he asked what he would do. Russ shouted that victory was his, but it was not over yet, and he tried to use a new technique. The magician thought that he hadn't had time to really test this technique in the field and asked for it to work. Suddenly something unusual happened, and he asked in surprise what was happening. The orcs watched the Phantom Division in amazement, a sight they could not explain. Leffenhardt saw the phantom swords and realized that Russ knew which ones were real and which were just illusions. He said he had a great future, and the technology that hid his own presence was impressive. Orcessa noted that it was a good attack, but it wouldn't work on her anymore. Then Russ asked with a sly smile if he had missed by accident. He then explained that if you were able to distinguish between an illusory sword and a real one, dodging was quite easy. Orcessa, hearing his words, only grinned and, adjusting her grip on her spiritual weapon, replied that the ease of dodging did not depend on vision. The hero noticed that Russ had switched places with the illusion, and it was amazing. The magician said that this guy is a real genius, and the Phantom Division technique goes beyond the laws of space. Leffenhardt explained that this technique distorts the very essence of the aura, and is very difficult to resist. He added that the true purpose of this technique is to move the aura to strike the enemy. The mage said that given that this technique was Cyrus's signature move of the Holy Sword, Russ had achieved great heights in a short time. The orc said that if he was destined to face the main character in battle a little later, he needed to finish it quickly. The enemy ordered them to fly like birds, and called upon the 12 sisters. After these words, the orc's 12 daggers flew straight at Russ. He asked in surprise what this was, and shouted that he was ready to surrender. It was announced that the winner of the third ritual fight was the representative of the Blue Bear tribe, and everyone shouted with delight. Leffenhardt asked if he would demonstrate his technique later, and said that he wanted to see it too. Russ noted that she would be absolutely useless against him, and he was alien to the very concept of dodging. Leffenhardt had already stepped forward and announced that it was his turn. The protagonist appeared, and everyone was amazed by his powerful physique. He didn't even need to go through the ritual combat. However, traditions could not be broken, so he loudly announced that he wanted to take part in the ritual fight. The warriors looked at each other in amazement when the clan leader appeared before them, and no one could sense his presence. Kalkin's wife asked him in surprise when he had managed to get there, and he replied that he had been watching from afar, hiding behind a rock. He explained that he had noticed how much fun they were having there and had decided not to interfere, but now his time had come. His opponents were surprised that he was able to get so close, since the stone was 300 meters away from them. He introduced himself as the tribe's leader and champion, and said he wanted to fight the main character instead of his wife. The magician noticed that this was the first time he had met a man as big as his master, and agreed to fight. Kalkin accepted the challenge with enthusiasm and said it was exactly what he had been waiting for. The hero began the fight with the Dream Veil and Enhanced Sleep spell, instantly putting the enemy into a deep sleep. The next moment, the huge orc lay down on the ground and simply fell asleep. Cillian noted with disappointment that this could hardly be considered a victory, since it was not fitting for a warrior to fight in such a way. The protagonist replied that he had merely shown that he was both a warrior and a magician and offered to wake him up. The orc was surprised that he was a magician and asked if he was really that tired from such a simple spell. Kalkin agreed that since magic was also his weapon, it would be dishonorable to give it up. He thanked the human champion for his attention, and the other warriors began to argue about whether it was acceptable to use magic in combat. The protagonist thought that thanks to his trained body, he would be able to gain their respect much faster than in his past life. He announced that they would continue the fight, and now they would definitely not need food. At the same time, another orc noticed that the Black King was acting strangely and asked what was wrong with him. After the orc gave in and gave him what he wanted and told him to take it, then the two of them saw a strange light. The orc said it was time to return, and this was the signal for the end of their stay here. The duel between the protagonist and the orc was still taking place on the battlefield. The protagonist used Chi Smash, and his opponent dealt with the massive weapon with ease, as expected from an orc. He used Chain Chi Slash and proudly asked if he had now proven his worth. The mage attempted to use Enhanced Sleep by summoning spirits to his call, but his magic did not work. He realized that even though the orc was the owner of an aura, his low resistance to magic was still his Achilles heel. The orc, hearing the magician's words, only grinned and, without breaking eye contact, replied that magic was good for weaklings. The magician, without taking his eyes off him, quietly added that this was precisely why he did not use more powerful spells. The chief, watching this squabble, nodded approvingly and noted that in their tribe, they valued not only strength but also the ability to admit one's mistakes. Cillian was surprised that the orc could fight even in his sleep and asked if that was the strength of those with an aura. Russ noted that there was much to learn from this battle, and no one would have thought that he could use aura to develop a conditioned reflex. The orc attacked again, and the mage thought that he was seeing this technique for the first time, and in his past life, he had no need to demonstrate it. He remembered that at that time he had simply handed them the mental magic talismans and cast a paralysis spell. The mage realized that the orc was compensating for his weakness to magic by controlling his aura and was now in auto-combat mode, parrying all attacks. He decided that he could have used another spell, but he preferred to solve everything with martial skill, and the orc gladly accepted the challenge. The mage, realizing that the orc was used to such tricks, decided to change tactics and went into a defensive stance, waiting for the moment to counterattack. The orc, noticing his maneuver, only chuckled approvingly and said that this was already more interesting and increased the speed of his blows. The hero, dodging another attack, felt his aura pulsate in time with his heart and realized that now was the moment. He took a sharp step forward and, using the momentum of his body, delivered a blow that was supposed to turn the tide of the fight. The mage said that the jokes were over and used the quadruple horn of calamity, but the fight was declared a draw. The protagonist, wincing in pain, groaned that it hurt and asked if it would end soon. Cillian, restoring the boy's body, sternly replied that he just needed to be patient and it would soon pass. The judge said that the fighters were on par in skill level and were like twins born on the same day. Tilla noticed that Philinen's treatment was so painful, but the fact is that part of his opponent's aura is still in this body. Cillian explained that aura, sacred power, and magic have different natures and are not able to completely merge with each other. The orc said that his wounds would heal on their own and recognized the man as a warrior he could trust. From that day on, he decided to consider him his brother and said that meeting a new brother was a truly joyful event. He added that a conversation started with swords should end with a drink, and they drank together. The orc, raising his horn with the foamy drink, smiled broadly and, clapping his new brother on the shoulder, declared that from now on there was no more mistrust. Russ thought he understood everything, but this was too much, and he wasn't sure if he could drink with them at all. The orc insisted that his brother drink with him, and the mage felt that it was that very liquor, damn strong and disgusting. However, he was surprised that it was not so bad, and asked if his tastes had changed. The orc said that he thought that a human might not like such a thing, and ordered his wife to carry another barrel. One of them asked with surprise whether elves were always so fat, and who would have thought that such a fat woman would harbor such remarkable strength. The orcs continued to discuss that they couldn't believe it was a boy, and that the boy was so puny. Listening to all this, Russ noticed that this was what his brother was trying to tell him. The orcs cried out joyfully that their shepherds had returned, and it was a real miracle. The main character turned around with some apprehension. He remembered something from his past life. He exclaimed in surprise that it was Tashid, and he asked if they recognized him, although he now looked completely different. The chief asked if they knew each other, and Tashid explained that he was the same man who had sent him here. The orc happily said it was a coincidence and asked his brother what brought him to their land. The hero replied that he wanted to find lands where the Blue Bear tribe could live even better and hoped that they would lend him their strength. The magician explained that he wanted to get the lands, and to put it simply, yes, they would get them if they agreed to fight. The map showed fortresses and baronies, and he pointed out the Viscountcy of Helfan, bordering the great mountain of Glothan. The chief asked Tashid, who had grown up among people, what he thought, and he replied that he did not trust people. However, Mr. Leffenhart was a different matter, and he would never lie to them. The matriarch greeted the warrior blessed with the spirit of battle and introduced herself as Grata, a Mukyabi of the Blue Bear tribe. The chief said that their new brother had shown them a different path, and for the sake of their tribe, they must make a wise decision. Russ noted that everything went quite well, and their tribe was going to move to a safer place. They will be joined by 100 orc warriors, and this guy has tagged along with them in case the orcs don't get to them in time. Russ noticed that now they had elves, dwarves, and now orcs with them, and he wouldn't be surprised if even some troll would soon join them. A few days later, they were moving along the Termania road, which was trodden by countless wagons. The man noted that with only 100 soldiers as security, Prince Juvel might seem frivolous. Another noted that they weren't even trying to block his precognition spell, and it looked like there were no mages among them. The soldiers seemed somehow too small, as if there were only children there, and he assumed that they were orc warriors. The guy said that Prince Juvel was not in a position to split his army now, and they would have a hard time. Apparently, things are much worse for them than they thought, and their enemies are nothing but brats. Just make a small show of force, and they'll run away. The dwarves gladly accepted the fight, and the people could not understand what the dwarves were doing here. They wondered how these mole-like creatures could be such good guards. The people decided that these damn miners had completely lost their minds, and one of the warriors asked in surprise what it was. The dwarf noticed that there were 800 infantrymen, 8 times more than them. The man called for an attack, and the dwarves easily defeated the enemies, and they were ready for their attack. Therefore, both in strategy and in attitude, we were able to gain the upper hand over the enemy. People simply couldn't predict that 3 dwarven aura holders would be here, and there was no hint of military science here. One of the warriors said with disdain that a real man would not allow his people to die at the hands of lesser creatures. The other replied that he didn't understand anything at all, and there was no point in being angry with the Shiat, and the orc shouted that he would kill him. The orc contemptuously called his opponent a dirty orc spawn and ordered them not to laugh at him. He proudly announced that he had beheaded the enemy commander, and his comrade half-heartedly praised him. The protagonist noticed that even after training at the Taubon Trading Company, his views had not changed at all. The magician only chuckled and quietly added that it was people like him who were the true power. In the barony of Delphine, Count Leonin, Prince Juvel's grandfather, listened to the request with bewilderment. He said that he was sincerely grateful for the help, but such a request baffled him because they wanted him to officially recognize the slave race. The magician explained that their participation was one of the conditions for the supply of supplies, and it was impossible to fight the magician's control. The Count called this unrealistic idealism and asked how such unreasonable requests could be made. He suggested that even if these creatures were truly capable of fighting, there were only 100 of them, and asked what they could achieve. The magician countered that there were actually 126 of them, and that members of the Blue Bear tribe would soon join them. The Count asked with disdain whether these primitive elves and dwarves could have any desires, and doubted their ability to fight. Then the magician offered to prove the opposite, and declared that they would capture the Sinai fortress with their own forces. The Count asked incredulously if this was a joke and compared the Sinai fortress to some kind of pathetic bandit camp. The magician replied that they had enough symbols, and if his warriors were treated properly, they would certainly ensure the prince's victory. The Count called this nonsense and declared that magicians knew nothing about war. Prince Jewel intervened and said that was enough and asked what exactly the problem was. The Count asked doubtfully if he was really going to simply send such valuable slaves to their deaths. The prince reminded them that all this time, the supplies had been more important than the enemies, and asked if the magician was planning to take everything with him. The prince acknowledged that this was a wise decision and ordered him to prove his loyalty by capturing the fortress of Sinai. The magician answered with confidence that he would certainly fulfill this order. He reported that Tashid had already moved forward, as they had agreed, and left with the Black King. Everything went as planned, and 3,000 warriors confronted 200, which was unusual for capturing a fortress. The boy said that the knights of the kingdom of Krovans could not be called weak, but they were no match for the warriors of the Great Forge. Tilla added that there had never been such a powerful army, and soon the orcs and dwarves would significantly improve their position. Elder Relahara confirmed that their patron had helped resurrect Elfenheim, and humans would no longer be able to speak to them from a position of strength. He added that over time, the other elves also sensed the rebirth of Elvenheim. The fire he had summoned began to grow, and the elder began to panic, just to avoid starting a fire. Suddenly, everyone heard the voice of Prince Juvel, who said that the boys were too noisy. Phinia wanted to meet the other dwarves, and they made a splash as planned. Yuval asked the protagonist if he thought they had a chance of winning, and he answered positively. Prince Jewel admitted that he feels better just when a smile appears on Phineas' face. He said that as long as their goals coincided, he was willing to trust the mage more than his vassals. The magician replied that he was already grateful for her smile alone, and promised not to let her down. A few days later, with the arrival of spring warmth, the fire of war reached the Sinai fortress, and the enemies were approaching. Sir Teswalt only came here because he was warned of an enemy attack. He noticed that there was not a single human among them, and there were only dwarves, and their coat of arms definitely belonged to the forces of Prince Juvel. He wondered if they really thought that this would be enough to defeat them, and said that their lives were worth much more than human ones. Tesvalt warned that if it really was a trap, it would take a lot of effort to escape from it. He added that any elf holding a sword would likely be a fighter, and they would be an excellent reward for their valiant warriors. The man said that the savior gave his permission, and now they can have fun to the fullest, using the aura. The knight, hearing the order to take the elven women alive, only grinned and quietly remarked that they still didn't know who they were dealing with. The orc, stretching his shoulders, said impatiently that he hadn't felt such excitement in a long time, and this fight would definitely be remembered for a long time. The elder, watching the approaching army, calmly added that time would tell which of them were worthy of being called warriors. The dwarf called another dwarf forward, and the knight screamed in panic that these were not dwarves, but some small monsters. The dwarf cried out with joyful laughter that he could finally avenge his kin and called his enemies vile humans. Another warrior called on the brothers to show them their strength and said that he had not fought anyone other than monsters for a long time. The knight exclaimed in surprise that there were aura possessors among the dwarves, and this was unexpected. Sir Teswalt asked what they should do, and his subordinate warned that if they really were the owners of the aura, the gate was in danger. Tesvalt ordered the fortress's magical protection to be activated immediately, and the protective circle was activated. The mage noticed that even this fortress had a high-level defense circle, and they were now at a disadvantage. The knights asked in surprise what this was, and ordered to open fire. They remarked that it looked like spiritual magic straight out of fairy tales, and said that the measly elves were incapable of using spirit magic. The mage cast a magic circle to protect the fortress gate and praised Relhard for his excellent work. The gates were destroyed, and demons entered the fortress, and the knights screamed in panic that they were demons. The knights screamed in panic that demons had entered the fortress. The knightly order of Fernando called for an attack, and shouted that they would show these inferior creatures the true strength of true knights. One of the warriors said that he would take them on himself, and ordered the others to deal with the monsters. The dwarves, hearing this, only chuckled and quietly said that they would soon see who really was the lowest creature in this world. The dwarf ordered the others to be protected and said that it seemed they needed to be reminded of their place. The knight said with surprise that some dwarves dared to pretend to be the owners of an aura. He was surprised to notice that the dwarf was actually strong, even though he was swinging a sword, and that was unexpected. The dwarf noticed that humans actually develop and learn much faster than other races. The knights asked in surprise what was happening, and noticed that the dwarf was fighting on par with Sir Teswalt. The elder said that Carlamit is capable of competing with Teswalt, and he will not lose to him. However, their magicians began to tire, which worried the fighter. Russ asked why they weren't intervening, and the mage replied that this battle was necessary so that their world could see the power of all races. He added that if they lost, there would be no point in it, and acknowledged that his interlocutor was right. He asked where the others were, and Tashid apologized that it had taken longer than they expected to stay out of people's sight. The Blue Bear warriors came to the rescue and said that their axes should cut through the earth. They called for fighting until their hearts began to jump out of their chests and swinging their axes. People were screaming in panic that there were orcs here and that there were even more monsters. The mage watched the enemy's panic with icy calm and quietly noted that their fear only strengthened the fighting spirit of his warriors. The orcs, hearing the cries of the people, only bared their teeth predatorily and with redoubled fury brought their axes down on the enemy ranks. One of the dwarves, wiping blood from his face, laughed loudly and said that these humans didn't even know who they were dealing with. The magician, noticing the confusion of the enemy commanders, ordered to intensify the attack and not give them time to come to their senses. The knights, trying to regroup, came up against a wall of shields and axes, and their ranks began to thin rapidly. The Blue Bear chief, raising his sword to the sky, loudly proclaimed that today they would show the whole world what the true strength of the warrior spirit is. The mage said that he was more than sure that the appearance of the orcs was a shock for them. People have no idea how other races fight. Meanwhile, in the capital of the kingdom of Crovens, the ruler asked if he had heard wrong and was told that it was the absolute truth. The servant reported that Sir Teswalt had indeed died and that they had about 12,000 soldiers left. He said that since they had lost the Sinai fortress, the place was now unsafe and there were only 4,000 soldiers in the capital. He needs to contact his grandfather and father and summon all the noble soldiers to the capital. He added that if they lost the capital, they would not have a second chance, and Prince Jewel could hold his coronation in the capital. The guy said that for such a young age, he makes such important decisions very quickly and confidently. The day after the fall of the Sinai fortress, the heroes could not believe that they were really standing here, and it seemed like a dream. The magician said that he would not disappoint the prince, and they got a well-deserved rest. The prince asked how the nobles reacted and heard that they were not delighted, but they had no choice. He assumed that their soldiers had set up camp somewhere outside, while his soldiers were enjoying the comfortable rooms. The magician heard that all this was possible only thanks to him and his warriors, and no one would dispute this fact. When asked about losses, he replied that they had lost 17 dwarves and 9 orcs, while the elves were unharmed, with only minor injuries. Compared to the enemy's losses, this was nothing, but he already had a rather small army, and this was not good. The magician noticed that Yuval was much smarter than he thought, and admitted that at first he had doubts about the choice he had made. But if one of them is destined to become king, he will prefer to choose the person he likes more. The count said he had wonderful slaves and asked if he would like to sell them, naming a price. The magician replied that they were not slaves, but allies, and asked how many times he should repeat this. The count said that in his place he would have done the same, and the magician wanted to beat him up, but that couldn't be done. Soon, news that the fortress of Sinai had fallen under the onslaught of otherworldly races spread throughout the kingdom. People couldn't believe that a dwarf had killed Sir Tesvald, but the fortress did fall. They discussed how the orcs turned out to be damn formidable warriors, and that the orc gladiators were indeed quite aggressive. Someone asked if even Prince Yuval communicates with them. Why can't they? But they are slaves. Someone asked who would ever have thought of making the orcs fight, and heard that those dwarves were controlled by Saint Phalanches. But the temple doesn't use slaves, so it all looked even stranger. The girl asked to tell her more about it, and people were surprised what was wrong with her and why she was so tall. She wanted to know more about this Saint Philomenos, and they told her that he was some boy of about 14 years old with long hair. The girl, hearing this description, smiled faintly and whispered that now she knew exactly where to look for him. She politely thanked her interlocutors and, turning around, headed in the other direction. The girl exclaimed that she had finally found him and named him her fiancé, Cillian Phil Marzus. In the center of the kingdom of Crovans, on the great plains of Ledant, 2 armies met. 10,000 warriors of Karsus stood against 3,000 of Prince Juvel. The character, looking at this confrontation, thought that numerical superiority does not always decide the outcome of the battle. The magician noted that this was to be expected from Karsus, who, after hearing rumors of the fall of the Sinai fortress, immediately summoned his entire army. Raven von Styrius, issuing a challenge, demanded a duel and asked if there was a brave hero among them willing to step forward. No one answered, and he claimed that they had defeated Sir Teswalt by some underhanded tactic. The dwarf said that it was Sir Spirius, the bronze demon sword, and when asked if it was worth fighting, he replied that it was not worth fighting. Cyrus von Tennes stepped forward to fight in the name of Prince Juvel. Cyrus said he would be honored to cross swords with Sir Styrius, and he was surprised that he was not yet 30. Cyrus responded that he should not be underestimated, and in the battle, both demonstrated their mastery of aura. The boy noticed that Prince Juvel's army had more aura users than the entire kingdom, and their presence raised morale. The knights, watching Cyrus, nodded approvingly and said that this young man really lived up to the hopes placed in him. One added that the presence of so many aura users in one army makes it virtually invincible in open combat. Styrius said he was extremely experienced for his young age and responded in kind. Russ was confident that he could defeat him, and if everything depended only on swordsmanship, he might lose, but his experience was much greater. The magician, hearing this, smiled slightly and added that experience, multiplied by talent, always prevails over technique alone. The mage sent him to this duel only to test his abilities, but he did much better than expected. He noted that at this rate, Cyrus would win the title of Sword Saint in a couple of years, and he had no intention of losing to some youngster. Cyrus used the Phantom Division technique, and everyone asked in surprise what kind of technique it was. He was victorious, and Prince Jewel's army shouted with delight, praising Sir Cyrus. The magician noted that he liked everything about the Phantom Division technique, except for the difficulty of its execution. The hero, looking at the jubilant army, quietly said that this victory would be only the beginning of a long journey towards change in this world. Another rival called his warriors to attack and told them to fight until their hearts began to beat out of their chests. The Blue Bear warriors rushed into battle, and the enemy screamed in panic that they were monsters. The Knights of Karsus tried to hold their positions, but the advantage was on the side of Prince Juvel's army. They shouted that these were not horses at all, as they thought, and asked for help. The rival noticed that the rumors were true and asked where Sir Said, the head of the Special Forces unit, was. He was told that Sir Said had been unable to reach their headquarters, and he was surprised that he and his 1,000-strong army had not been able to break through to the base. The dwarves laughed and said that because of their short legs, they were rather slow, but when it came to defending the fort, they had no equal. The magician summoned his fiery friend Ignasus, and the enemies cried out that it was a fiery monster and ordered him to answer them with their magic. The mages of Karsus's army panicked and reported that they were unable to use their magic because something was blocking the flow of mana. They asked in amazement how strong the mages on the enemy side were, and why they didn't just use spells. The magician, hearing this, only chuckled and said that even if he lacked mana, no one could take away his talent. The enemies screamed in horror that the elf witch was killing them and ordered them to retreat. Victory went to the army of Prince Jewel, and this war, which historians will call the Battle of Ledant, ended in their triumph. The magician, looking around the battlefield, exhaled wearily and whispered that this victory had come at a high price, but it was necessary. He added that now that the first battle had been won, they must move on, not giving the enemy time to come to their senses and gather their strength. Near the plains of Ledant, in the county of Isnadrik, the people rejoiced and shouted that Prince Jewel was their true king. Karsus retreated to Croton to prepare for the next battle, and some nobles wanted to swear allegiance to the new ruler. The prince noticed that these snakes had switched sides, but some knights continued to remain neutral. He was asked whether it was worth trying to persuade them to come over to their side, and he replied that it now seemed quite possible. But he wondered why this was necessary, and the prince replied that he had to become a king who would sincerely care for his subjects. In County Vandrick, one of the guards asked with surprise what brought the paladin Sayer there. He noticed that something was wrong here, and she had the face of a beauty, but her body was unusually huge. The stranger, hearing this description, smiled faintly and whispered that appearances can be deceiving. In County Vandrick, Cillian continued his training, diligently performing exercises despite fatigue. He did 32 sets and was about to do the 33rd, but his instructor said that his muscles needed rest. Due to her contributions to the Battle of Ledant, Cillian became known as the Young Saint. The coach warned him not to overdo it with training, but he replied that he had to become a muscle man as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Cirrus was trying to make friends with the spirits, and one of the soldiers noticed that she had angered the spirit Samina. The magician said that the situation was forced, and they were still friends, and there was no need to get angry. He added that spirits have a slightly better memory than fish, and in a couple of days, she won't remember it. Someone asked if she had always been like this, or if she had just pretended in her past life, and a girl came to him. The soldiers assumed it had something to do with him, and in the reception room, the girl introduced herself as Christina, a paladin and the Sword of Sayer. The magician was surprised that Tezron had a younger sister and asked what brought her here. She replied that she was looking for the priest Philinens, Cillian Philmarzis. The hero realized that the soldiers decided that she was looking for him because of her gigantic height. When Cillian entered, he exclaimed in surprise that it was Christina, and she said that he had been running from his destiny for too long. Cillian replied that she was not his love and tried to run away, but was stopped. The magician asked how they were related, and Christina said that their marriage was concluded in the name of the great god. Cillian panicked and said he needed to run, but the magician asked what was going on and if he was engaged. He learned that Christina was a representative of a famous family from the Holland kingdom. In her youth, everyone said that she was destined to grow up to be a real beauty. The magician, hearing this, looked thoughtfully at Cillian, and quietly said that fate sometimes presents such surprises. He added that if Christina was truly obsessed with this marriage, then simply running away would only delay the inevitable. In the end, the girl really did grow, but too much, and Sayer's prophecy appeared. She is the daughter of the Lord and is destined to become God's sword and give birth to a great warrior. Fate was to bring her together with the Man of the Sun, and the Holy Order of Sayer appointed her a paladin. One day, as a sword of the Holy Order, she was sent to the kingdom of Vasili, where she met her destiny, Cillian Philmarzis. Cillian, who looked after the wounded on the battlefield, was Christina's ideal man, and she fell in love with him at first sight. Returning to the Holy Order of Sayer, she declared that Sayer's prophecy had come true, and she had found the father of the future great warrior. The members of the Holy Order were confused, and they would not allow a marriage between a woman over 20 and a 12-year-old boy. They did not believe that this boy was her betrothed, but at that moment, Sayer gave a new prophecy. The Holy Order of Philinens made it a condition that they would approve of the marriage if she managed to win his heart. This was the beginning of the end, and the magician realized that this was a political marriage between two holy orders. Cillian confirmed that Christina was simply crazy about him, and that was the beginning of his nightmare. The magician realized that Christina would follow Cillian wherever he went, and this was a serious problem. Cillian admitted that he initially joined them under the pretext of a pilgrimage, hoping that Christina would abandon the marriage. The magician asked him why he decided to bulk up, and he replied that he always wanted to be stronger, but after meeting Christina, the desire intensified. He hoped that if he started looking like other guys, she would lose interest in him, but the magician noted that it was not a matter of height, but of character. The guy said that she had already come up with a name for their future child. If it was a boy, Stein. If it was a girl, Elin. The magician thought that Elin was the name of the priestess who was his enemy in a past life, and realized that Cillian was the woman's father. He remembered that Elin was one of the strongest warriors on the continent, had the power to resurrect the dead, and killed the high priest. The magician, lost in his memories, shuddered at the thought that this woman was Cillian's daughter. He realized that fate had played a cruel joke on them by bringing together his father and the one who was supposed to become his mortal enemy. Looking at the confused Cillian, the magician quietly said that he now understood why he had not heard of him in his past life. He decided that he had to stop this marriage at any cost, even if it meant revealing secrets. The magician said that the Holy Grail's plan involved the birth of a child who would absorb its parents, and that Cillian would die if he married. The mage, gritting his teeth, added that this plan was forbidden by the Holy Order of Sayer for a reason. He looked at Cillian and firmly said that if he allowed this marriage to take place, he would doom not only himself, but everyone to certain death. The magician advised him not to marry Christina, and Cillian, glad that he had found understanding, said that it was time for him to flee. He tried to leave, but the magician asked if he really thought he could get rid of her by simply running away, since she had been able to track him down here. The magician forced her to stop, and said that if he ran away now, it would only confirm her belief that he was her destiny. He offered to meet Christina face to face and try to explain to her the danger of this union without resorting to escape. Cillian, doubtful, asked what if she simply did not want to listen, and the magician replied that then more severe methods would have to be used. He added that they have time and allies at their disposal, who will help them find a way to dissolve this marriage without unnecessary bloodshed. The magician looked at him with firm confidence and said that if they acted together, they could outmaneuver even the most insidious plans. Cillian said he didn't want to leave, but there was nothing he could do, and besides, they were in the middle of a war. The magician suggested trying to convince her that by pursuing her, she was only fueling his hatred. But Cillian replied that if this approach had worked, he would not have had to leave the Holy Order of Filanets. Suddenly, Christina burst in and asked if he had already packed his things, and said that it was time to hurry up and get married. Cillian screamed in panic that it was all because of Leffen, and Christina said that they would go home and live happily ever after. She said that she would bear him a daughter and a son, but he refused, saying that he did not want this. Christina said that there was no need to be shy, and the magician asked why she liked Cillian in the first place. To this the girl replied that their children would have ideal height. The guy noted that this was quite reasonable. Christina said their match was made in heaven and told him to go home, but he refused and asked for help. The magician said that he would be happy to help, but did not know how, and Cillian apologized to Christina, saying that he had already found his love. He stated that he was dating Leffen, and therefore could not accept her feelings, and they were connected by the red thread of Filanance. The magician thought that, technically, he was not lying, and used the intertwining of fate spell to confirm his words. Christina said that he wasn't lying, and that they were right for each other, but Cillian began to panic that he had chosen the wrong one. The magician, hearing Cillian's panic, only chuckled and quietly said that now there was no turning back, and he would have to play this role to the end. Christina, beaming with happiness, exclaimed that this was a sign from above, and now she knew for sure that their marriage was blessed by heaven. Cillian, turning pale, whispered that he had just signed his own death warrant, and now his only hope was magic and luck. The magician said that he didn't want to reveal their relationship like that, but he had no choice, and they love each other. Cillian looked warily towards Christina and wondered if she would back down now. Christina realized that this was true, and decided that true love cannot be imagined without trials. She, as the paladin of Sayer, challenged the mage to a duel and said that if he truly loved Cillian, he would accept her challenge. The magician, sighing heavily, realized that he couldn't avoid this fight and prepared himself for the most absurd duel of his life. Cillian, watching this scene, quietly muttered that if the magician agreed, he would be indebted to him for the rest of his days. Cillian encouraged the magician, saying that he believed in him and asked him to show the true strength of their love. The main character was very angry with his partner, but he could not show his emotions in public. At that moment, Ceres came up and saw the guys talking to each other. Then she asked if they were really dating. Interrupting this question, Christina, with an ominous laugh, asked again if the guy was ready to stand up for the relationship. The magician agreed, and said that since he was the one with the first blow, he would simply put her to sleep. He cast the lightning storm spell, but weakened it so as not to kill her, and that should have been enough to knock her unconscious. Christina called upon Sayer to illuminate the world with light, and the mage realized that she too possessed a divine sword. He noticed that her powers exceeded all his expectations, and she used a protective barrier. The magician, gritting his teeth, whispered that this fight was becoming more and more interesting, and he was glad that his opponent turned out to be worthy. Christina used a protective barrier and a force shield, and then used the technique Step into the Void, Wind Step. The watching knights noted with apprehension that Christina was another possessor of the aura. The magician, taking a step back, acknowledged with a slight smile that such an opponent forced him to give it his all, and that this gave the fight a special meaning. He concentrated and began to cast a spell, realizing that normal attacks would be useless against the paladin Sayer. Christina, without wasting any time, rushed forward, and her sword, enveloped in divine light, cut through the air, heading straight for the mage's chest. The magician, barely dodging, grinned, and said that such an onslaught was worthy of a true warrior, but he was not going to give in so easily. The mage wondered if his attack was enough to defeat the paladin Sayer, and Cillian asked why he only used magic. The magician replied that this was exactly what a magician should do, and Cillian cried out that his life depended on it. The mage used high-level magic, cloth of night blinds the eyes, shroud of darkness, and then frozen shadow. Christina said that he left her no choice, and she would use the power granted by Sayer. She destroyed the magical ice with just her physical strength, and the mage realized that she also possessed an aura. Christina said that she had never experienced the joy of learning aura, but Sayer had given her the power to be comparable to those who possessed aura. The mage asked where she learned this technique, and she replied that it was before her service to Sayer. An old man came to her and taught her this technique, saying that this way she would become much healthier. The magician realized that this old man was his master, and this was a shocking discovery. Because of this, she had virtually no prospects for marriage. The magician thought that Gerard did it with the best intentions, but everything went wrong. Christina continued the duel and used the technique of the floating blade wings, a wind slash. The magician explained that the growth method is the breathing technique of the indestructible. He said that judging by her height, she had been practicing this technique diligently for the past 10 years. The mage chose not to use this technique, but the very fact that she was able to practice it meant that she possessed an amazing talent. He noticed that there were a lot of people in their world who were limited by their height, and Christina said that she might as well give up. The magician replied that who would start a duel only to give up, and Christina said that all magicians say that. She asked if he had seduced Cillian in the same way, and the magician replied that he had not told him anything like that. Christina used her power, and the magician said that if she really didn't know what the true power of love meant, he felt sorry for her. The mage said that victory was his, and asked if she would stop pursuing Cillian, and she replied that she had no other choice. Cillian said that they were connected solely by rumors, and the mage replied that he would prefer not to have anything to do with him. The magician agreed to play along, and said that Cillian was fragile, and Christina said that she would come back and save him. The magician, hearing these words, only sighed heavily and quietly muttered that this story was beginning to resemble a bad comedy. The magician asked how he planned to deal with the consequences, and Cillian replied that this was a problem for the future. The next day, no one had decided anything, and rumors about Leffen and the young saint couple spread throughout the city. People were talking about how they were right for each other, and how they were enjoying life to the fullest, and the rumors had a positive effect. Someone noticed that these were the tastes of their savior, and they had seen hints of it already in their city. One of the soldiers said that knights usually take miadongs, that is, boys who look like girls, like the young saint. The other one didn't understand, and they explained to him that they were boys who looked like girls, and one of them said that his name was Hans. They hoped that they would get along, and a true friendship was beginning to develop between them, and they were one step closer to the world that Leffenhart dreamed of. Ceres asked why they didn't leave their room, and the protagonist said that it was all his fault. They told him that tears wouldn't help matters, and asked why he was so upset. After all these rumors spread so quickly because of Cillian's handsome face. The magician noticed that this was why he trained so hard every day, and began a special training to make a real man out of him. He promised that his body would literally become steel, and one of the warriors said how long he had waited for this. They noticed that the rumors were temporary, and the pretender Karsus had defied the will of heaven and paid for his sin. Prince Jewel ordered the gates to be opened and everyone to bow before the true king. However, he was accused of consorting with demons. The magician said, "Why all the chatter? The battle is inevitable anyway." The rival ordered the warriors to demonstrate their bravery to the true king. The soldiers fought, and the commanders ordered them to hold formation, and the archers opened fire, and they ordered their shields to be raised. They ordered not to be afraid, and to climb onto the wall, covering their allies, and all together they rushed into the attack. The commander laughed and urged them forward, and his wife followed him, and the magician felt sick on his horse. He asked if they really needed to ride the creatures, but was told that warriors looked much cooler on horseback. Someone noticed that they had decided to attack head-on, and the archers opened fire, offering 100 gold pieces for the demons' heads. They attached feathers to sticks, and the commander said that these were the same arrows, only thicker, and the enemies began to retreat. Russ used the titan blade of Knight Spirius, and his opponent was outraged that he dared to use his technique. The magician noted with admiration that it was a stunning blow, and the enemies began to retreat, not wanting to die like dogs. The warrior, hearing the enemy's words, only chuckled and quietly said that the technique does not belong to one person, but to the one who is able to master it. He added that if the enemy values his techniques so much, then he should hide them better, rather than demonstrate them on the battlefield. One of the warriors used Thunderfall, and the enemies asked in surprise if this was the power of those with aura. The commander ordered to demonstrate his ferocity to them and attack their walls until they were completely frightened. He said that there was no point in going after the soldiers and that we needed to focus on the fortress. One of the warriors wondered what to do if he was the only one slacking off. He called his sisters forward, and the enemies screamed in panic, "What is this?" The dwarf asked in surprise how long his wife had been able to do this, and remarked that it was an excellent technique for demolishing structures. Russ thought it was another skill to add to his list, and with a little practice, he would surely be able to master it. The rivals discussed that this was precisely why they wanted to avoid sieges, and one apologized, saying that if there had been fewer of them, he would certainly have defeated them. The commander ordered a retreat to the royal palace, and one of the soldiers reported that Prince Juval's army was retreating. The boy asked in surprise if they were retreating after winning the battle, and said that their lives were already in the hands of the prince. He noticed that Prince Yuval was well aware that he could enter the royal palace at any moment. Karsus, being a true king, cannot put the lives of the capital's inhabitants in danger. The magician said that if they truly cared about their well-being, they should raise the white flag and face justice. Karsus said it was clear they had decided to make him out to be the villain, and asked what kind of cruel person had come up with this tactic. The mage noted that Karsus was not one to continue the siege after such words, and the prince praised Levenhart's wisdom. The man suggested returning to Viscount Zedrin's estate and said that they had demonstrated the difference in strength to them. At this time, Karsus's father asked if there was any way to win. The man said he had no idea, but the fact was that they had the overwhelming majority of aura holders on their side. Karsus asked where they had dug them up, and the man remarked that they had acted extremely cleverly in deciding to abandon the siege of the capital. Karsus said that if they gained access to the sacred hall, Prince Yuval would be able to perform the coronation ceremony. The subordinate suggested asking the kingdom for help, but Prince Karsus said that outside intervention would lead to the collapse of the state. However, the man said that otherwise their defeat was inevitable, and even his father and grandfather agreed with them. The magician, hearing this, quietly said that if they could not unite even in the face of a common threat, then their kingdom was doomed to destruction. One of the subordinates said that it was necessary to get rid of this dirty prince immediately, and they asked the knight Spurius what he thought. He replied that even with all his sins, the blood of his majesty still flowed in him. As a knight, he cannot afford such betrayal. He added that he could not disagree with the idea of murder, but it was not Prince Juval who was being talked about, but the mysterious magician Levenhard. Prince Juval's army marched to County Vendrick and set up camp near Viscount Zedrin's estate. The place was ideal for such a camp, and that evening, a celebration was held at the estate. Prince Juval thanked everyone who joined their cause for the future of the Kingdom of Crovens. The mage noted that such events were important for achieving unity between the existing factions and the neutral nobles. One of the knights said that at this rate they would get used to his praise. The prince thought that for a magician he had a rather keen political sense, and he should learn from him. One of the nobles noticed that he got along well with people, despite his young age. Cillian introduced Viscount Halton, a highly respected nobleman in the Kingdom of Crovens, and the chieftain of the Blue Bear tribe, Sir Culkin. Viscount Halton and Sir Culkin greeted each other, and the Viscount remarked on his knowledge of their language. The Viscount said that he had extremely brave warriors, and he did not expect this from the orcs. Culkin replied that in fact, orcs are exactly like that, and they revere strong warriors and despise cowards. The Viscount noticed that his wife was a real treat to the eyes, and asked if his skills were also worthy of the respect of the owner of the aura. The magician said that one shouldn't expect anything special from people, and just play along with them for now. He noted that this was a great start, and although they did not yet fully understand each other, they had already acknowledged it. The magician remembered that in his past life he had failed to do this. This time he needed to believe in them, and Cillian was doing a great job too. The hero noticed that the elves were also holding up well, and in the end their race had always been inclined towards harmony and rational thinking. The magician noticed that Russ was acting reserved in society, and someone said that it was good that no one thought anything bad about him. The magician, nodding at Russ, added that his restraint was not a weakness, but a sign of inner strength that not everyone could appreciate. He also noted that people like Russ often become the most reliable allies in difficult times. The hero said that the real war begins only after victory, and the main trials will begin after Yuval ascends the throne. The magician asked where Cirrus was, and said that he was unable to detect him in advance, and in that case, it was either a ghost or the owner of an aura. Suddenly a voice was heard that said that he would forgive him, but the future of this kingdom was over. The magician exclaimed in surprise that it was Spurius, and noted that it was iron skin, but it shouldn't be that strong. Spurius said that this was not iron skin, but simply his bare fists, and the magician used the spell Memory of Destruction, reporting bullets. Spurius acknowledged the magician's reaction speed, and said that it would be foolish to consider him an ordinary magician, and he would not hold back either. The magician thought he should have known they would want to get rid of him, and decided he had no choice but to run away. He used the skill, and Spurius asked if he was a battle mage. The hero replied that as long as he didn't use the aura, he had to believe that he was an ordinary battle mage. Spurius said that, given his build, this was to be expected, and noted that there were 6 aura users in this estate. The magician thought that, as soon as they realized what was happening here, they would immediately come here. Spurius asked if he really believed that he would still be alive by then. The mage wondered how long he could last without using his aura, and Spurius said that he would finish him off with one blow. He wondered where he got such muscles from, and the mage decided that he couldn't do without the Spiral Guardian. Spurius noticed that he had a surprisingly muscular body and asked if it was a magical effect. The magician used the technique, and Spurius asked in surprise what it was, and realized that it was an aura. He asked why everything always went wrong, and how he even thought of fighting the owner of the aura again without his own help. Spurius remarked that he would not repeat his mistakes now, and asked if he was Gerard's successor after seeing the golden aura. He said he couldn't believe that the Martial King's successor was a mage, and asked if he was Martial King Leafenhard. The magician replied that life was full of surprises, smiling into his opponent's face. The magician, hearing this question, only grinned and replied that titles did not matter when the lives of his friends were at stake. He added that if Spurius wanted to know his true strength, then he should prepare for battle, because he did not intend to hide his abilities any longer. Spurius said that he felt guilty about the upcoming murder of the magician, but now there was no need to worry. The mage called for an attack, and Spurius used Giant Blade, and the mage used Spiral Guardian. Spurius asked in surprise what it was, and the magician said that it was not lagging behind him and was following him. The mage, having activated the Spiral Guardian, felt his aura begin to pulse in time with his heart, and he realized that now was his moment. Spurius, noticing this, grinned and said that such a fight would give him real pleasure, and he had not met a worthy opponent for a long time. They exchanged a series of quick blows, each of them realizing that the next move could be decisive in this fight. The magician, dodging another attack, said that his body remembered every movement that he had honed over the years. Spurius, feeling that the fight was dragging on, said with respect that he had been wrong about the magician, and now he saw him as a true warrior, and not just a magician. Suddenly there was a cry, and the soldiers asked what was going on, and Spurius realized that the assassination had failed. He can't die like this, because he is the last owner of the aura on Karsus's side. Spurius realized that if he died too, it would all be over, and his eyes widened in horror. He recognized this golden aura and exclaimed that it was the light of Gerard, and the warriors confirmed that they had already heard of this man. One of the warriors said that he thought his goal was to hide his physique, and now he understood what he meant. The prince exclaimed that he was a fighting king, and Gerard's successor could not be called an ordinary owner of an aura. There is no place for weaklings in the Hall of the Unbreakable, and if you are weakling, you will simply be beaten to death, and everyone shouted Battle King. The magician said that he had deliberately hidden this fact, but now nothing could be done. The news of Sir Spurius's death quickly spread to the capital. People said that the one who killed Sir Spurius was the new fighting king. His death cannot be considered something shameful. In comparison, Sir Tesfault died at the hands of some dwarf. Many have already become convinced of the power of other races, but some continue to underestimate them. The magician said that they simply refuse to acknowledge this fact. After the previous battle, the walls in the capital had not yet been rebuilt, so Prince Juval's army had no trouble entering the city. The army of Karsus decided to barricade themselves inside the castle. Prince Juval never thought he would see those gates again, and 3 days have passed, and they still haven't given up. He said that, knowing Karsus's character, he did not think that he would take such a step, and this was probably the work of his subordinates. When the odds were in his favor, they obeyed him, but now everything was different, and the magician decided to go and see them first. He said that his identity had been revealed, so he no longer had to hold back, and perhaps he shouldn't have held back in the first place. The warriors shouted that the fighting king was coming to fight, and they were not afraid, considering him an ordinary man. The knight ordered the archers to open fire, but the arrows did not harm him, and he said that it did not even tickle. The catapults also did not harm him, and he said that it hurt a little. Then they ordered boiling water to be poured on him. The hero said that the water was so warm, and the enemy screamed in panic that it was a real monster. The magician ordered that if they valued their lives, they should move away from the gate, and the warriors shouted that the fighting king had an invincible body. 2 days ago, men were discussing whether it was surprising that he had managed to reach such heights. People said that he planned to train the orcs to be more like them, and to be different from any slaves they knew. The magician said that he no longer understood anything, and when he was the demon king, they endlessly repeated that all the slaves had joined the evil. He noticed that people treated magicians completely differently than they treated warriors. Siri said that every person has the right to dream of becoming a warrior, because everyone can hold a sword in their hands. The magician replied that magic was only available to a limited circle of people, and that was why people feared the demon king. But he is a fighting king who only uses his fists, so Siri said that it is easier for ordinary people to identify with him. He asked if she meant that if he deflected attacks with his body, it would look more realistic. They answered that it was absolutely correct, because he was the battle king of Leafenhard, and mana was a power inherent only to the chosen ones. The hero said that he would make sure that people looked at him not with fear, but with admiration, and ordered them to follow the fighting king. The warriors shouted hurrah and said that they would die with honor, as befits knights, for Karsus. The guy said that it was all over, and Karsus replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The protagonist wondered if he had had the same expression on his face in the past. Karsus said that his grandfather and father had already evacuated, and the warrior noted that they had already been labeled traitors. There was no place for them in this kingdom, so they went to the kingdom of Chatan. There they will not have the same power as before, but their family will continue to live, and that is enough. Yuval asked why he didn't leave with them, and Karsus answered with a counter-question. Juvel realized that if he went with them, it would lead to the start of a war. So instead of becoming a puppet king, he chose to die here, and his choice earned him respect even from his enemies. Juvel said he would put an end to this and noted that, contrary to rumors, Karsus was very tactful. Karsus asked which of them would finish him off, and Yuvel said that he would be the one to take his life, since he had royal blood in him. He was asked if he was sure of this, and Juvel replied that he understood that he was not his equal. But he needs to show his subjects that he has the courage of a true king. He asked the magician to intervene if anything went wrong and ordered an attack. Karsus asked with disdain if he had been skipping nightly training to play with his dwarf. Yuvel replied that not really, and that he simply had no reason to show them. The warrior was surprised when he managed to acquire such power, but the main character stood there, not at all surprised. Karsus asked where he got this power from, trying to somehow hide from his attacks. Prince Jewel said that he would continue to hide behind his shield, and called him not a knight, but a disgrace. Yuvel used to think that people indulged him only because he was a prince, but it seemed to be also because of his strength. The mage noted that it sounded logical. Being in the company of a powerful dwarf, he simply could not afford to skip training. Karsus said that now, having gained confidence, he decided to take action. But this is not enough, and he thought that this would be enough to defeat the knight. The guy noticed that Yuvel had learned martial arts from Finia, and that was why he only had dwarven techniques in his head. Juvel asked for help, and the magician intervened, saying that the prince was in danger. Karsus was indignant. How dare he interfere in a sacred duel? The mage replied that their martial art didn't care about honor, and Karsus cursed. At that moment, a bright light illuminated the battlefield, and everyone froze as they saw Yuvel's blade pierce Karsus's chest. Karsus did not expect such strength from him, and a spark of respect for the opponent who was able to defeat him flashed in his eyes. Soon the traitor Karsus lost his head, and they ordered that everyone else should see his head. The warriors, shocked by what they saw, burst into cries of jubilation, realizing that the war was finally over. The girl standing nearby quietly said that this day would go down in history as the beginning of a new era. The warriors shouted "Long live the new king," and on that day Jewel II became the new ruler of the kingdom of Crovens. The news that the civil war in the state had ended quickly spread throughout the continent. On this day, a new hero was born, the battle king Levenhard, the man who defeated the famous Golden Knight of the Kingdom of Grime. He led this kingdom to victory with the help of non-human races, and the unrivaled fighting skills of other species confounded skeptics. They were unable to hide their surprise, and this news reached Tesron, who was in the Kingdom of Grime. He said, "Who would have thought that Demon King Levenhard would be able to recover so much power?" Tesron said he was a wise man, trained in tactics and strategy, and one of his most trusted allies. He called him a vile killer trying to get rid of any opposition before it could take root. He was told that Russ was alive and had defeated Sir Spirius, and Tesron said that even he had heard these rumors. He said that Russ had contacted this Levenhard and called him a damn traitor. Tesron noted that calling someone a traitor when he himself literally stabbed him in the back was not something he had ever done before. Tesron said that no matter what, as long as he was against Levenhard, he could consider him a reliable ally. He asked Stefan if he had arrived at the Berserker armor yet, and he replied that they were ready to face him. Tesron said that the time had indeed come, and they would kill Levenhard, and that this could all set a bad precedent. In the capital of Croton, no one would dispute his contribution, but how can one grant him independence? He has earned his reward. The nobles were discussing Levenhard's reward, and one of them said that without him, they would not have won, and didn't he deserve his reward? The king offered to allocate some other territory to him, but someone noted that their lands were not unlimited. One of those present said that, given his merits, he could count on all the lands of the Fernando house. King Joel noticed that everyone fell silent as soon as the conversation turned to their own rewards. He noted that no one else seemed to have any objections, and announced that Sir Levenhard would receive the title of Count, Land, and complete autonomy. From that moment on, his lands would be called the County of Antares, and a new region, the County of Antares, appeared in the Kingdom of Crovens. Antares will finally find its rightful place on the map, and this is only the beginning of great changes. In the throne room of the White Palace, formerly the Viscounty of Gelfen, now the County of Antares, a young man woke up. There was a solemn atmosphere in the room when Tilla was surprised to see Karsus come to his senses. The dwarf Tilla, Lord Levenhard's companion, greeted him and explained that he had been unconscious for half a day. Karsus asked in bewilderment what had happened and why he was still alive, given that his head was on display in the capital's central square. Tilla explained that they had decapitated a corpse that looked like him, changing the color of his eyes and hair using magic. Karsus wondered how Levenhard had managed to pull off such a thing in front of everyone, and remembered that strange, blinding aura. Tilla said that they were behind a secret passage near the sacred hall, and were waiting for the right moment to make the switch. Then Levenhard destroyed that passage. Karsus was surprised how she knew about the secret passage. She replied that dwarves were unrivaled masters of architecture, and she immediately noticed him. He asked why Leffenhard had saved him, and Tilla replied that he had said that his death would be a great loss. Karsus tried to figure out what this plan was, whether it was to start a rebellion, sow discord, or something connected to foreign opponents. Karsus, still trying to comprehend what he had heard, quietly said that a man like Leffenhard could not be called simply a politician. He added that if his death were truly a loss, then he saw him not as an enemy, but as a potential ally. Tilla, noticing his thoughts, only smiled and said that if he wanted to understand Leffenhard's plan, he should just wait. Meanwhile, at the other end of the castle, Russ was congratulating Hunim on his coronation. He noted that Russ could have been in his place if he had wanted. Russ replied that he would never become the king of an entire nation, and Hunim said that he wouldn't call it a nation. Russ then suggested asking for more land, adding that if they asked for nearby baronies, no one would object. But the hero said that in that case, he would have been denied independence. For him, the very fact of owning a territory that could be considered independent by all human laws was important. Hunim said that this was not why territorial wars were invented, and reported that the dwarves had gathered in the audience hall. Russ went with him, and they greeted the former slaves of the Viscountcy of Gelfand, who were now free. He said they could leave if they wanted, or stay and be welcome, but the mines would belong to him. He granted them the right to extract minerals, and told them that true freedom could only be earned with their own hands. The mines will be under their complete control, and they will be able to extract ore, create weapons or armor, and pay taxes. When they have the necessary amount of money, they will be able to buy the rights to the mines, and he is ready to provide a plan. In exchange, he asked for special rights to trade in raw materials, and the dwarves thanked him for what was to be expected from their savior. They noted that these lands were poorer than before, but the Antares Empire had started out the same way, and things were even much worse. They then proceeded to divide the lands, and it was decided that from now on, the Blue Bear tribe's holdings would be located outside of Antares. Leffenhard declared that the Gloten Mountains officially did not belong to any of the continent states. From now on, wherever the Blue Bear tribe sets foot, that place will be considered the territory of the county of Antares. Kalkin noted that the mountain was too big to be uninhabited. Leffenhard replied that in that case, they would be able to retreat to their lands, and from a legal point of view, they were citizens of the county of Antares. He added that if the mountain tribes began to attack their lands, it would be considered an invasion, and their county would definitely protect them. Kalkin said the warriors would be able to leave their homes without any worries. Leffenhard declared that the elven lands would henceforth be located here, and this land would become the land of all elves. He added that he was talking not only about the elves from the Dunheim clan, but about elves from all over the continent. The hero asked whether to leave the world tree, and suggested simply planting another one here, but the elder doubted it. But Leffenhard said the problem wasn't where he was planting it, but that such a tree could only grow from a seed of pure essence. The guy noticed that the dwarves were more interested in what was underground, and the size of their territory was not that important. The dwarf said that if the population grows, it could become a problem, but it is too early to think about it now, but the state of these lands is depressing. The dwarves said to leave it to them, and asked who was destined for this piece of land between the elven and magpie territories. Leffenhard replied that they were intended for those they would meet very soon, northeast of the Gloten Mountains, in the kingdom of Galayan and the Getheran Mountains. The magician, pointing to the map, added that it was there that those were located who could complement their union and make it truly indestructible. A month after the war for the throne of the Kingdom of Crovens, active training was underway in the White Palace of Antares County. Russ and Tashid were sparring, and Russ yelled at him to hit from the side and to the head, and Tashid said that it was not easy, even knowing where the blow would land. He added that he must focus on honing his swordsmanship. Russ asked, regarding his spiritual weapon, if he understood that by throwing his sword at the enemy, he remains unarmed. Tashid replied that for a warrior, the sword is a faithful comrade, and he does not want to take up another, betraying his friend. Russ said he could just say he was lucky and had no plans to make any more frenemies. Tashid asked to demonstrate the blade's aura again. Russ asked him again. Tashid said that he had a lot of hard training to do before he could receive the blessing of the warrior spirit. Russ noted that this usually takes decades, and Tashid agreed that before the age of 10, it was indeed too early to dream about such a thing. He added that Tashid is only 9 years old, and to put it into human terms, they are the same age. Tilla was coping with her task, and Cillian was also training hard. The magician, observing their tenacity, quietly remarked that age is just a number, and true strength comes from perseverance and the desire to become better. Karsus, going outside, said that he could not get used to his new face. Tilla said that this was necessary, so that no one would know that he was alive, otherwise, they would all be in trouble. He said he understood everything and didn't want it to sound like a complaint, but the weather outside had cleared up and summer was just around the corner. Tilla said that she was definitely the second busiest person in this palace, and the first was the person who was still sleeping. Ceres woke Leffenhard up and told him that if he slept that long, he would gain weight again. He replied that it would be nice if his body gained weight by lying around doing nothing. She said that breakfast was ready, and if he had no appetite, he should at least have some tea, and he said that was another matter. She asked if he was holding the stability of the Demon King role, and he asked if she had prepared it herself. Leffenhard said that he needed to find fragments of the world tree to plant in the elven forest. The closest fragment to them is the blue sky staff, Girunting. Ceres asked if it was something like Nigaman, and the guy said that they were similar, and this relic also contained the essence of the world tree. The girl said that she liked Nigaman, and he promised to make her something similar. She asked if he was capable of that too, and the guy said it was as easy as pie, if only he had enough mana, and reminded her that he was a 10th circle mage. Ceres noted that at least he didn't look like him, and he said that he really needed to increase his mana. Although this body is not really suited for such manipulations, even taking Magrim into account, he can only be considered a 7th circle mage. Leffenhard asked for the others to be called as they would be moving out, and was asked if he should tell them where they were going. He replied that to the southeast of the Sedalara Mountains, in the Mados Highlands, there is the Keet Dungeon, in which the Girunting is kept. 3 days later, they arrived at the trading city of Zaryad. The character was surprised to learn that the one they were looking for had left this place 3 days ago. He cursed that he thought they would finally meet this bastard. But the merchant said that he didn't know what had happened to him, but he had to watch his language, because he was talking about the famous fighting king. Someone said that he is not here now, so what do they have to be afraid of? However, the merchant replied that it was not a matter of whether they were afraid of him. He was a hero who stopped the civil war in the kingdom of Crovens. He added that his subordinates were destroying all notions about slave races. The man said he was afraid they would get into a fight because of their words, but the boy replied that rumors only benefited him. A girl approached the group and asked if they wanted to know where he had gone. She introduced herself as Christina, Sayer's servant, and smiled radiantly at the heroes. She said she knew where he was going and could share that information. But the girl wants something in return, and she asked to let her join them. She said that she was going to kill this man, and they replied that there was no point in them refusing such an offer, since it was their common goal. The magician, hearing her words, only smiled slightly and, crossing his arms over his chest, replied that a common goal does not always mean common methods. 8 days after Leffenhard left the county of Antares, a battle raged south of the Sedelard Mountains, in the heart of the Keith Dungeon. Russ shouted that this was his weak spot, and that this was Tashid's chance, and Tashid said that he understood and would go from the left. The mage noted that they were doing a great job, and were already familiar with the creature's attacks, and said that the relic looked just great. He asked if he would put her in the bottomless bag, and Russ said that it was enough to rage while they were fighting here. The magician warned that the creature was about to enter its second stage. He asked to get ready, and the defense system went into an uncontrollable state. The magician, hearing the warning, quickly took a protective amulet out of his bag and shouted for everyone to move away from the center of the hall before it was too late. Russ, parrying another blow, cursed through his teeth and said that if this creature went into the second stage, they would have to change tactics. He noted that the hero had learned this from his master, and Sir Gerard was an expert in dungeons, but this information was too precise. The mage said he would try to cut him off from his mana and used Linear Force Destroyer. The protagonist went against the current to stop his opponent's pulse. He said that he managed to disable his regeneration and ordered Russ and Tashid to finish him off. The monster screamed that he could not die, and not like this, never. Leffenhard looked at the defeated monster with contempt and said that it was already dead. He acted like a victim, even though he himself was mocking weak creatures in another dimension. Ceres asked in surprise what it was, and Leffenhard replied that it was the staff of the blue sky, Girunting. The girl raised her staff and quietly said that this was their new world tree, and her eyes reflected hope for the future. Leffenhard said that since they had found Girunting, they could leave, but he added that they still needed to stop somewhere. He showed the map that the master had thrown to him when he left the Hall of the Unbreakable, and it indicated the location of the treasure. The master said that he had prepared a small gift for him in the area of the Sedalara Mountains, and asked him to drop by there if he was nearby. Leffenhard was unsure what the gift was, and noted that Mount Parth was located near the Mados Highlands, southwest of the village of Santara. As he approached the place, he saw that it looked like a training ground for knights, but the place was reeking of a strange aura. He said he was sure there was nothing wrong with it, and suggested they look around, and Cillian began to get nervous. Leffenhard said that the master simply hid a gift here for his student. But suddenly there was a scream, and Cillian screamed that because of him he couldn't use his magic. Leffenhard said that their auras, divine powers, and mana were clashing with each other. Now was not the time to pretend to be a magician, to which he replied that he had always been a magician. Suddenly they fell into a strange hole, and the aura disappeared. The guy noticed that it looked like a distortion in space. They saw a message from the master, who said he had left a gift to mark their departure, and hoped he would like it. The master added with a sly smile that this gift would help him in difficult times. The master also warned that it should only be opened in extreme cases. When they opened the vault, it was completely empty. Instead of treasures, they were met by ghosts that looked painfully familiar. Leafenhart realized with surprise that they were his predecessors, and they shouted that he was the owner of the cursed name. The boy cursed the old master and asked what kind of gift this was, and the ghosts attacked them. The magician looked thoughtfully at the shadows of the past and quietly said that he didn't expect this. Leafenhart used spiral defense again, and his opponent exclaimed in amazement at what kind of technique that was. The ghosts continued to attack, shouting battle cries, and one of them screamed for him to die, a minion of the Hall of the Unbreakable. He asked how many students had died from his master's training, and someone remarked that the number had reached 3 digits. Another clarified that this meant at least 100 dead, and they realized that they would have to fight against 100 evil spirits. Leafenhart, struggling to fend off the onslaught, gritted his teeth and said that these ghosts held not only anger, but also pain. He added that if they wanted to survive, they would have to not just fight, but understand the nature of this curse. Cillian called upon Philinense to bestow holy light upon them and rid them of this corruption, and his spell dealt great damage to the ghosts. The ghosts screamed in pain, and one of them cursed the minion of the Hall of the Unbreakable, and Tashid said that it was amazing. Cillian thanked Tashid, who asked why his healing spell had done so much damage to them. Cillian replied that this was an exception to the rule. Leafenhart noted that it was an unpleasant sensation. Russ suggested considering the destruction of the Hall of the Unbreakable for the sake of preserving all life. Cillian agreed that he was starting to think about it too, and Leafenhart used spiral defense again. Someone asked why this skill was so strong, and replied that it was not for them to say. Their anger is driven by the fact that they had to die at the hands of their master. Suddenly, they noticed someone approaching, and at first they thought it was evil spirits, but they realized it was a living creature. Someone wondered if he had created a zombie and remarked what kind of place it was, with no relics, nothing, just evil spirits. Suddenly Jesus appeared and told Russ that he knew he would meet him here. Another guy who came with the others said that they had finally found Leafenhart. Christina was also standing with them, she said, turning to Cillian, that she had come to save him. Cillian exclaimed in surprise that it was Christina and asked what she was doing here with these people. Leafenhart noticed that Philaena was also here, which aroused suspicion. The hero remembered that in a past life, she was his best friend, and they grew up together in the Tower of Magicians. He realized that if she was here, then Tesron was too, and at that moment, Tesron appeared. He said that he had finally found the Demon King Leafenhart, the hero, and Tesron exclaimed at the same time. Tesron indignantly asked who he was, and added that he had taken his body and could not even take proper care of it. The hero was surprised that he used to be slightly shorter than Cirrus, and asked how he could grow so tall, not knowing that his body had such potential. Tesron sarcastically remarked that even Crystal was stronger than his body, and asked if he had any idea how much effort it had cost him. The hero retorted that his stupid head was no better, and even a monkey could count faster than him. Cillian asked if they were childhood friends, but Cirrus replied that they weren't close enough to just stand around and chat. Tesron said that they finally met and called him the martial arts king Leafenhart. He declared that he would not allow the continent to suffer at his hands again. Tesron noted with irony that he did not expect him to come looking for the teacher's gift, and called it touching. The guy said he found the stupid trap touching, and was glad he wouldn't end up like him. Tesron said that fate itself had brought him to him, and it was time to end this whole nightmare. Fate is just an excuse for those who don't want to take responsibility for their actions. Leafenhart called him Tesron, and then said that it was no longer his body, and that he could not hold back. The opponent said that he was sure that he was afraid of breaking his own body, and he would destroy this fear of his by killing him. Someone shouted at him not to interfere with the Savior's battle, and Jesus said that he would finally wipe the shame from the face of their family. The orc, hearing this cry, only shook his head and quietly said that the shame of a family is not something that can be washed away with blood. Russ replied that in his eyes he was the family's shame, and asked what had happened to his brother, who valued the knightly code of honor. Jesus said that he would show him the real sword of tennis and urged him to open his eyes. Christina said that this time she would save Cillian from the clutches of this terrible villain, and expressed faith in him. Ceres asked the spirit to dull his sword. She watched the fight with Cillian. Philaena thought about what she could do to help Stefan. The girl noticed that orcs were generally weak against magic, so she decided to try that first. She called upon the spirit to become his spear and strike the enemy. At this time, Cillian asked Philinense to allow him to use the divine sword. The girl noticed that he was a high-ranking priest and was surprised by his divine power. Cillian said that they were of different classes, but his level as a priest was still much higher. The protagonist summoned lightning fire with chi bullets, but called it a rather primitive attack. The enemy noticed that his lightning fire of chi bullets looked completely different. The character said that he was doing a great job of dodging. Tesron admitted that he was a little ashamed, but this body was too weak. The protagonist asked what exactly he was trying to achieve by constantly avoiding. The boy then used Destructive Song and Light Burst, but Tesron said that it was only one combat spell. The guy added that at that age he could cast 4 spells at a time. Tesron asked in surprise what was wrong with his speed and remarked that his sense of trajectory was too slow. he asked, and that was all he could do with his brain, and Leffenhart responded in kind, asking if he wanted to ask him the same thing. The boy asked in surprise why so much aura was needed for such a simple spell. He used the spell of Aaron Linforce to cut off the flow of all things. Tesron noted with surprise that such an advanced spell was possible. He thought that this damn demon king could still cast spells even in a body like this. The protagonist thought that he might be stupid, but he was able to train his body and make him much slimmer and stronger. Although now he enjoys an uncontrollable body and suffers from an idiot's brain, he realized that if this continued, he would be at a disadvantage and decided to end it as quickly as possible. Suddenly he felt that he had hit and saw that his attack had hit its target and exclaimed that it was an aura. The enemy, feeling that his attack had achieved its goal, noted with satisfaction that even in this body his instincts had not failed him. Tesron said Vortex Guard, but since he used a sword, it should be called Vortex Blade. The protagonist noted that his body should not have the ability to manifest an aura. It definitely wouldn't be able to handle the load of the unbreakable rocker, but it doesn't look like it's using magic. The character reminded who his enemy was, and identified himself as the martial arts king Tesron. He asked ironically if he really thought the Demon King could do something that he couldn't. Leffenhart noticed that Tesron used to share the title of the strongest on the continent with Holy Sword Cyrus, but he somehow forgot about it. Tesron said that it was so annoying that now one of these strongest was fighting with him. He added that he would never have thought that Cyrus would be defeated and driven out. Leffenhart noted that Ross had always been terribly shy, and said they weren't old friends to just stand there and chat. Tesron noticed that even Felina had already begun to look at him sideways, wondering if they had known each other since childhood. He said that technically, given that they are from the same future, it can't be said that it is completely untrue. Tesron stated that he honed his power through endless training in order to destroy the Demon King Leffenhart. Leffenhart admitted he had done a great job on his body, but questioned whether he really thought it would be enough to beat him. Tesron said that it was pointless to use magic against him, and Leffenhart agreed that magic alone would not be enough. Tesron added that in a martial duel, the one with more aura does not always win, and now he will prove it. At this time, Yisa summoned Eldrin, and Russ noted that he had already seen this technique several times today. He was indignant that he had no honor, and Russ replied that a man of honor pierces his own brother in the stomach with a sword. Jesus asked how he dared to call himself his brother, and the boy replied that he too refused to acknowledge such a pathetic man as his brother. The guy noted with irony that their family squabbles were beginning to resemble a performance. Ceres summoned her friend Saran, and Tesron asked what kind of tricks this was. Tesron, watching this, only chuckled, and quietly added that he himself would have long ago renounced such a thing. He noticed that not only was she a slave, but she was also so bloodthirsty. Christina asked if they liked Cillian too, and remarked that Cillian was in great demand. Ceres at the same time called her comrade Ignacis and said that everything should be over already. Tesron tried to somehow suppress the onslaught that was thrown at him at the same time. Cillian screamed that no one would help him, turning to the little magician. The girl thought that they needed to quickly eliminate someone to end this tie, and asked fearfully what those two were doing. Tesron noticed that his opponent had no idea about freestyle wrestling techniques on the ground. The hero thought that the teacher always told him not to waste time and just hit again, harder. Leffenhart pushed him away and used Vortex Guard, and Tesron asked if he thought he hadn't seen it coming. He said it was an aura clash, and he had never heard of such a thing, but Tesron replied that it was the result of hard training. The hero, gritting his teeth, tried to push his opponent away, but he only pressed him harder to the ground. Leffenhart took the opportunity to add that even the simplest movement can become decisive if you put your heart into it. Tesron, hearing this, only grinned and said that without calculation and composure, even the most inspired blow will remain just a gesture. Tesron said that the child had better aura control than he did, and the slow, clumsy Vortex Guardian could be neutralized. The guy asked what to do. The hero thought that now he could lose this battle. However, Leffenhart realized that his main mistake from the very beginning was that he pretended to be a martial arts master. Leffenhart used a technique that made everything slippery and greasy, and noticed that it was not meant for living things. Leffenhart, realizing his mistake, quietly said that it was time to stop playing by other people's rules. He added that if Tesron wanted to defeat him, then let him try to do it in a world where he would not be held back by magic or cunning. The boy asked in surprise what the hell it was, and Tesron said that he learned Karzan's technique purely for fun. He then used barrier-breaking magic and said that it did not touch his hands, and called himself the Magic Destroyer. The hero noticed that now that Tesron had mastered magic, he had become a real problem, and asked if he had forgotten his teacher's instructions. Tesron said that an easy junction was a small price to pay for peace and quiet on the continent. The protagonist noted that when talking about peace, it is better not to hold someone else's hand between your legs. Tesron said that he simply didn't understand martial arts. It was just funny when he looked at Felina's expression. Christina noticed that it was a bit hard to watch and asked what they were doing there. Then Christina admitted that she was already going crazy. This could be seen from her facial expression. Leffenhard cursed himself for the fact that if he had kept his distance and used magic from the beginning, this would not have happened. He realized that relying on someone to cover for him was now difficult. Suddenly, he noticed the fight between Tashid and Stefan, and asked in surprise if Tashid could really lose to someone like Stefan. Stefan said with disdain that he expected nothing more from an inferior race, and asked if the orc really thought he was his equal. He ordered them to lay down their arms and fall on their faces, but Tashid replied that the warriors of the Blue Bear tribe never surrender. Stefan called it nonsense and asked who he thought he was, adding that he believed the orc was no better than mindless beasts. He said that he gave him a chance to beg for mercy, but he himself insisted on a stupid death and called Karl into battle. Tashid parried his attack and, jumping back, defiantly declared that even in the most hopeless situation, he would find a way to turn the tide of the battle. He gripped the hilt of his sword and added that his people had survived in the harshest conditions for centuries. A fire of determination flashed in his eyes, and he firmly said that today he would prove that honor and strength do not depend on origin. Stefan replied that not everyone was capable of resisting him for so long, and said that he was still holding up well. Tashid realized that his eyes were burning with vile contempt. He remembered that people always looked at orcs like that, and he fought for his life day after day. Tashid said he was a gladiator, covered in the blood of hundreds of monsters, and maneuvered with old, rusty swords. He put his soul into this rusty steel and said that a true warrior may lose his life, but he must never lose his honor. He called his weapon Dakar, his dear comrade, and said that his pride was not as a gladiator, but as a warrior of the Blue Bear tribe. Tashid remembered his savior and said that this meeting was predetermined by heaven, and he would definitely repay his kindness. He said that from now on he was his teacher, and if necessary, he would become his sword without hesitation, and called himself the heir of the great warrior. Suddenly, he felt the aura of the sword and the blessing of the battle spirits, and it was an incredible feeling. Tashid, having felt this power, understood that his path was only just beginning, and that even greater trials lay ahead of him. He looked up to the sky and whispered that he was grateful to fate for this gift, and for the meeting that changed everything. With strong faith in his heart, he stepped forward, ready to protect his brothers and sisters until his last breath. Stefan asked in surprise what kind of trick he had pulled this time, and said that it couldn't be an aura. He said that he would never believe that a simple orc could awaken such power, and asked how he dared to show such insolence. Tashid called Karl again and chuckled, saying that this power had nothing to do with race. Stefan exclaimed in surprise that this was an impudent brat, and could not believe that it was actually an aura. He raised Dakar above his head, and said that if Stefan was not ready to accept the truth, then he should better step aside. Tashid noticed that even after seeing her with his own eyes, he continued to deny everything, and asked if this was not a disgrace for a warrior. Tashid, seeing Stefan fall to his knees, said that this was only the beginning, and he should reconsider his views on the world. He, turning his back to him, added that a true warrior never humiliates the defeated, because tomorrow fate may turn out differently. Russ noticed that Tashid kept grumbling, and then he finally woke up and asked if orcs could use aura. His brother, hearing his words, asked if orcs could use aura. Russ said that he trained hard and was able to do everything, and asked if it was so difficult to come to terms with it. Jesus, still not believing what was happening, clenched his teeth and whispered that even if it was true, he would never acknowledge the superiority of an inferior race. Russ noted that his armor made it impossible to counterattack, wondering what he could do. After all, he had already struck her with his giant sword several times, but had not caused even a scratch. Yesus said that Eldril could not be crushed by such an attack. The guy, hearing this, thought. Then he said that he wasn't even trying, he just needed to pierce him, and he dealt a crushing blow that made Stefan stagger. He added that he still had much to learn from Miss Stama, and there was a determination in his voice to continue his warrior's path. Felina exclaimed in surprise that it was Sir Jesus, and another voice added that it was Teslon. Leffenhart noted with annoyance that Stefan and Sir Jesus were overpowered, and he was asked if he, the savior, was all right. He replied that everything was fine, and that he was sure that with Cillian's help, everything would heal quickly. Tesron thought that if he had a little more time, he could kill the Demon King. Cursing his underestimation of their abilities, the protagonist told Tesron that he would not allow him to ruin all his dreams again. Then Tesron said that this time he would give up, but next time victory would be theirs. Leffenhart asked him if he really thought he would let him go so easily. Tesron screamed that he had no other choice and used the unbreakable rocker technique. Tesron cursed that it was a cursed name. The spirits said that they would still take revenge, and that they trusted him, and this is how he repaid them. Tesron said that they would meet again, and next time he would definitely take his head. The guy asked why these guys weren't reacting to him at all. On her way back, Felina asked Tesron for forgiveness for not being able to help him in any way. Tesron noted that Felina used to be the Demon King's friend, but now she is on his side, and Cyrus is now on the Demon King's side. He found a stone that contained the secret to overcoming the 5th stage of the Horn of Disaster. He thought that Leffenhard had already studied all this information, but he realized that Leffenhard had not gone beyond the 5th step. He was afraid of him in vain and said that they were both underachievers and under kings of martial arts. Without this, he would never reach a higher level, and he said that he might have lost the battle. But he won the war, and this stone was the main reason he came here. Cillian called on Philinans to cleanse the unfortunate souls. He asked for help from the powers. He exhaled and said that he was exhausted and had never used all his divine power like this before. The hero noticed that each of these spirits was beaten to death because they were not good enough. He said that the feeling of distorted space was gone, and he was only able to derive this spell in theory. He asked if everyone was okay and said that they should go get them immediately. Russ asked who this Tezron was, and he replied that he was some kind of enemy from his hometown, their views on races being slightly different. He believes that the release of non-human species will cause enormous, irreparable damage to the world, and he likes to exaggerate. Tashid noticed that there were 2 passages here, and apparently they went this way first, and then returned and went up the stairs. Russ noticed that they had broken something and asked if it was a monument. The main character said that this was how he vented his anger, and he was always quite hot-tempered. He said that they had already left, and they hadn't gotten anything out of coming here, but now they had another aura owner. Leffenhart said that he was able to receive the blessing of the warrior spirit, and did not expect that he would be able to awaken the aura now. By his calculations, it should have happened in about 10 years, but in his past life, he awakened her when he fought Cameron. He added that they had found Geruding, and that the journey had been well worth it, and suggested that they return home quickly and have a good rest. One of the trolls said that he was afraid and couldn't run, and asked not to fall. Someone noticed that young trolls have a worse ability to recover than adults. They are so weak that they can only die from blood loss or fatigue. The knight said that troll blood was excellent for making healing potions, and 1 bottle cost 10 silver. The troll said that it was all his fault, and that he shouldn't have gone to the waterfall. He thought that everything would be fine, since they were far enough from the human village. But they were still trapped, and he asked what he should do now. Someone advised hiding, and said that plovers show themselves to predators to distract their attention from their nests and save their eggs. The knight commander said not to be afraid. It was just troll magic, and someone said with relief that he had scared him. He noticed that it was regenerating, and ordered a net to be dropped on it and burned to stop its regeneration. The soldiers, hearing the order, quickly threw a heavy net soaked in oil over the troll. The knight said that he had begun to turn into a giant, and noted that trolls were the calmest creatures of all intelligent species. But once you corner them, they become the most cruel and merciless. On the outskirts of the small rural village of Farum, hunters were catching a troll. The magician assured him that the magic circle would be able to hold him, and asked him to stay inside. The magician, feeling confident, added that his magic had never failed, and he vouched for the safety of everyone present. However, old woman Tess, shaking her head, whispered that the forest never forgives cruelty, and they will face retribution. Old Tess warned them that they must not anger the troll, and that they were making a huge mistake. However, her granddaughter apologized, saying that her grandmother was simply superstitious. The magician set up 3-level barriers and traps in the village. He explained that they didn't know where a troll might show up, and that made sense. Captain Runeon was worried about the costs, because the magic circle cost a lot of money, and if they didn't catch the troll, they would suffer great losses. Captain Runeon sighed and said that if they failed this hunt, his reputation would be ruined. The magician Russo noted that his magic circle was created according to ancient drawings, and he has no doubt about its reliability. One of the soldiers standing guard quietly muttered that he did not like this silence in the forest, and that the animals had been acting too strangely in the last hours. Mage Russo hastily activated the spell when the captain shouted at him to quickly create the magic circle. He cast a spell in an ancient language, calling for the one trapped between heaven and earth to be bound. As the magic circle flared with bright light, the troll growled and tried to break free, but the chains of energy held him firmly in place. The captain, clutching his sword, ordered everyone to maintain formation and not go close to the cage until the magician completed the ritual. Mage Russo, wiping sweat from his forehead, whispered that this spell required enormous concentration. Suddenly, one of the soldiers pointed towards the forest and shouted that he saw movement among the trees. When the troll was caught, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the magician said that great, the monster was finally caught, and now they could live in peace. The villagers thanked them for saving them, and said that now everyone could sleep peacefully. But the old woman spoke again, saying that they were making a terrible mistake, and that the trolls were protecting the forest. She warned that if they killed the troll, the wrath of the forest would fall upon them, and her words sounded like a prophecy. The captain just waved it off, calling her a decrepit old woman, looking at her with contempt. They then set off through the Jeton Pass, discussing that the troll was worth at least 1,000 gold pieces, and that they only needed to reach the captain. They planned to hand the troll over to the Alchemist Guild, Satan's Tears, to finally end this nightmare. Suddenly, one of the soldiers heard a strange sound, like a drum, and soon screams were heard. The captain, hearing the shouts, turned around sharply and ordered everyone to immediately take up a circular defense, putting their shields forward. The mage Russo, trying to concentrate, realized with horror that his detection spell had been destroyed and he could not see the source of the attack. One of the soldiers whispered that this was no ordinary monster, and his eyes were full of horror. Suddenly, a low, ominous voice came from the darkness, saying that they would pay for daring to touch the forest guardians. The captain ordered to regroup around the cart and guard it from all sides, and asked the magician Russo to use detection magic. The magician Russo used a spell to detect living objects, but his spell was broken, and he cried out in pain. The captain asked anxiously what had happened, and Rousseau replied that his magic circle had been destroyed, which was incredible. The captain, gritting his teeth, ordered the archers to shoot randomly towards the forest, hoping to somehow hold off the invisible enemy. The magician Rousseau, trying to regain his concentration, whispered that this creature clearly possessed anti-logical properties. Suddenly, one of the soldiers fell to his knees, clutching his throat, and his eyes rolled back in his head as if he was being strangled by invisible hands. The captain, looking around the battlefield, realized that they were facing something that was beyond their understanding. Someone exclaimed that it was an ivory tusk, and that it was a troll demon that had killed more than 20 units of the Alchemist Guild. He said that he thought it was all just a fairy tale when he heard that even the aura holders were defeated, and his voice trembled with fear. Suddenly they heard a scream, and the captain said that he had lost his gold. The demon replied that greed had overshadowed even the feeling of fear, and he was truly a man. As soon as he said this, only a trace remained of the man. Very soon the Blue Bear tribe settled on the Great Mountain Gloaton. Although clashes with the locals were possible, they took the flags of Antares County with them for protection. The planning of journeying in the Elven Forest went according to plan, and several elves from the Danheim clan began to care for the New World Tree. The dwarves of the Great Forge no longer needed to hunt monsters, as they began receiving food from the Taobon Trading Company. Thanks to this, most of the warriors were able to settle in the county of Antares. 20 days after returning to the White Palace of Antares County, the day was going just fine. However, there was one big problem: how to behave with people. This was the question that stuck in the guy's head. War King Leifenhard met with Garavan, who came to swear allegiance to him. He boasted of his good name in the northern region of the Kingdom of Vasili. There were experienced mercenaries among them, but the rest were more like frogs in a well. Leifenhard, hearing this, only grinned and remarked that he had met many such braggarts. He added that if Garavan is really as good as he says, then he should prove it in practice, and not with empty words. Leifenhard noted that in his past life, no one had expressed a desire to swear allegiance to the Demon King. He said he appreciated their arrival and was willing to extend his favor, but only after they demonstrated their skills. He ordered them to be given a good thrashing, and then the most useful ones to be selected, and one of them introduced himself as Petra from Bloodstorm. Leifenhard noted that, excluding representatives of other races, there were about 20 knights and 100 soldiers here. Although they weren't worth 10 dwarven warriors combined, they still had to give them their due. He said that this is with the exception of those people who discriminate against other races. One of the knights mockingly asked if an orc could assess the level of his skills. When Tashi demonstrated the blade's aura, everyone was amazed that the orc was using aura, and the rumors turned out to be true. Leifenhard, noticing the confusion on the faces of those present, quietly added that it was precisely such moments that showed the true value of a warrior. Leifenhard asked how things were going, and if there were any worthy candidates. He was told that Sir Ross and Sir Tashid could be trusted to evaluate the candidates. The captain of the Knights of Antares County, Azrael von Kador, said that a high level of skill is not the only indicator of a good knight. He added that Sir Tashid possesses the dignity and skills of a true knight. Azrael von Kador noted that previously, more than half of the knights of County Antares were ordinary mercenaries. The protagonist said that disciplined knights are much better than mercenaries, who are used to acting without restrictions. Leifenhard returned to his room and addressed Flora, saying that they had a lot of work to do. Flora replied that he needed to look through all these documents, and he wondered why there were so many of them. After all, just a couple of months ago he was dying of boredom. She said that time does not stand still. About 1,000 people arrived in their county, due to the terrible harvest in the kingdom of Crovens. Leifenhard sighed, realizing that he had a lot of work ahead of him. At that moment Ceres came and brought him tea. Leifenhard said that at that time he had no need to leave his palace and was assisted by McKellen. He added that now everything is completely different. If a representative of another race is in charge of his affairs, people will begin to express their dissatisfaction. Ceres noted that they didn't have many people suitable for this position, and the hero would like someone to take this job on. He said that this man must be a good manager and capable of protecting the castle, and suggested the candidacy of Sir Azrael. But he said that Azrael was a good guy, but he wouldn't dare leave the whole county to him, and he had one candidate. He said that this was a man who had enough skill to not die from his attack. One of the servants asked who he was anyway, and when he arrived here, he was already here. He noticed that Captain Azrael was also unaware, and they asked who he really was. Tilla asked if Karsus wanted to practice his swordplay. He replied that no, he was just a little distracted by his gaze. He was told that no one would stop him from touching the sword. He asked if she was sure that giving a prisoner a weapon was a good idea. Karsus is dead, and now he is just a nameless man. He said that in fact he feels even more free this way. Tilla asked what he was thinking about. The guy said that he was thinking, thanks to him, he was able to see her true essence. Then the girl, looking up at him, asked, not understanding what he was talking about. He spoke of the beauty, wisdom, and intelligence that other races possess. Karsus noticed that the girl standing in front of him possessed at least these three qualities. She called it a cliché and asked if all knights said something like that. He said that she was also very wise and smart, and as for beauty, he didn't even know. Tilla called him cruel. The character said that in this case, she would be able to accurately recognize whether he was telling the truth. The guy asked her how she would react if he said that he thought he was falling in love with her. He asked since he was a human and not a dwarf, and she replied that she didn't care what his race was. Then he said that she wouldn't mind if he said that he loved her, and she became embarrassed. He asked if she would still keep an eye on him. After all, he was her prisoner, and she laughed. In the end, Karsus said that he had no right to judge Juvel. Levenhart asked how his interlocutor was doing, and he replied that, thanks to him, everything was just great for him. He said that something told him that he was the happiest prisoner in the whole world, and they told him that it was nice to hear that. He was asked if he thought it was time to stop being a prisoner, and he joked that free meals were being cancelled. However, he noticed that as he watched the way things were going in the castle, he actually felt some guilt. He was asked if he would help, and he replied that Tilla had already told him about his dream and plans for the future. He admitted that at first, he thought he was simply crazy, and Levenhart replied that he had heard that kind of thing too often. He added that even the elf Siris initially thought he was crazy, so everything was fine. His interlocutor said that during his stay here, he had the opportunity to observe them. He realized that all this time he had been thinking too narrowly, and they were not people, but still individuals, and he was not talking only about elves or dwarves. He said that a civilization that treats individuals like animals cannot survive for long. Levenhard said he was glad to hear it, and handed him the seal of the Count of the State of Antares. He said that he himself said that he was ready for anything, so he asks him to become his deputy. Karsus replied that while that was true, he still shouldn't give such an important thing to his former enemy. He asked if he had any ulterior motives, and Levenhart replied that the seal would allow him to command. He asked what he would do if he really had some secret plan. Karsus replied that he didn't have anything like that. The only people here are the knights of County Antares and over 1,000 starving refugees. He said that fortunately, he had not yet sworn allegiance to him, and asked what if he trained people and turned them against him. Levenhart replied that by doing so, he would force Till to work hard. He said that he would do everything in his power. Levenhart said that since he was now the Count's own deputy, he would need a new name. Having taken up the post of Chancellor of the County of Antares, Karl began to deal with each problem in turn. He was extremely competent in his work and exceeded all expectations. He noted that he had also been an emperor before, but he had never had the opportunity to do administrative work. The first thing he did was to evaluate the skills of the elven women and assign them to the appropriate positions. In addition, he took up the reorganization of the military structure of the White Palace, and he appointed several soldiers as knights. 2 knights with experience in commanding an army were to be engaged in training the soldiers. After this, Karl moved on to classifying refugees, and he had an exceptional talent for assessing other people. The protagonist noted that it was good that they still left him alive, and he was not bad. Meanwhile, Siris was practicing magic and exclaimed that she succeeded, and did she really have a talent for magic? Levenhart said that at this rate she was about to hit a wall, and as soon as she reached the 3rd circle, he would start training her like before. He was informed that the people he was looking for were waiting for him in the meeting room, and he said that he was on his way. Tilla was asked if she got along well with Karl, and he replied that he was so kind and affectionate, and that he was becoming more and more handsome every day. Ceres was asked how things were with Lord Levenhart, and she replied that she saw him more as a father than as a man. They told her that the main thing was not to say it in front of him, otherwise he would lock himself in his room again. She agreed that he was only 20, but he really did look like an old man. She said she wouldn't say he looked old, and that it might have something to do with his build. In the negotiation room, the mercenary Jakal said that it was a great honor for them to meet the fighting king, and introduced his comrades. Levenhart said that he heard that they were looking for a meeting with them through the Tobin Trading Company, and greeted them. He added that, if they succeed in completing this mission, they will receive an additional reward. Levenhart replied that it was excellent, and that they were now ready too, but at that moment, he was brought the report of the Grade Trading Company for this month. He said it was excellent work, but mostly just useless information, such as the appearance of orcs in the kingdom of Vasily, or about a giant octopus monster that attacked the sea roots of the kingdom of Grime. Levenhart exclaimed that Ivory Tusk was an old nickname for Altica. He called for an immediate general assembly, and they set off for Calazon, the southern coastal city of the Galayan kingdom, to the southern branch of the guild. Levenhart, hearing this, froze for a moment and said that if Altica had appeared in these parts, it meant that something serious was brewing. There were trolls, one of which was in bad shape, and someone said that the 3rd number was clearly not in the best condition. One of the magicians ordered that his rations be increased so that he could last at least another month. He said that these trolls are such amazing creatures, they never get stomach upsets. They can live on scraps without any problem. He added that they both clean up the trash and bring in money, that's productivity, and by the end of the month, they should deliver another 500 pieces. The troll was dipped into a strange-smelling liquid, but this troll no longer resisted at all. In that case, they would need another troll very soon, and the other mage said that was excellent. The guild worker said how much more convenient it would be if they could breed these creatures themselves. He explained that for some reason, every time the female becomes pregnant, she miscarries. He was asked if he thought all these rumors were true, and he clarified whether they were talking about Maneon's group. He said the branch manager was overjoyed to learn they were getting a fresh troll and was asked if he was talking about Fang. He replied that this creature would not dare to come here, but his interlocutor said that wherever she came, only death followed her. The director was also worried about this, and that is why important guests arrived to visit them. He was asked if there was anyone in Kaltazan strong enough to defeat Ivory Tusk. He replied that, as far as he had heard, Director Deepole had brought the owner of the aura here. Director Deepole said it was a great honor to meet them. The owner of the aura from the Galayan kingdom, Kafir von Scharn, said that he was not worthy of such praise. Another man was introduced as a 7th Circle Mage of Shara Marundo's family, and he said that Sayer would take care of them. Priest Sayer Ablay was also present, and his quiet presence filled the room with a sense of holiness and tranquility. 2 soldiers were discussing whether to go somewhere far, far away on some ship. One of them said that he, too, had dreamed of traveling the seas in his youth, but had given up that dream after hearing the story of a sailor. He said it looked good, but it was actually a hell of a job, and the pay was good. However, only half of the sailors managed to return home alive, and he said he definitely could have survived. They told him that those who say that usually die first, and they are paid well here, so he personally would prefer to live longer. He said that he would understand what he was talking about when he was his age, and suddenly noticed fog, although the weather had been clear all day. One asked what was happening, and the knights heard the sound of drums and then saw the lake of twilight in dim light. Black streams flowed from the clouds, and a strange sound was heard, and the troll said that it was the night of poppies. He said that he does not touch the innocent, but only asks them to sleep for a while, and the night sweeps across the dark skies. The protagonist said that he had been here for 3 days already, and all this time he had been bored as hell, but it seemed like it was time for some fun. He glanced around at the frightened people and added with a slight grin that their fear only gave him strength and made this night truly unforgettable. Suddenly, someone shouted that he was here and that it was Ivory Tusk and ordered that this monster be caught. The soldiers said that whoever killed him would receive 1,000 gold coins and asked what all the noise was about and whether some robber had broken in. The director apologized and said that it was because this happened just at the moment when they were receiving such important guests. They told him that one of their trolls had escaped, and they couldn't let them know that Ivory Tusk had managed to get in so easily. He said that it seemed that this time he had turned out to be much more cruel, since such a fuss had arisen there, but our warriors would certainly overcome him. He was asked if he would mind if they helped them. Deepole said that he was more than sure that this pathetic troll would never be able to compare to an aura owner like him. He said that it was somehow impolite to ask such a thing of his guests, and Kafir said that then it could be considered payment for the dinner. Suddenly, there was a scream, and someone exclaimed that it was a cruel creature. The troll replied that it was funny, and asked if they really thought they had the right to talk about cruelty. The troll said that they made their living off the blood of trolls, and so they must be prepared to repay with their own blood. The soldier screamed in panic that his body was not obeying him, and asked what they were doing, and why they had thrown down their weapons. He asked how to kill this monster now, and said that this was some kind of madness. Someone exclaimed that it was Ivory Tusk, and another asked if he was talking about that mythical creature. He said he didn't think the rumors would be true, and added that it was now clear why Deepole had been so helpful. The hero noticed that nothing in this world was free, and he was asked what they would do. He replied that he felt cheated, and that once they were done here, they would need to talk to him. The character noticed that they were strong and watched what was happening. The hero said with surprise that this was a talking troll, and how interesting that was. Another added that, in that case, it should be finished as soon as possible. He said that after this he would definitely talk to Deepole, and the warrior indignantly asked how some pathetic troll dared to dodge. The warrior said that he would cut him into pieces, but the troll easily blocked his blade's aura, and the warrior was surprised. The troll cast a spell that made his body grow larger as he brushed against the branches of the jungle, and the warrior noticed how quickly he was growing. The troll, hearing his words, only laughed quietly and said that his strength grew with the wrath of the forest, and he was not afraid of threats. He added that if a warrior wanted to test his luck, let him try, but warned that the jungle always protects its children. The hero said that great. He had managed to break the distance, and the troll continued to grow, like shoots in the wind. Suddenly Kafir appeared, and Blade cried out his name, and the magician called forth tongues of scorching flame to burn the entire world. The magician, hearing this, only grinned and replied that the jungle can protect its children, but fire and steel know no mercy for them. He added that if the troll truly believed in protecting the forest, then he should prepare for his faith to be tested in the most cruel way. The character noticed that this was no ordinary monster, and gritting his teeth, he continued the battle. The man asked if there was any need to worry about nobility in the battle against the monster, and offered to deal with it together. He said that fire magic and electricity magic are the most effective against trolls, as they are capable of burning their body to ashes. But the troll blocked all his magic, and Blay called upon Sayer to relieve him of the pain, but his divine power conflicted with the aura. He noticed that there was only one aura user in this battle, and asked what the reason was then, and someone exclaimed that it was iron steel. The man said that these were ridiculous movements, and that it was just funny. He asked if the creature was a demon in the form of a troll, as rumors said. He said he was well acquainted with human tactics, but 3 at a time was too much, and decided that they needed to run. Suddenly, a stranger appeared who was using the power rainbow beam, and someone asked who it was. The stranger, hearing the question, only grinned and replied that he was the one who had come to put an end to this madness, and his name did not matter. He added that his power was not for killing, but for protecting those who could not protect themselves, and that the fog was only a warning. The hero, squinting, noticed that this man was clearly not a random traveler, and his appearance here was too opportune. The guy said that they were almost late, and what this fog was that was dulling his senses. It was the protagonist. He apologized for not warning about the troll's hiding fog. Someone asked who they were, and whether they were new enemies. The character only answered that here they met, Guru Atilka. The troll called him a wise child of nature, and asked who he was and how he knew his name and language. The guy replied that he was the one who knew the whole truth about the trolls, and he came to help him, and asked who they were, and why they attacked them. He said that he only wanted the trolls to be freed, and that he had heard that things were already extremely difficult for them, and suggested that they simply retreat. The troll, hearing his words, said that if he really knew the truth, then perhaps he should listen to this man. The warrior said he had no idea what was going on here, but that the troll was a demon who had killed dozens of people. Suddenly the boy pronounced the names of Tashida and Cirrus and gave the order to detain them, but strictly warned that no one should dare to kill the captives. Ceres was already standing in anticipation of the battle, ready to carry out the order right now. Kafir exclaimed in surprise that it was an orc using aura, and his voice trembled with amazement. The man, hearing his words, only chuckled and quietly said that not all people see the difference between an animal and a person. At this time, Cirrus was already preparing her combat attack, which she had long wanted to demonstrate. The troll noticed that this was not just an orc, but an elf who possessed spirit magic. After these conclusions, he realized that it was then Marshal King Leffenhard. Kafir said that he heard that the Battle King participated in the civil war of the Kingdom of Krovans along with the non-human races. He said that there was no way someone with an aura of his caliber would have time to study magic. But his build really does resemble that of a martial king. The Kafir asked if he was the one, and Leffenhart replied that who knows, and asked what he himself thought, and used the power cannon. The protagonist said that he bet he was extremely confused right now, and the magician cast a spell, but his magic didn't work on him. The magician said that he spent 50 years perfecting magic, but he was still able to outplay him, and this is impossible. He used Darkening Layer, and Tashid summoned Karl. Someone exclaimed that they were throwing away their weapons. How stupid. Kafir noticed that Tashid had improved his aura control thanks to constant sparring with Ross, and asked if that was over as well. Tashid, hearing his words, only chuckled and, without breaking eye contact, replied that his control of aura was just the tip of the iceberg. He lunged forward, his sword piercing the air as it met Kafir's defense, sending up a shower of sparks, and for a moment their gazes met. The Kafir, taking a step back, felt his hand tremble. The protagonist stood and watched this spectacle. The protagonist was asked if he was sure they should leave them alive. Leffenhart replied that if he really wanted to hide his identity, he would have worn a mask. A troll came out in front of him and introduced himself as Guru Atilka and said that he was indebted to them. A fire started and people started screaming for help in panic. The soldier ordered to evacuate one person after another and to remain calm. All this was done to prevent a crush from starting, and the soldier, with tears in his eyes, said that this simply could not happen. Russ noticed that the trolls really did look creepy and was asked why the orcs didn't scare him. He replied that he had seen orcs all his life, but only as slaves. Cirrus noted that they did not know a common language. The guru said that the rumors about him were untrue, and he had never heard of the martial king using magic. Leffenhart replied that, although he had made no attempt to hide the fact, for some reason people never found out about it. He asked if he still doubted his identity, and added that if they saw that aura, no one would doubt it. The troll said that it turned out that the rumors that the Battle King treated non-human races the same as humans were true. But he still doesn't understand how he knows their language. Leffenhard replied that he once knew a troll who survived from the Bavara tribe. He said he was trying to piece together memories from his past life, and they couldn't suppress the information. The guru said that they had passed there once, and now it was clear how he knew so much about them. Leffenhart said that if he really trusted him, there was something he wanted to discuss with him, and he told him everything slowly. He spoke of the world he desired and the future he wanted to see, and this prospect intrigued Atilka. He asked Guru Atilka if he would agree to help him in his journey and join his party. Leffenhard said that the land in the county of Antares had already been prepared for the trolls, and Atilka replied that first he would like to ask one question. He said that he was a human being and asked why he cared so much about them, about those who were not representatives of his race. Leffenhard asked if he had been to the southern islands of the Tychan kingdom and said that cannibalism was once practiced there. He said that this continued until a wise man came to them, and this wise man forbade cannibalism, and the islanders rebelled. They claimed cannibalism as their ancient culture and tradition, and asked him what right he had to treat them in this way. Leffenhard said the sage replied that he had seen with his own eyes how they devoured his beloved. He added that people he knows, his friends, his beloved, when he sees that they are treated like slaves, he simply refuses to accept it. At the headquarters of the Tears of Santera Alchemist Guild, the identity of the culprit was discussed. Guildmaster Oronid remarked that Ivory Tusk's actions could be equated to a natural disaster. Another added that if a human was involved in all of this, then that was a completely different matter, and they had their suspicions. According to the testimony of the magician Marund, that man did not rely on aura, but was a skilled user of magic. Marshal King Leffenhard, ruler of Antares County, left the White Palace just as a fire broke out in the southern branch. However, he was only absent for about 2 weeks, and to cover such a distance, it would have taken him at least a month. The person present suggested that he could use portals, but his physique stands out much more. They had no right to accuse him without solid evidence, and rumors had reached the head that Battle King Leffenhard had saved the trolls. The guild leaders said that at this rate, the authority of their guild would be at risk, and given all the circumstances, it simply had to be him. In his study at the White Palace, Leffenhard reflected that the alchemists were now tearing their hair out. Whatever they suspect him of, his alibi will hold as long as they don't know about the dimensional portals. He said that everything was going according to plan, and for now, that was enough, and avoiding a united attack by people was already a huge victory. Meanwhile, in the mines of Viscount Kelburn, the dwarves toiled in harsh conditions. The overseer shouted at them to work faster, calling them dirty curs. The dwarf cursed at the people and said that if only his family had not been held hostage, he would have escaped long ago. Suddenly, a warrior from the Great Forge of Justea appeared, and the guards asked in surprise what was going on and where those damned dwarves came from. Sloidel said they had come here to free their kin and cast a suppression rune, a spell that suppressed magic. The guards, feeling their magic fading, screamed in panic. Justea watched their actions. Sloidel, wasting no time, rushed forward and with one blow knocked the sword out of the hands of the nearest guard. Suddenly, a squad of armed men appeared from around the bend, and one of the dwarves, squinting, noticed that these were not ordinary soldiers. The guards exclaimed in surprise that it was a dwarf who used magic, and Justea said that they were warriors of the Great Forge. The Steelhammer clan came to rescue them, and the girl told them to approach them one by one to remove the magical channels from them. The dwarf cast a spell that he was the one who would release the flow and create a breach. The flow will be free, but one of them noticed that they have hostages. However, his comrade said not to worry. He said that their comrades had already headed to the village. Tilla appeared before grandfather Kitos, greeting him with a joyful look. Kitos asked in surprise what she was doing there, and Tilla replied that Lord Leffenhard had sent her and said that they had to save everyone. Tilla said happily that it was finally time to leave this place. Grandfather Kitos, hearing this, burst into tears and hugging his granddaughter, whispered that he always knew that she would be the one who would bring them freedom. Her father, Liurtika, exclaimed in surprise that she was already old enough to get married. Priest Galpid asked what their future plans were and remarked that such a crowd would certainly attract people's attention. But Liurtiki replied, "Don't worry, the time has almost come." When the dwarves saw the ships, they were surprised, and Kitos asked if the Great Forge had prepared them. The dwarves exclaimed in surprise that it was a man, and the stranger said that they were their allies and had come to help them escape. Lortek, looking at the approaching ships, confidently added that these vessels were not from the Great Forge, but from those who had long been waiting for this moment. Tilla introduced Carl to her father, saying that he was her lover. Carl said that it was a great honor for him to meet his father-in-law. Tilla's father exclaimed indignantly, "How dare he with his daughter?" Carl replied that he was busy, but didn't want to miss the chance to meet her family. In Diallo, the largest city in the western kingdom of Ghislaine, there was a branch of the Santera's Tears Guild. People were panicking and shouting that it was Ivory Tusk and ordering the use of firebombs. The troll cast a spell in his own language, and someone cried out that there was another one. The director of the western branch, Romdran, said with confidence that he was not like that incompetent dipole. No matter how strong this Ivory Tusk was, he couldn't get to his trolls. Suddenly he was informed that the trolls had escaped, and he was in shock. At the Vladbane Gladiator Training Center, a merchant admired the musculature of an orc. The merchant said that he was a head taller than any of the orc gladiators, and had unique potential. The orc, standing motionless, only looked gloomily at the floor, and his silence indicated that he had long since become accustomed to this fate. He greedily felt the orc's muscles, calculating how much gold he could get in the arena, and the fire of greed burned in his eyes. The girl asked him how much she thought she could get for it, and the merchant offered 7 gold coins, and she agreed. The merchant, hearing her consent, rubbed his hands contentedly and whispered that this was a good deal, since such an animal could be resold at an exorbitant price. The orc, hearing their conversation, only clenched his jaws and growled quietly, but the girl was pleased with this outcome. Thanks to this deal, he managed to get his hands on a real beast. He said that in times like these, when slaves are scarce, acquiring such a specimen at a lower price would be pure theft. The girl said that he might seem a little rude, but he's actually a really kind guy. The orc asked not to sell it, but the merchant said that since she could handle it alone, it must be extremely gentle. The new owner said that you must definitely follow all the orders of your new owner and thanked you for the deal. When Tashid showed up at the training center, he was greeted as a newcomer. One orc said welcome to hell, while the other said mercy had long since left this place. He was asked his name, and he replied that his name was Tashid, the son of the mole, who had inherited Wrath's axe. One of the gladiators said that he managed to survive another day, and who knows what will happen tomorrow. They discussed how after Burik's death, Master August said that if he was going to die, he could have avoided exposing his armor to attack. One said that he had heard that somewhere there were orcs blessed by the rune who were fighting against humans. The talk was about the county of Antares, founded by the battle king Lefenhard. But Tashid said that he would not say that, and asked what if they had the opportunity to become like the orcs of County Antares. They asked what he was talking about, and when he showed his aura, they exclaimed in surprise that he was a true warrior and asked who he was. Tashid replied that he was from the county of Antares and said that he had come here to show them the way and called on his adopted brother Carl. They exclaimed in surprise that it was the same and were amazed by its power. Tashid, raising his sword, looked at those gathered and said that each of them deserved a better fate and he was ready to help them gain freedom. He stepped forward, his aura shining brighter, illuminating the gloomy walls of the training center, and his voice carried an unwavering confidence. He added that their strength should not be wasted on senseless fights for the amusement of their masters, and that the time had come to direct it to the fight for their honor. The orc rushed at the people with a scream, and one of them exclaimed in horror that they were filthy orc spawn. Another orc growled that he would tear them to pieces, these damned humans, and his fists clenched in anticipation of a fight. Suddenly the warrior stopped the enraged orc, and he asked in bewilderment why he did this, since this man was just a servant. Tashid replied that he was still a man and asked his brother what he desired, freedom or revenge, and he understood. He said that unnecessary bloodshed should be avoided. If they spare one person's life, 10 more will remain to protect him, but if they kill one, those 10 will hold a grudge and chase them. One of the people said indignantly that the orcs were ungrateful creatures, and how dare they act like this after all that care. He added that orcs were ordinary animals who did not know the feeling of gratitude, and asked whether it was necessary to show mercy to him. The enemy mage said with a grin that he had been waiting for this for a long time, and added that one mental spell and their rebellion would be over. The priestess cast a spell, commanding them to stand still, like statues, and called upon Philinense to keep their minds from wavering. Someone asked in surprise what was going on and what the priestess Philinense was doing there. Tashid thanked Cillian for covering for him, but it turned out that Cillian was covering for a girl. He handed him the exorcism talisman and the communication necklace, and Cillian noticed that his language sounded quite natural this time. Tashid asked why he hadn't changed his clothes yet, and he replied that in a couple of days everything would be different, and he would become a real mountain of muscles. When the young saint appeared, the warrior Tashid introduced him as a comrade, and someone exclaimed in surprise that this was the same young saint. One orc asked if this was the one who was in a relationship with the battle king, and Cillian indignantly replied that this was not true. Cillian wondered to himself how many other peoples had already heard this rumor. Rumors that Cillian was the martial king's lover spread as quickly as rumors of the ongoing escapes. In the barony of Burkint, in the kingdom of Vasily, Baron Burkint held a banquet. One of the guests said that he managed to organize a simply wonderful banquet. Suddenly there was a scream and someone asked what was going on, and the Baron panicked and asked what it was and saw the elf. Ceres summoned Salamander and Ignatius and told them to know the true flame. People screamed in horror and called for the guards. They begged for mercy. Ceres said that her name was Ceres, and she came here to save them, and from now on, they are free. The elves asked in surprise if they were free, and Ceres cast the Earth Rift spell. She told them to follow her instructions and added that they would continue the conversation once they got out of here. The servants agreed, and she thought that, while they had no idea what freedom was, it would lead them to their native land. The guards rushed in pursuit, shouting not to let them escape, and that the elf had killed the Baron, and someone asked if this was really an ally of the elf. The magician used a sensory field, which allowed him to sense the presence of any living creature in the area. Using the obtained data, he could determine spatial coordinates. He could predict future movements and find points of intersection of movements. Someone exclaimed in surprise, wondering if such spells really exist. The magician said that using the data obtained through the sensory field, he could determine spatial coordinates. The man noticed that they hadn't met like this for a long time. This time there was a rather intriguing topic on the agenda, and I proposed to begin the discussion. He said that the Silver Sages are the protectors of humanity. That is why the time has come to discuss the matter concerning the Battle King Levenhart. The three oldest and largest kingdoms of Galayan and the Sun Tower of the Holy Empire stood out among the continent's magical academies. Also the ancient magical academy of the Kingdom of Grime, the Tower of Maragrand. This academy often announced new magical theories or the discovery of relics from the Silver Age. Archmage of the Ninth Circle Atres, during his search and study of various artifacts from the Piet dungeon, achieved some results. He discovered something that caught the attention of the Silver Guardians. Tesron noticed that the Tower of Maragrand was thriving quite strongly. But Duke Ilanera said she had lost her reputation because of one of her towers, Delphia. She gave birth to the worst mage in all of history, the ruler of the Dark Empire. Tesron added that the people at Maragrand Tower felt they had been treated extremely unfairly, and this man would have achieved the same results. Tesron explained that Levenhart left the Delphic Tower at the 6th circle level at the age of 27, which was an extremely low level. The magicians from the tower were afraid of his talent and refused to teach him beyond the 4th circle. Once Levenhart entered the open world, his strength began to grow at a terrifying rate, and every year he broke new records. Itres revealed an artifact, a warming necklace, capable of maintaining the temperature of its wearer at an ideal level. It is also capable of permanently altering his body, but the method of activating it remains unknown. Duke Miniara confirmed that this was the same forbidden item that Tesron used in the Frozen Lands. He said it was extremely beneficial and felt like a spring breeze rather than a snowstorm. The man noted that the Silver Sages had a similar privilege and asked if he would be allowed to divulge this information. He added that his death would clearly not look natural, and if things did not go according to plan, someone might find out about his existence. The character said they didn't need to kill him right then and there, but another warming necklace wouldn't hurt. Atres noted that this was an artifact called the Window of Truth, which could analyze people's emotions through their body reactions. Tesron said that it was important to remember these faces, as there was a high probability that one of these people owned a warming necklace. The Taoist Guardian said that the Silver Sage's approach was extremely ineffective, but Tesron replied that short-term deception or deception of a small group of people might not be difficult. However, deceiving everyone for an eternity is a completely different matter, and it is precisely because of their caution that the world still does not know about them. They must do everything possible to ensure that this continues. After all, if people understand that there is a certain group in this world that is looking after them, humanity will not be able to develop further. Tesron asked why the warming necklace was a forbidden artifact, since there was nothing special about it. They told him that they could not allow the use of magic that could alter the human body, and that it was a slippery slope to immortality. Tesron noted that in his current position, there was some limit to what he could learn. He said that the Silver Sages were unable to prevent the presentation of the warming necklace from Atres. They have this incredible information network, but even that has to have holes, and he said it was annoying. The man said that they hadn't met like this for a long time. This time, the agenda is quite an intriguing topic, the discussion of the destruction of the Battle King Levenhart. Guardian Stullen said that one cannot call such an aura owner a rat. Guardian Arkalith added that Battle King Levenhart is a fairly popular aura user. Famous aura holders and 9th level archmages have quite a lot of influence. The Guardian of Taoism suggested first reducing his influence by getting rid of his entourage. Guardian Arkalith remarked that it was amusing to hear such a thing from the one who had allowed Sage Leston to join their ranks. The Taoist replied that there was no point in refusing to accept a man who completely shared their ideals, and Arkalith said that he was not saying he was wrong, just that it was funny. Guardian Arclight urged him to watch his behavior. At first, it only seemed to him that the Battle King had extremely strange inclinations. Guardian Arclight stated that everything was now as clear as day, and that Marshal King Levenhart had impure motives. Keeper Stullen noted that such ideals do not arise overnight. It is difficult for him to believe that he came to such conclusions on his own, because his age must also be taken into account. He said that ideals are refined only through systematization and rational thinking. It turns out that he has some kind of mentor, and it is he who taught him such things. The Guardian of Tao asked if they had managed to come to a general agreement on this, and they answered that it appeared so. In the name of the Silver Sages, the protectors of humanity, he declared the Marshal King Levenhart a target for destruction, along with everything that concerns him, as well as the people around him. The decision was made unanimously, and a heavy, icy silence fell over the room, heralding the beginning of the hunt. Now each of them knew that their main enemy was not just a magician or a warrior, but a man capable of overturning the foundations of this world, and there was no time to waste. The Holy Empire of Washtauch was a powerful state with more than 1,000 years of history and traditions. It bordered the kingdoms of Graim, Halain, Restima, and Takon, its territory not much larger than that of its neighbors. But in terms of population and state power, it prided itself on being the strongest on the continent. It was called the land blessed by Lord Sayer, the only state that was granted the title of empire. It is also the only state that was chosen as the leader of humanity, which is why the sanctuary was located here. At the temple of Sayre, in the territory of Count Yord in the eastern region of the empire, a priest said that Sayre loved all people and called for confession. The young man admitted that he had fallen in love with the elf who served his family. He said that even though she was an elf, she was the most beautiful and sweetest of all, and she sang like a nightingale. The priest replied that the elf's lust was not a matter of pride, but youthful desires were difficult to suppress. Since he has acknowledged his sin and seeks forgiveness, in the name of Sayre, all his sins will be forgiven. However, the young man said that love for her was not sinful, and he planned to leave his home with her. The priest said that seeking momentary pleasure is one thing, but denying one's destiny is a mortal sin. He asked if he wanted to change his repentance, but the young man replied that he would not repent, since he did not consider it a sin. He said that he came only out of concern for his parents, to atone for the guilt he had caused them for hurting their hearts. The priest asked where he planned to go, and said that no matter where he went, the elf would still remain a slave. The young man replied that he would go to the county of Antares and asked forgiveness from his father and mother. He said that he could not lie to his heart and had to go with her to a place where they would live with honor. The guy went out onto the deserted street and called Beretti, but she didn't appear under the eagle. Anxiety boiled in his soul, and without thinking, he rushed to the old oak tree where they usually met, hoping to find her there. But instead of her, he saw only the lonely scarf that she always wore, and he realized that she had left forever, saving him from shame. He saw her say that she was only a slave and that her origin was too low to accept his love. She said that she would not dare to commit the sin of staying with him, and that would bring down the wrath of the gods, and their souls would go to hell and burn in the sulfurous flames. The girl asked him to meet a good woman, a noble woman, who would make a good match for him. Meanwhile, on the Uran River, which forms the border between the kingdom of Halain and the kingdom of Takon, the weather was fine. Priestess Sayera said that she had finally managed it and remarked that she wondered if people would change their minds after reading her story. She said she was a priestess of Sayre, but she couldn't stand the orc slaves in the gardens as cattle and hoped that this story would change their lives a little. The girl added that, "Dear Sayre, the Holy Order teaches differently, but she's sure that's what he wanted them to learn," and then someone asked what brought her here. The stranger said that he was sure that she was the one, and it would take some time, since many people had been influenced by the martial king. He said he would organize the material he had reviewed, and added that he felt sorry for those who had been sacrificed. One of the most powerful artifacts that the Silver Sage possessed was the Eyes of Sayre. This artifact used the eyes and ears of those who used divine power in the name of Sayre and transmitted information to those who prayed. It was the Eyes of Sayre that allowed the Silver Sage to control the world from the shadows. Priests and followers of Sayre all over the world provided them with information without even realizing it. Guardian Arklet said he wouldn't be exaggerating when he compared the artifact's ability to the power of a god, but they have no data on the martial king. Guardian Siren asked what brought her here, and she replied that she just dropped by and was asked if there was any progress on the quest. She said that she sent his younger brother, and although the martial king was strong, he was only an aura user. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared, saying that he was the one who was breaking the flow, and would intervene in what was said and put an end to it. Guardian Arklet exclaimed that this man was using magic, and the boy ordered to run. In the Chloe dungeon in the Great Mountain of Gloaton was a relic of the Silver Age, the portal of Clop Diamond. Cillian asked in surprise where they were, because a moment ago he was in a different place. Cillian wondered if it was okay for more people to know about the portal, but without it, it would be impossible to safely move the refugees. Chloe's dungeon, once teeming with monsters and demons, has now been completely cleared. It was fortified by the dwarves and a guard fortress. Chloe was built at the entrance to the surface. At the training camp, Commander Takeda said that they would never become real warriors, especially if they whine at just that level, and showed them the weapon of the spirits, the true power of a warrior. He said it was not impossible, and the weapons in their hands might seem strange and difficult to master. But this is their only companion, and they must forget all the weapons they used before. Jalkato noted that their diligence was impressive, and even warriors of their tribe would suffer from training at this level. He said the most they have now is the hope of freedom, and they must trust their guns. He said that the sword is in their hands, it is themselves, and they must give themselves freedom, and then they will become stronger. When the new recruits arrived, they were welcomed into the land of freedom. Cillian asked where Mr. Leffen was, and was told that the White King was currently on the battlefield. The guy hearing this just grinned and replied that if the White King was on the battlefield, it definitely wouldn't be boring there. At this time, a group of Sarak mercenaries, infamous in southern Crovans and the northern kingdom of Vasily, were carrying out their mission. Their commander ordered that no one be left alive and that everyone be killed. One of them grabbed the girl and said that she was quite pretty and that he was lucky. But suddenly an elf appeared with a sword, and she asked who dared. He recognized her as the New Moon swordswoman, Ceres Valencia, the elf witch who had killed knights in the Crovan Civil War, and he was afraid. Ceres said that they were like primitive animals, and even death would not wash away their sins. After her words, the Battle King Leffenhard appeared, who completely agreed with the girl. The guy then used his tech to flush the soldiers out of the land. Ceres called upon Silpha to hover around her blade, her eyes filled with anger at her attackers. She cast a spell, and one of the mercenaries shouted that she was just a witch. He said there was no need to be afraid, but Ceres called on Taratus to block their path. She cast a spell, calling upon Mjolnir to strike the ancient pact. The mercenaries exclaimed in surprise that they had never heard of the New Moon swordswoman using this, and the protagonist mocked them. One of the mercenaries cried out in despair that even though he was an aura user, he was still mortal, just like them. The protagonist replied that he didn't know that this body was made of steel and used the necessary impact, causing the enemy to scream in pain. He begged for mercy, and the guy said that he didn't know the word pity, but she replied that it wasn't her who said it. The mercenaries begged for mercy, saying that they were only following Baron Chetus's orders. But the hero said that he knew they were just following orders, but if they thought that would free them from responsibility, then they were wrong. He said that they made them bleed and cry with their own hands, and Baron Chetus went mad. She said that he knew exactly what kind of people they were, and this war was a product of the conflict between two noble houses. Baron Chetus, having recruited over 1,000 mercenaries, immediately invaded the barony of Glavin, and in less than a week ravaged more than half of the lands. Azrael and all the knights of Antares arrived, and the commander said that he was delayed. There is no time left, and from now on, the county of Antares will take part in this war. The magician, watching the events unfold, quietly said that the war had begun again, and now their swords would decide their fate. Baron Chetus was an old enemy of Baron Galen, and his house originated from an ancient line. That's why he didn't like Galen's house, which appeared not so long ago. He often said that some low-class people buy their titles with money, and the problem arose after the War of Succession. House Galanov supported Prince Jewel from the start, while Baron Chetus declared his neutrality, placing his trust in Sir Grandiard. Only some time later, he joined Prince Juvel. The heir of the Galanovs, Berlant, and the heir of the Chetusovs, Jack, started an argument during a meeting in Croton, where many nobles were present. The situation escalated until it led to a duel. The problem arose when Jack let his guard down and was struck by Berlant's sword. Although Jewel tried to solve the problem, the king no longer had the power he once had. Baron Chetus, whose son was killed, vowed to wipe out the entire Galen family from this land and hired 1,000 mercenaries. Baron Galen asked his inner circle of aristocrats for help, but they were all afraid of Sir Grandiard. His attempts to negotiate, forgetting his shame, were rejected, and the lands were ultimately destroyed. Baron Galen was already thinking about death, when suddenly a lifeline was thrown to him from the most unexpected place. The rope was golden, strong, and thick, and it was Marshal King Leofenhard who used the fire number rapid bullets. The mercenaries panicked and shouted that it was Marshal King Leofenhard and asked how they could defeat this monster in the flesh. The commander of the knights, Chitasa Garand, promised 1,000 gold coins to anyone who could leave even a scratch on him. Leofenhard said that those who trade their lives for money have no right to complain, even if their own vital values were taken away, and he dealt just one blow that put the enemies to flight. He said, "Is this enough to wound him, the fighting king?" and called everyone to battle to show their master their bravery. The Knights of Antares and the Knights of Galen attacked from different sides, and the mercenaries of Chetus had no choice but to retreat. The Knights of Antares cut into the enemy ranks like a steel blade, sowing panic and chaos among the mercenaries. Galen's knights, inspired by the sudden support, attacked the enemy's flanks with redoubled fury, not allowing them to regroup. The mercenaries, caught between two fires and seeing the battle king himself before them, wavered and began to retreat in disarray. The battlefield slowly grew quiet, and only the cries of the wounded and the clanging of metal broke the silence, announcing the victory of the allies. After the battle, Leofenhard and Ceres discussed his appearance, and she said that he better dress up since it was the middle of winter. But he replied that he was comfortable that way, and she said that he looked like the invincible heir of the rocking chair. Ceres, hearing his answer, only shook her head and with a slight smile, noted that if he continued in the same spirit, he would soon freeze faster. Baron Galen thanked Leofenhard for his help, and he said it was nothing. His alliance with the Baron began 2 weeks ago, with a letter outlining 3 conditions. First, if the barony of Galen wins the war, the eastern part of the territories will be transferred to Count Antares, and the western part to Galen. Second, if extraterrestrial species from the county of Antares settle on its territory, it will officially recognize them as citizens. Third, he will free all enslaved aliens and send them to Antares, and also abolish slavery for non-terrestrial species. Baron Galen was puzzled by the terms, but he had little choice, and he entered into an alliance, and Leofenhard said that Baron Galen was a valuable comrade. In the Nidus Canyon, the mercenary commander ordered everyone to stand still, and said that anyone who ran away would be severely punished. He shouted at them not to be afraid, and even though he was the battle king, he was still a man, and those who remained would not see tomorrow. The mercenaries shouted in panic that a man was not capable of such a thing, and how could he shine, and what kind of man was capable of piercing the heavens with a blow? Leofenhard said with disappointment that they never escaped, and noted that they were neither knights nor mercenaries. They turned out to be just farmers who were forced to fight, and it was better to show mercy. He said they wouldn't die from it, and they screamed in panic and called for help. The mercenary commanders said that they were no match for him, as expected, and their goal was to keep him here as long as possible. Since the bastard is always on the front lines, he thought that today would be the same. He said that even the martial king would not survive the blows of the Vamists, and ordered to open fire. Levenhart blocked the cannon's direct blow with his fist. The mercenaries exclaimed in horror that he had just parried everything with his fist and asked what the hell. They noticed that it was an elf witch, and became even more frightened. Ceres called upon Saran and told her not to hold back and attack with full force, and Sulf enveloped her body. She became much stronger, and even Rylhard, the leader of the Danheim tribe, could only partially control the spirits of fire and air. She confidently gave orders to most of the great 7 spirits. The true tree of the world, which has existed since time immemorial, Elfenheim, traditionally personally chose the strongest elf. This elf will be granted immeasurable power and the title of Guardian of Elvenheim. The chosen one became the leader of all the other elves, and along with the right to protect the tree of the world, the people entrusted their lives to the leader. Earlier this year, the Nihimlin world tree was planted in the Svemet desert, home to the Danheim tribe. A little later, that same summer, the world tree of Gerenting became the symbol of the great mountain Glauten. In the barony of Cheddars, in the main building of the central region, Baron Cheddars asked what it meant that they had passed the Needus Canyon. His subordinate apologized, saying that they had been completely routed and driven back as far as the Hundor post. He said that even the aura-wielding knight Grandiard, whom they trusted so much, had abandoned them to their fate. Baron Cheddars, hearing this, only clenched his teeth and muttered that now his last hope was the one he least wanted to see. He added that if this man did not live up to his expectations, they would lose everything they had worked so hard to build over the years. The guy said that he was interrupted at such an inopportune time, and that his daughter had grown up to be an enviable beauty. The Baron was outraged that the shameless bastard first harassed the maids, and now his own daughter. He said that the king of martial arts was moving in that direction at full speed and would attack at any moment. Added that, in order to kill the golden aura, they will need to invest a lot more diamonds into this matter. The commander ordered the catapults to be loaded and all infantry to prepare for a joint attack, keeping ladders at the ready. Then the chief said that today the steel fortress would fall and called the knights of Antares forward. He said that their hour had come, and it was time to prove their courage to the masters. Ceres called out to her friend Nymph, and someone exclaimed that it was the new moon swordswoman, and the knight Azrael said to be careful. The girl used the light magic of the 7th circle, Radiant Punishment, and the guy said that was too much honor for a stupid elf. He asked since when did the Baron have someone so powerful under his command. Ceres called upon Tiratus to block their path, and the mage said that it was close, and they did not expect such a dangerous enemy to appear. The magician, gritting his teeth, took a step back and whispered that this elf was clearly not just a slave. He added that if they wanted to survive this battle, they would have to change tactics and stop underestimating the enemy. The protagonist said with irritation that this conquest should have gone without a hitch and asked where the devil had come from. Then he asked if they could catapult him, and they told him that a person can't be on a catapult, and it can't withstand more than 100 kilograms. At this time, the girl used the weight distortion spell and a wind bomb. The enemy used a light ray stream, but Ceres blocked it, and he asked in surprise that she had even blocked that. The enemy called upon the winds of the north to form blades and pierce his enemies, creating a cage of scathing blades. The girl said that even with the combined efforts of Salamander and Ignatius, she could not break through his magic. She won't be able to cut through this whirlwind with just the cutting power of Sylphieb's blade. She had to imbue the sword with fire, but her remaining strength would not be enough to summon more spirits. The magician asked in surprise what else it was and whether she had pierced her own spirits. He said that weren't elves known for their friendship with spirits, and asked if she had changed her mind or if it wasn't that simple. The magician, noticing her confusion, chuckled and said that perhaps she had simply overestimated her connection with the spirits. He added that if she really wanted to win, she should learn to rely not only on spirits, but also on her own strength. The guy couldn't believe that some pathetic elf could use Flash Step. Ceres was sure she had the advantage, and there was no way he would have time to dodge. He said not to tell him that he had an artifact for teleportation. The girl asked in surprise what it was, magic or aura, and could not believe that he was capable of possessing such cutting power. The character used the Sword of Rupture, and Ceres fell. He said mockingly that now, crawling at his feet like a dog, she looked more like an elf. But still, how arrogant of her. The guy asked how she dared to evade his magic. The enemy said with an angry look that it was a flaming sword, and she loved fire. Levenhart appeared and asked if she was okay, and told her not to move as her wounds were bleeding. Ceres said that he showed up half naked again and asked to put her down on the ground, but he told her to rest and that he would sort everything out himself. The magician asked who the hell he was and remarked that he didn't look like a third-rate magician and was surprisingly agile. Levenhart said that he must have met him at least once in a past life. He said mockingly that he had heard that ignorance was always in the blood of martial arts kings, but he didn't think it was that bad. The hero noticed that he reminded him of someone, and with surprise, he said the name Jade Archlight and asked what he was doing here. He remembered that this was the second son of the Arcade House, which for several generations had promoted its great mages in the Holy Empire of Vashtalon. The guy said that Jade achieved the 7th circle at the age of 20, making all the magicians envious of him. He was not known among the non-mages, since he never left the Tower of the Sun, but he was very famous among his own. However, due to his appearance, he was almost forgotten when he turned 30 and asked why he was here now. He said it was nothing personal, but a contract was a contract, and he would have to die. The protagonist knew that in his past life he had killed Ceres and was now trying to kill her again. Leffenhart used the report cannon, and Jade said it was just ridiculous. He asked if he was thinking of killing him. The owner of the aura, Jade used circular defense, but Leffenhart broke through it, and Jade asked in surprise if it was an artifact from the Silver Age. It is as strong as Elberon Kosis's most powerful technique, Elberon's Light. He said that even the Martial King was helpless against the ancient powers, and it activated instantly. The protagonist asked if a simple glove was really better than Elberon, and noted that he didn't remember Jade having such a valuable artifact. Leffenhart used Fire Chi rapid bullets, but Jade created anti-bullet barrier. Jade tried something else, and Leffenhart used the boots of movement, and Jade asked in surprise where he got them from. Leffenhart remembered that in his past life, a mysterious killer who carried artifacts once appeared. Jade said that a warrior is no match for a mage as long as he remains at a distance. He used Ice Blade Storm, saying it didn't work against the vile elf because of her spirits. Leffenhart said he didn't want to take advantage of it and claimed it was his territory. Leffenhart, activating his boots of transition, disappeared in a flash of light and appeared right in front of Jade, causing him to recoil in surprise. He raised his hand, and his palm was enveloped in a golden glow that seemed to pulse in time with his breathing, ready to fall upon the enemy. Jade, coming to his senses, tried to create a new barrier, but Leffenhart had already taken a step forward. He interfered with his spell, and Jade asked in surprise if the Martial King used magic. Leffenhart said that he didn't want to resort to magic because he was a Martial King. However, he thinks that it will be okay if he doesn't attract a lot of attention. He started to cancel his spells, and Jade said in annoyance that this stupid Martial King was canceling all his spells. Then he asked if he was crazy, or if the world had turned upside down. Leffenhart, hearing his indignation, only chuckled and replied that the world had not turned upside down. Leffenhart used the Severance Sword, and Jade said the attack's power was impressive. He can give it credit, but she's a light type, so he can easily reflect her with mirror reflection. Jade said with irritation that this thick-headed muscle man was using more advanced magic than him, a 7th circle mage. The enemies, seeing the power of the combined forces, realized that their superiority in numbers did not matter in the face of such discipline. Leffenhart, standing at the head of his troops, calmly watched the enemy flee and quietly said that today's victory would be only the beginning. Leffenhart thought that in his past life, he would have dealt with him with a shockwave. After he used Dispel Strike, Jade asked if he was throwing magic attacks and what the hell that ability was. Jade said that although he could move from place to place, it was useless. If he destroys everything within his radius of movement and uses Avalanche Strike. Leffenhart said Ceres had previously complained that she had many weaknesses, but fighting him is far more unpleasant, and anyone who hasn't encountered the boots of transition before would have already been defeated. Jade said that he always defeats aura users by keeping his distance and his magic. However, he still did not expect Leffenhart to resort to such tactics. Leffenhart replied that, in fact, it was precisely this that he had used against Ceres. The Boots of Transition are an artifact that Ceres used after the Assassin's invasion. Every time he used the boots, Jade would resort to using long-range magic to prevent her from moving. He said he just copied the tactic, and the protagonist said it kept annoying him. He added that he would no longer be able to use the Boots of Movement. Leffenhart said he was going to let him die, but he felt a bit sick and thought about it. Jade decided he had to run, and he barely managed to steal 3 of them with his brother's help, and had no hope of spending one here. Leffenhart said with surprise that this artifact teleports to a pre-designated coordinate. The mage, seeing Jade disappear, only chuckled and shook his head, noting that such artifacts were rarely found even in ancient ruins. He added that if Jade was able to obtain such a thing, it meant that there was someone much more powerful behind him than just Baron Chetas. The enemy vanished, and the hero asked if he thought he could escape from him. He realized that it was not a large object like a portal, but a portable artifact that allowed him to travel long distances. There is no way to set coordinates for both return and dispatch with such a small item. He noticed that it looked like he hadn't opened a portal, but had simply disappeared, and it wasn't like Diamond's portal, which folded space. He thought that it simply cuts off the space around the user and sends them through the mana flow. The guy said it was not the time to think about theories, and that was what he had just done. The hero noticed that it looked exactly like the thing he found on the killer in his past life. Leffenhart said that Baron Chetas hired him and paid that much for his head. This will help their country, which is in dire need of money, and Carl will be delighted. He noted that, so far they have managed to save more than 1,000 species from another world, and unnecessary casualties must be avoided. The hero said that people haven't yet understood the concept of freedom, but that will change when they leave here. As a result of this war, he was able to capture the barony of Chitasa and the trading city of Zarud, which would bring in a lot of money. Leffenhardt asked if Cirrus was safe, and she said yes, and asked what about that man. The hero replied that he had escaped. The girl said that if it weren't for those strange boots, she wouldn't have missed him. She asked if these were the ones, and the guy said that he had given her amputated legs. She seems to be happy with them, and they fit perfectly and adjust to the wearer's size. The war began when Chetis's heir, Jack, died in a duel, and Baron Galen was cornered by mercenaries hired by Baron Chetis. It was then that the martial king appeared before him like a ray of hope. Baron Galen seized the opportunity presented by the county of Antares and managed to escape the situation he found himself in. Since the House of Chetis was an outer branch of the House of the Marquis of Von Terran, it owned an estate larger than most counts. The county of Antares could have taken over the entire barony of Chetis, but Charles refused, saying that the territorial expansion was too great. The main character said that they captured the trading city of Zarud, which brings in a lot of money, and that would be enough. Spring has arrived, the season of blossoming flowers, and green colors have appeared in the once barren Fetland. These vast pastures were not suitable for agriculture, so no one settled there. There were people who tried to unite the nomads in order to use them as a military force, but nothing came of it because of the Larchid Mountains and the Great Mountain Glothen, which surround Fetland. Since there was no risk of invasion and no reason to invade themselves, the nomads had no need to unite. But now Fetland faces war for the first time in a couple of centuries, and an army of 10,000 has gathered at Wolf Mountain. Chieftain of the Grey Falcon tribe, Hadarsam, said that this was the first time he had fought alongside so many of his brothers. The chieftain of the Blue Bear tribe, Kalkin, said that he would too, and brother Leffenhardt kept his promise. He said it was just magical, and they didn't have to worry about the armies of people beyond the mountains. The chieftain of the Kortchevi Borov tribe, Kinjir, said that brother Leffenhardt was, of course, a magician, but it was not magic, but diplomacy. He asked what it was, and was told that it was a human way of negotiating a compromise. The soldier shouted, "Surrender to Antares, and they will treat those who bow to them in loyalty with kindness." But the nomads replied that they were free people of the plains and did not recognize anyone. They shouted that they would fight for their freedom and asked if they were ready to fight. They said they had suffered years of humiliation, and now was the time to make amends. They called to fight, sons of valiant warriors, and their great ancestors will protect them. The enemies were surprised to notice that County Antares had orcs who used aura. They said that even if they had an aura, they were still orcs. However, when the orcs, despite their race, showed resilience, the enemy was forced to admit that their prejudices were their greatest defeat. They have no chance against the mages and ordered the orcs to be put to sleep using the broad-spectrum sleep spell, Mass Sleep. The orcs called upon Alpot to protect their minds, and the enemies asked in surprise if this was not a divine power. The orcs said that the spirits of their ancestors watched over them, calling out their names and gifting them with the blood of battle. The mages, seeing that their sleep spell had no effect on the orcs, retreated in panic, realizing that they were faced with a force they could not explain. The Blue Bear tribe, which had settled in the Antares region, began to expand eastward, towards the Great Mountain of Glothen. They sent letters to more distant orc tribes, urging them to join the war. That is why the Brown Boar tribe and the Grey Falcon tribe came to Mount Gloten. Later, the White Wolf, Black Coyote, and other tribes joined in, and the Fetland people responded quickly. The orcs called upon their gods, and the enemies said that they would all simply fall asleep, and ordered the Knights of Antares to keep up with the orcs and attack. They noticed that not only were the 3 aura owners there, but also Cyrus, who had earned his reputation in the civil war of the Kingdom of Crovens. Hundreds of weapons soared into the sky, and it was very difficult for the nomads with no experience in war to resist them. Not far from these events stood a girl. She looked at the opened horizon and said that she had found it. She respectfully said that these were indeed the knights of the county of Antares under the leadership of the battle king Leffenhard. Robert and Vassaronia encouraged each other by invoking Saint Dias and drinking. Kinjir said to Por, "Don't be stingy," and praised Kagura Rus for his strength, but he said that he was already drunk, and Kinjir asked if he liked drinking. The boy replied that he didn't, and Kinjir said that it was a pity, and that he didn't know that joy, and asked if he liked meat. Rus replied that he was already full, and Kinjir said that he would eat then, and later Azrael said that he liked the drink. The orc praised Azrael for handling his drinking, even though he was a bit weak. Azrael said that this should not be done to people, and Kinjir asked why. Azrael replied that people were proud and would take this as an insult, and Kinjir apologized, admitting his guilt. Suddenly they felt someone's energy and asked who it was, and someone was calling them. They realized that there was another aura owner in the area, and it was as if they were being called. They followed the call and saw an elf who asked if they were from the free country of Antares. The girl was surprised that they had mastered a common language and called it wonderful. The boys noticed and were surprised that there was an elf among them, and asked if there were warriors among the elves. One of the orcs said that he heard that they were too timid and had few warriors, and a duel began between the elf and the orc. The elf said that it was not enough to break her sword, and the orc asked if she was an enemy. The observers said that of course there was no point in interfering, and that it was their fight, and asked if everything would be okay. They were told that perhaps she was just a wandering warrior. The elf used shell cleansing, and the orc said it was amazing swordsmanship, and her strikes were very consistent. He said she was a strong warrior and acknowledged it, and called his faithful friend Tagium into battle. He decided to use the naked fist crushing strike. He was inspired. Another orc said he wondered if he could fight too, and it looked fun, and he wanted to fight too. The orc asked if this was called spiritual magic, and noted that it affected the elemental power in the aura. The orc said that he hadn't had such an interesting fight in a long time. The girl suggested stopping the fight, but the orc said it was fun and suggested continuing. However, the girl asked if this was not enough to show oneself. The elf asked if she was a warrior now, and the orc replied that of course, she was an excellent warrior. No, a warrioress. She said she heard that to earn the orc's trust, you have to put up a good fight, and it sounds more like an old fairy tale. She introduced herself as Inia, and said that she was the head of the Styria tribe. Pointing with her hand, she said that her fellow tribesmen were there, and they had come from the frozen lands of the north to meet with the resurrector of the Tree of the World. She asked if Antares' warriors would accompany them, and Kinjir, hearing her request, nodded approvingly. The unnamed mountain region lies north of Fetland, between its coastal side and Mount Glothin. It was here, far from human eyes, that the Styria tribe had lived for centuries, that a cry suddenly rang out and someone addressed Mr. Leffenhard. This archmage received the 9th circle of magic at the earliest age in history, at the age of 30. By the age of 35, he had already reached the pinnacle of magical art. In the last 100 years, only one person, Dre, had attained the same level. It has been 3 years since he disappeared from sight, which happened when he went to the Styria tribe to study the theories of spiritual magic. On a cold day, someone asked him what made him go outside, and Leffenhart replied that magic kept him warm. The interlocutor handed him a knitted item in case he got cold. Leffenhart thanked him, but said that he would not eat that much. In response, he heard an admiring sigh. Someone was amazed at how a person could be so beautiful. Leffenhart asked if Cirrus was jealous, and received the answer that of course he was. The guy said that he had no one else but her. The conversation turned to Tashid, who was training, and everyone knew what he became like after meeting the new owner of the aura. The hero asked if Inia had finished with Tashid, and she replied that she had fulfilled her promise. They pointed out to her that they could have simply invited him to come, but she objected that the one who had business should come himself. She repeated again that he was popular. Leffenhart replied that he was not trying to seduce anyone. The girl admitted that these were her people, but she could not understand them, and added that he was skinny. He was reminded that sages are able to see right through a person, not just through appearance, but not all of them are like that. The protagonist said that everyone was working hard to restore the village, and the elven forest was located on Mount Gloten. The elves had settled in well, but the problem was the ratio of men to women, and nothing could be done about it. Someone greeted Mr. Leffenhard timidly, while another voice sarcastically remarked on how unpopular he was. Then Shyman and Cerebron appeared and greeted each other. Cerebron said that Leffenhart was also here and called on the boys to say hello, since he had saved them and helped with the village. Leffenhart greeted the kids. The girl exclaimed why he was doing this, and he asked again, and they answered that he just looked creepy. Someone greeted the hero, saying that he had come to report about Sir Culkin. On his way back, Sir Culkin met a group of elves he had never seen before, and they identified themselves as part of the Styria tribe. He was asked if he knew the tribe of Inia, and he was surprised how they knew this, since they really did call their leader Inia. When asked if he knew her, he replied that he knew her in a past life. The protagonist suggested returning to the county, turning to Cirrus. The next day arrived, the end of the break was announced, and the instructor ordered to start with 2 sets of 12 repetitions, and due to the hard work, heavy breathing could be heard. Cillian was instructed to perform 3 sets, and was strictly forbidden from increasing the weight. Carl was told to do 2 more sets, but with more weight, and he obediently responded. Cillian vowed to become stronger in order to live, and remembered that behind the innocent faces of the dwarves lurked the beast Runaxina. The boy saw that Carl continued to do the wrong thing, using the recoil force as if swinging a weapon. Carl was shown how to do it correctly. The servant apologized and said that he would soon pass on the message, suggesting that he wait. The hero thought that she would come in the evening, but it happened earlier, and he assumed that the elf, living in the outback, did not know human customs. It was said that she was like this in her past life too. Then Carl and Cillian were asked to leave them alone. Leffenhart greeted the head of Styria and introduced himself as Lord of the County of Antares. Inia, the head of the Styria tribe, asked if he was familiar with elven etiquette. She noticed that he was dressed like a warrior, and she didn't mind, and also added that she was the only one with an aura. Inia said that she had a question for him as the king of men, just one question. She explained that they felt that the world tree had been resurrected here, and that was why they came here, and she confirmed that the tree was indeed here. But at the same time he feels uncomfortable around one girl. She asked if it was true that he was the one who resurrected him. Inia was surprised that such a feat was impossible, without very powerful magical power, and noted that he seemed to be a very strong warrior. However, she realized that he was both the owner of the aura and a magician, and she couldn't believe it. The girl admired the great wisdom contained in such a great body. The protagonist was puzzled as to why she was looking at him like that and muttered something under his breath. There was an awkward groan, and the guy was asked if he was married. The hero asked again in confusion. In Inia's opinion, all the men in her clan were too skinny, with bodies like they had never worked out a day in their lives, but among others, on the contrary, it was considered beautiful and even cute. As a warrior focused on the art of war, she simply could not find the bodies of her fellow Zabofi warriors attractive. She believed that even the orcs were, in some ways, better than her own race. Inia couldn't stand everything that was below the neck of the elves, but on the contrary, she didn't like everything that was above the neck of the orcs. This heroine spent decades alone, wasting time searching for someone who could be right for her. And finally, this warrior found her ideal, someone wise enough to resurrect the world tree and with a flawless body. The girl asked if he was married by any chance. Leafenhart replied that, in fact, he already had someone he liked. Inia exclaimed that she knew it, but clarified that they were not yet officially engaged. Hearing the answer, she enthusiastically said that it was excellent. Then the elf thanked Leafenhart for agreeing to accept the plan. She swore that from now on, as his faithful ally, Styria would share with him all victories and defeats. Inia said that it was time for her to return, but she would visit them often, and asked them to take care of her. Leafenhart was puzzled by what this was. Meanwhile, the girl admired the heat emanating from his muscular chest and the broad shoulders that he could easily hold a woman. She noted the strong arms and powerful waist, but immediately pulled herself together, ordering herself to pull herself together. Cillian was surprised to see the leader of the newly arrived elves and greeted her. So this is who the Lord likes. This is who she has heard so many rumors about, the elf realized. In addition to the Styria clan, small tribes of other races also began to actively settle in the county of Antares. The troll Garut Attica traveled across the continent, rescuing his comrades and advising the hiding tribes to migrate to the White Nation. Of course, it wasn't easy to convince them, considering how greedy people become when they see trolls. It was hard for them to decide to move. The protagonist explained that in the White Nation, glass is used only in castles and temples, but here it is everywhere. It turns out that trolls can transform minerals using magic, so making glass is no problem for them. Each race has its own characteristics. Dwarves are skilled at working with iron and stones, and orcs are unrivaled masters of leatherworking. Trolls make most things, including houses. From the gifts of the earth, their magnificent tableware is considered true art by other races. People think that their race is the pinnacle of civilization, but in fact they have no idea how many wonderful things exist in this world. Someone exclaimed upon seeing the White King, and noticed that a girl was clinging to him today, and chuckled approvingly. Then his gaze fell on something unusual, and he was told that it was called opus cementarium, a traditional building material. Cementarium hardens instantly, and is used for the construction of columns and altars. The girl's admiration was also expressed in how deeply this character understands the subtleties of the cultures of other races. Leafenhart was told that he was simply incredible, in response to which the Archmage suggested calling him simply by his first name, without titles. Ceres was surprised that the woman had become so outgoing in this day and age, and compared her behavior to being drunk. Asked if she was the famous swordswoman of the new moon, the girl introduced herself as Inia, the leader of the Styria clan. In response, Ceres identified herself and said that she was from the Dunheim tribe. The interlocutor was surprised to realize that in front of him was the very girl whom the Lord cared for as his own daughter. The troll announced that the birth ceremony was about to begin and added that he would be honored if he joined in. From this moment on, everyone must behave seriously and solemnly. If they were allowed to observe the birth ceremony, it means they consider you a friend. The women of the tribe were called to come forward with gifts and blessings. They uttered a ritual incantation in an ancient language, and there was a cry of surprise and fear. Someone muttered Tramna's name in a strangled voice, and everyone was struck by the question, had they really killed Atilka? Leafenhart stopped everyone, declaring that he was not dead. Hope became the future, clearing the dark path ahead. It was said that where life and death intermingle, there is hope, and this rite was called the troll birth ritual. It turns out that trolls have difficulty conceiving and giving birth due to their incredibly powerful regeneration. The ability to regenerate in trolls develops after birth and adulthood. Ceres wondered if a problem arose when a shaman died, but was interrupted with hisses and asked to watch further. The girl exclaimed in horror that their regeneration was so powerful that only a true guru could do such a thing. To kill a guru like Atilka, one must exhaust his magical power or bring him to a state where he cannot regenerate. In his past life, Tesron tore Atilka apart with a protective spiral, which made a striking impression. This rite was comparable to human sacrifice, so the trolls are easily misunderstood. The hero was hailed as a martial king and said he could not refuse the honor of witnessing the birth ritual. When they pointed out to him that he truly understood their culture, the hero admitted that he would not be surprised if someone cried out about barbarism. The girl exclaimed that she was scared and should have been warned in advance, and the troll was surprised that her companion knew and did not tell her. Then Inia introduced herself as the head of the Styria tribe, and Guru Atilka introduced himself as the one who follows the will of great nature. The girl noted that since they had become neighbors, they needed to get along, so she prepared a gift, fabric, silk from the snow elves. Someone admired such a treasure and remarked that, as the saying goes, to capture a general, you first need to deal with his horse. The main character was told that if he only worked, he would exhaust his body. Inia prepared a modest snack in case he missed lunch. He said it was delicious, especially the sauce mix. The girl quoted a popular saying that with a beautiful wife you will be happy for 3 years, but with one who cooks well, 30 years. He asked to tell Mrs. Teria that he liked the treat, and added that it was a familiar taste from a past life. Teria exclaimed in horror how he found out, and was amazed at his insightful mind. The dishes were placed on the table. Cirrus was invited to eat together. The door slammed shut, and Leffenhart, being a true magician, came to the rational conclusion that it was a draft. Mrs. Inia's assistant noticed that things weren't going well on her face and asked if she liked the man that much. She asked what she could do to win his heart, and was advised of a better way than taking credit for someone else's cooking. They reminded him that he was a warrior, and therefore would surely recognize her strengths. She was told that Mr. Leffenhart was an excellent martial artist, but there was one area in which he was not strong. This is what he is currently focused on. During training, Russ said that the guy has become much stronger. Finally, the character felt like he was beginning to understand what the problem was. The sparring partner noticed that Leffenhart was becoming increasingly difficult to keep up with, and the difference in weight was making itself felt. The protagonist wondered if this was enough to confront Tesron. Leffenhart replied that he wasn't sure, but the techniques he knew were the ones knights studied as basic, and he didn't know what would happen. Inia came in and asked if she could help with the training, saying that she also knew some pair wrestling techniques. Leffenhart was surprised that she wanted to spar in such tight clothing, since their skin would be touching. Russ offered to give it a try, saying that she seemed strong to him, and added that she had not lost to Sir Culkin in unarmed combat. Leffenhart was asked to take the sparring seriously, and he eagerly agreed. He remembered that in his past life she was his ally and subordinate, but then he was a magician, so he knew nothing about her. Now, since he was a warrior, he became curious about the extent of her skills. Leffenhart said he couldn't know for sure then, but now that he's a warrior, he's even interested in seeing what she's really capable of. Suddenly the guy exclaimed in surprise that this was Karzian's jujitsu technique. The hero was shocked to realize that she had defeated him before he had time to understand what was happening. The girl explained that there was a time when she hid her elven identity. She wandered across the continent in search of strong warriors, and that's when she got the chance to learn this art. Leffenhart admired this incredible skill and wondered how he could escape from such a hold. Inia advised turning the body to the other side, lifting the right knee and then pushing off from it. Leffenhart said he was genuinely glad to meet her, showing off his muscles and flexing them. She suggested continuing, and he readily agreed, after which repeated cries of Russ were heard. The road connecting the Kingdom of Graim and the Principality of Chatan, a northern trade route passing through the Satirad Mountains. Groups of merchants made profits by trading a wide variety of goods, the most valuable of which were slaves. Due to the long distances and the high value of the goods, the caravans were carefully guarded by hired mercenaries. Someone impatiently urged the others to hurry, but the merchant objected that they could not go faster because of the slaves' endurance, and reminded them that bandits often appeared here. It was only a short distance to Stralsund, and the merchant assured them that even the bandits of Phrygia would not dare attack with so many guards around. It turned out that the Phrygian bandits appear in different parts of the Settlard Mountains and are a group of robbers. They called themselves the Phrygian Liberation Front, but from the people's point of view, they were just ordinary thieves. Their superiors considered them monsters, but they were able to defeat even a famous group of mercenaries. Some people wondered how the former slaves could act so quietly and unpredictably. After all, both Chatan and Grime carried out operations to suppress this group, losing many of their people in the process, but it was all in vain. Suddenly there were cries of attack and everyone panicked. A warrior shouted that they were under attack and ordered everyone to line up. The arrow pierced the chainmail, aiming at a tiny tear on the fully armed mercenary. The observer noted that only a good archer could have made such a shot, but it was impossible for an orc gladiator or slave to have been trained in shooting. They were suddenly surprised to see an elf, and wondered how some pathetic elf could hold such a bow. The battle cry of the Phrygian Liberation Front was raised, declaring that they would fight for their oppressed brothers and sisters. In the chaos, someone shouted about an attack by orcs and dwarves, and there were calls to dodge arrows. They ordered the capture of an elven archer hiding in the forest, and they ordered the elves not to be killed, but taken alive, promising gold for their capture. It turned out that they were knights from the Principality of Chatan, hired by a group of merchants. One of the attackers mockingly asked if they were all sword mages and stated that they wouldn't let them hang around here all the time. The enemy ordered them to kneel and surrender, promising to spare them if they did so. The order was given to drop their weapons and surrender, and then they would not be killed. One of the characters asked Katamite if they weren't told not to reveal their aura. He replied that the savior said to use it if the situation became serious. The rebel leader called on his brothers and sisters to go to the land of freedom. One of the slaves asked again what freedom meant, and the merchant noted that this was not surprising. They no longer even remembered the meaning of this word. The hero thought about what true freedom meant, but realized that it was not about that. They just always wanted to get it. Jade's wounds were almost completely healed, and someone suggested that he would wake up today. But he added that they couldn't use it again right away. The conspirators discussed Leffenhart, surprised that his magical skills were so advanced. But for the Silver Guardian, it doesn't matter how strong the enemy is, be it the owner of the aura, a mage, or a priest. The Silver Guardian, who has ruled humanity for centuries, always has a necessary magical item. The assassins simply use these items to eliminate their targets. It was noted that only a few could comprehend both aura and magic at the same time. Tesran performed a move called the Spiral Blade, and an admiring onlooker told Tesran it was amazing. She expressed confidence that he could defeat the Martial King while he was breathing heavily after training. Tesran said he found Leffenhart's weakness using jujitsu. But he couldn't defeat him, and instead began to show his weaknesses, and now it seems there is no choice. He will have to improve his own abilities. Tesran exclaimed with annoyance that with such a frail body, he couldn't even reach the 3rd level. They advised him to calm down, saying that after some time everything would be fine, but he objected that time was not on their side. Tesran concluded that something had to be done, and a certain guard appeared and introduced herself as Saralyn. She asked for assistance on behalf of the Silver Sage, her voice breaking. Inia noticed that he seemed to be continuing to test her capabilities, and the interlocutor agreed, saying that it couldn't have been said more accurately. The girl exclaimed in admiration that his abs were like steel, and the main character asked Inia why she was smiling. Ceres, standing by the window, asked in bewilderment what was wrong with her, repeating the address of Mr. Leffenhart. Tilla asked Ceres why she was so angry, and Ceres said she didn't know, but it was probably because of Inia. She explained that she had already said that Mr. Leffenhart was an attractive man. The girl noticed that he was always half naked and flexing his muscles, and they told her that women of their race liked him. If he had grown a beard, he would have been ideal, and they added that he was popular among the orcs as well. Ceres asked if Cillian was trying to be like him. Tilla noted that orcs were only interested in muscles, and Cillian was no exception. He was also popular among the maids. Flora and the other elves really liked him, and Ceres was surprised by this. The interlocutor asked if he was really that attractive, but she was told that she would regret it, because Inia was very assertive. She risks losing her man without realizing it. Besides, Inia is very attractive, and men are attracted to such people. Tilla noticed that he had a meeting with Carl. He had finished work and was seen exercising with Leffenhart. They added that he has become so reliable and even more handsome lately. Tilla urged Ceres not to let it go, and she asked again, and then it was noted that Ceres had a very strong competitive spirit. It became known that there was more mana, but the path to the 8th circle was still long. The character noted that he had at least half the strength he had in his past life. Inia appeared again, noticing that he seemed to have finished meditating, and he responded vaguely. She told him that he needed to take care of his body, and revealed that she had recently mastered the technique of full-body massage. Leffenhart was surprised when he asked again about massage and what other techniques, and she suggested taking the massage. Inia insisted that he not refuse, and he asked in bewilderment why she was doing all this. The girl replied that he had accepted her people and revived the world tree, and she was only expressing her gratitude, but Leffenhart found this strange. A few days ago, Inia stated that she knew that Cillian was Mr. Leffenhart's lover, but added that he was not giving up. The guy began to object that she had misunderstood everything. The character introduced himself as a subordinate of Themenes, the goddess of love. Thus, Inia was able to learn the seduction technique from Cillian. The hero noticed that it was awkward, but it didn't look like a massage. The guy noticed that it was as if she was simply stroking him. Ceres appeared and was asked what happened. Ceres said that she came to help. She noticed that she had heard Inia called the Snow Queen, but she didn't feel cold at all. Inia noted with admiration how muscular Leffenhart's back was and assumed that they became friends because they were both elven swordswomen. Ceres said that she studied all kinds of massage techniques while she was a slave. Cillian, observing this, said that love must be taken into one's own hands, and he did not care who it was. He added that anyone could take it, as long as the damn rumors would stop. Since the assassination had failed, the conspirators needed an excuse that would not arouse suspicion. Guard Cerilyn approached Sage Leston, saying that she had heard of his long-standing grudge against the Battle King and therefore asked for assistance. She noted that the Silver Sages finally felt a sense of urgency to deal with the Demon King. The Sage Leston doubted how anyone could think that a murderer was able to solve this problem. Judas and Stefan rely on the power of magical devices, and further growth beyond this level is impossible. Christina's level is too low compared to the others. Even though she is an excellent holy knight, she has not reached the required level for entry. The only one he can rely on is Felena. Reaching the 6th circle requires extraordinary talent. Compared to the 4 heavenly kings of Antares and the Starsword Sigus, they are simply incompetent. With their current lineup, it will be difficult for them to resist Levenhart, as they lost even with powerful artifacts. No matter how good their equipment is, they are inferior in abilities and need to improve them, but time is not on their side again. We need to deal with this bastard before he reaches the 10th circle. After all, in their past life, the Silver Sages were powerless against the Empire of Darkness due to the terrifying magic of the 10th circle Levenhard. What the Silver Sages feared most was not the magic of the nuclear explosion, but the damn shockwave. The Silver Sages are completely helpless before this formidable magic, which stops all magical devices. Moreover, if this happens, the forbidden artifact will be seized by the Demon King. It was obvious that the Silver Sages would be powerless once he reached the 10th circle, and they had to stop him in time. They lack abilities, and the power of magical devices has a limit. Then the interlocutor suggested simply giving them more powerful magical devices. The sage Leston was asked to come here. He asked what kind of place this was. Guardian Sarilyn noted that the Silver Sage's potential seemed limitless. She asked if he wanted to give her some kind of device, and he said, of course. The girl countered that she already possessed an aura and had passed the stage of borrowing the power of magical armor. She knows that no magic can be more effective than aura. The sage agreed, saying that there was a clear limit to the ability to increase a person's strength through magic. The girl explained that this was the case in the Silver Age, so people came up with another way and started using golems. Although golems are superior to humans in strength, as intended, they have a problem. Their movements are simple and clumsy. This results in low performance despite their capabilities, so a way to control golems was later devised. This compensated for their weakness, but their size and weight still made them ineffective. Eventually, after much time, the ancients managed to lighten the golems, but they could no longer cope with their effectiveness. Therefore, only warriors with aura began to use them. This ancient artifact was designed specifically for aura owners. Its height was 240 centimeters. The weight was 180 kilograms, and the power source was an orichalcon reactor. He was equipped with a lightweight adamantium exoskeleton with mystical runes connecting magical paths. Mithril cables, synchronized with the aura, set the muscles in motion. Only the owner of the aura could control this golem, equipped with an adamantine suit. During the fight with Jade, the hero discovered that he was irritated by the dispersal of magic. So he developed a way to infuse his fist with dispersion, calling it the dispersion punch. Only a warrior could have thought of this, but from a magician's point of view, it was unthinkable. Aura is a powerful and pure force, and it combines well with various techniques, having advantages in the form of fast defense and attack. Magic is versatile, but has a delay in use, requiring seals and has a low speed of use. In this way, magic can be used at the speed of the aura's owner's reflexes. Levenhart admitted that in his past life, he could not even imagine such a way of fighting. The orc turned to Russ, calling him his true friend and declaring that he would not spare his life for him. However, he said that he would forget about their friendship for now. Russ called the other an unclean creature and asked how he hadn't caught some other disease. He was asked if he was trying to insult the son of the Great Plains and was told to talk after he had washed up. Atilka was asked if the water had boiled and was told that this temperature was good for washing away old dirt. He was told to surrender, calling himself a friend, and he prayed to Father Lat for protection. The protagonist peacefully noted how calm everything was and praised the soap, saying that it cleaned properly. A character named Macumlin appeared, and his arrival did not go unnoticed. He was asked if he combed his beard, and he said that the savior frightened him. Ceres noted that many people know that he doesn't have a beard, so there's nothing surprising about it. They objected to him that gnomes are born without clothes, but wouldn't he be surprised to see someone naked, and asked if there was a problem with that. The savior said that he wanted to discuss something with Macumlin. He announced that the time had come to attack the kingdom of Chatan. It was explained that the leading trading country of the continent is the center of trade and exchanges goods with every country. The savior said that if they freed the representatives of different races from there, the number of races in the area would instantly increase. Now that they have established themselves, it is time to attack Zeppelin. The most important thing is that the collapse of the local traders could deal a serious blow. In his past life, this was the last thing Levenhart did before founding the Empire. He said that in that case it was necessary to evaluate the defensive capabilities of the Zeppelin, and he had a rough idea. Moreover, the elite forces number 10,000 people, more than 1,000 of whom are sword mages. However, its military organization is not unified, so control is weaker than that of the imperial capital. Levenhart was asked how he had captured such a place in his past life. He replied that it was not difficult then. First, he brought down a meteor on the palace, destroying the leadership. Then he incapacitated the sword mages with a shockwave. He created chaos by using illusions to make it appear as if the city was teeming with the undead. Finally, he destroyed the city's defensive forces with the help of World Hell. The strategy proved successful, and there were virtually no losses on their side. They clarified that the World Hell spell summons 10,000 demons. He confirmed, adding that the range of a meteor varies, but the palace disappeared completely. They asked how many were injured, and he replied that about 10,000 survived and did not die. McKemlin called him the Demon King, but noted that he himself came up with this strategy. Levenhart wondered if this was serious and said that he didn't have enough mana for that right now. Even if it were enough, it would cause a huge backlash, so he wanted to find another way. McKemlin noted that he had come to the wrong conclusion. Levenhart said that the situation was different now. The man repeated thoughtfully that he was aiming at the Zeppelin. He clarified that the savior was interested in the removal of slaves, not the capture of the city itself, and that he would like Antares' involvement not to be discovered. He remarked that it was not that difficult, and asked again if it was true. Levenhart countered that he himself had said he had no intention of capturing it. The interlocutor suggested that if the goal is simply to free the slaves, guerrilla warfare would be sufficient. He asked if he thought it was easier to lead than a normal one, and reminded him how many aura owners were currently in Antares. It was noted that although Mr. Atilka does not have an aura, his strength is superior to that of its owners. It is also mentioned that the Holy Empire of Vashtalon is the strongest on the continent and has 11 aura owners. The man noted that if you count, no other country has as many aura owners as Antares. He said that their strength lies in the superhumans, each of whom is worth 100 ordinary ones. They are also incredibly mobile thanks to space portals, and asked what conditions might be more favorable. However, he added that one should not underestimate the military power of the Zeppelin, because their 10,000-strong regular army is very formidable. The girl was shocked, not believing that the character could adapt so quickly. The spiral defense was used, followed by the straight cannon. The character considered whether he needed to adapt his feelings, but decided against it. He realized that this was indeed the giant steel body he had in his past life, the true body. He had obtained this body, which he had always desired and regretted losing, and he exclaimed that nothing more was needed. He then used the five-fold horn of disaster. Even the barrier broke and did not hold, and the girl admired this power, looking at the hero. A triumphant laugh rang out, and the enemy demanded that Levenhart kill him, promising to show him true invincible power. The map showed the capital of the Kingdom of Chatan and its northern gate called Sentlem. Russ was skeptical that these were the people responsible for the capital's security. They explained to him that in this country money talks, and most of them are either mercenaries with a criminal past or smugglers. The North Gate was considered a slum area, even in Zeppelin itself, while the truly important commercial area was on the western side, where the mansions of wealthy merchants were located. This territory was guarded more strictly than the gates of other countries, and bribes were not accepted there. So the rich were reliably protected, but the poor were not guaranteed even basic security. Such was life in Zeppelin, the continent's greatest trading city, and tonight they were going to tear out its rotten roots. Those who now lived as slaves had become over-adapted to the existing system. To secure their cooperation, it was first necessary to awaken their awareness. Support could be expected from the dwarves, since they lived in tribal unions and had relatively preserved their culture. Even as slaves, they retained the knowledge of traditions on their lips, so they realized that their descendants would have to regain their freedom. The problem was with the orcs and the elves. The orc gladiators with their wild warrior instincts listened to the words of the master. So the hero did some preparatory work, and it turned out to be a book of fairy tales that had been edited. This might seem like a small thing, but it was actually very important, because it is adults who read fairy tales to children. People may not be interested in reading them, but the relevant party will have a different feeling. The continent's most successful slave auction house, specializing in fences, called Zabuschenheim, was mentioned. Inside, someone was scolding the elf slave, shouting that she was making mistakes again and asking what she could do and why she had paws instead of hands. He suggested sending her to the discipline room and noted that she was clearly not a rebel, but simply completely clueless. The buyer reasoned that if she was sent to a training room and she developed scars, her market value will fall, so it's better to just let her starve, then she'll come to her senses. The slave was ordered to follow him, calling her number 323. Meanwhile, Inia failed her training again, and Cirrus noticed that she was doing it without any difficulty. Inia admitted that she wondered how she could pretend to be clumsy, so that no one would suspect anything. Ceres said she was able to do it because she had already been trained here. She asked if Inia was really just pretending and not actually clumsy. Inia was afraid that she had been found out, but Cirrus reassured her, saying that she had cooked such dishes, so it's unlikely that she's actually clumsy, and noticed that the day was almost over and that it would happen today. The girl asked hopefully if they would really be freed, and if Antares was really going to save them. Inia assured them that of course he would. Levenhart demonstrated amazing magic. Tilla said that even without light he could easily distinguish them. He explained that this was infrared vision, an ability of the elves that human magicians do not know about. It's great for carrying out covert missions, although it's quite inconvenient. The interlocutor asked again about infrared vision, and Levenhart said that it could simply be considered the ability to see temperature. He urged them to move as stealthily as possible and received consent. They almost reached the royal palace. As expected, security was increased at this time, and if these forces had been directed to other parts of the city, the overall security of the Zeppelin would have been increased. The interlocutor warned that as soon as they fell, an alarm would be automatically triggered. Cillian asked if it was worth using, since there was supposed to be a magic-detecting barrier around the palace. He then asked doubtfully if he was making many mistakes and shouted at Russ to run and attack. After repeating similar antics several times, they reached the walls of the Chiton Palace. They arrived exactly where they planned, and the hero said that even the two of them couldn't enter without using aura. There are aura users here, the Knight Commander and Knight Clat, but he stated that he does not intend to enter, and his goal is to cause chaos.